Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear, driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear, like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun, running, running, no, hold on, don't let go, running, running, no, keep running. Told my boss that I'm done, had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth, maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no, hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no, keep running.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the LPL English. We're back with another day of the Rumble stage and I am back as well. I'm so happy to be back on the LPL. What an honor. And I'm joined with Root as well, which I've heard only great things about. So hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. A pleasure to get the chance to cast with you, Mila. This is a great set of games that we're going to be able to commentate on. It's going to be a double Nirvana header and it's probably going to be one of the best content days of the LPL that you could hope to see.
Yeah, definitely. Content with a capital C for sure, because it's going to be a roughy McTuffy, of course. But before we start the day, maybe we can look at the overall standings for a second, because a lot has happened. You know, we have the two groups still going on with the Rumble stage. There is a lot happening, and we can see Top Esports on top of Group Ascent. I mean, is it a surprise? Is it not?
No,
I would say not really, right?
No, not really. We can add the caveat that they did lose to BLG, and BLG have only played 5 of their first round robin games, whereas Top Esports have completed that first round robin. And honestly, both of those two teams look like really solid contenders for world representatives. You know, you've got IG a little bit further down, taking a really positive win just yesterday, and you know, putting a little bit of a stamp on their claim to some of those higher playoff berthing spots. But overlooking in Nirvana as well, you've got some really good positioning for LGD to try and contest in the play-ins. But on the flip side, we look at the scores in the bottom left, and LNG 0-4. Yeah, they're not having the greatest of starts.
Yeah, definitely. It is a big roughie for them, especially because they have been beaten by this exact opponent the last time around. So it's really a bit of a do or die scenario for them, right? They kind of still are on the lookout for their first point. It hasn't been working out too well. Is today the day? I mean, let's be honest. Is today the day?
It's most likely not the day. Let's be honest, and we can take a little bit of a look back at the first series. This was LGD when they found their first win. They were able to take it up against LNG, and we've seen some of the highlights of that series. I think for me in particular, looking actually at Hai Chao and how well he's been able to play has been quite important. But you can just see that there are just a couple of instances where LGD kind of getting baited in and not really having the full awareness of how that is that they need to get out. But there are also these instances and sort of glimmers, I will say, for LGD of hope as well, that they can actually find some good fights.
Yeah, definitely. I think they have been trying the absolute hardest to put themselves in a better position. We can see them definitely taking control over the map in these scenarios as well, especially getting the Zeri ahead, with Zeri becoming more and more important across the board again, I would say. Definitely a pick that we see come through in the not hyper carry meta, but, you know, still hyper carry focused meta, if you would want it that way. But yeah, for LNG on the other hand, it didn't go too well. Definitely looked, well, I want to say confused, but that's the wrong word. They looked a bit all over the place, I would say.
Yeah, and I think it's important to, you know, recognize last time these two teams played, they did go to 3 games. It was a pretty back and forth series, and you're seeing here that, you know, these team fights are going pretty late, and it's won and lost by the individual performances. You know, you can see their triple knockups coming through from a former member of the LNG roster in Zhuo, but for the most part, you have to recognize that LNG have struggled through this split. They are also a team that are constantly, you know, looking at chopping and changing the bits that aren't quite working out for them, and that LGD at this point in the season have completed that first round robin. They're in an okay position for going into, you know, the play-in stage, but they probably want just another couple of wins just to shore that up. Whereas LNG, really, I mean, 5-5 to get to a 4th place to not make sure your season ends at the end of summer, it's going to be really important. But that means, you know, you take 5 wins back to back, which is not likely.
Yeah, definitely. It's a big thing you gotta accomplish here. Maybe we can take a second and look at the rosters, because there is some stuff going on. You know, they are trying to fix some things by bringing in new players, but that must be a really rough position to be in. Imagine coming in here, you know, as this new bot lane, and they're like, "Save us!" Well, good luck, have fun. What's your take on that?
Yeah, it's a new LNG roster in the bot side with Zika, Zhaofeng and Hai Chao, and I guess Fish One as well made his debut a couple of days ago. But OVO starting for LNG in the support role this time round. This is a promotion from their former LDL roster when that was the thing, with Fish One and OVO being their primary bot lane for that role. So the two of them now being brought up to the big leagues essentially for them. It's going to be quite interesting to see how well they can function. Obviously, Fish One did debut a couple of days ago, didn't quite have the best of showings, but now he's paired alongside one of his more familiar supports. Maybe we'll get to see that play style and synergy work out a bit better.
Yeah, definitely. I still think it's a big thing they gotta accomplish here, and I always feel bad for young players coming in when they are kind of coming in with the knowledge of, okay, I kind of have to fix this team or find something, or this is going even worse. So let's see how they can cope with the pressure. We do have to talk about other things as well coming into this. I kind of lost my run of show here for a second. I'm just gonna read up where we at. I mean, some of the positives. There's a lot of numbers. Yeah, let's talk about positives. That sounds
for
good.
LNG, and we can talk about Zika as well, because he's always been seemingly the best point of LNG, and a very frequently successful player as well, on a roster that's, you know, 0-5 and not doing too well. Last time these two teams played, he did hit 300 games. Unfortunately, you know, wasn't the outcome with that he might have liked, but I think that Zika, for the most part, has been proven time and time again, literally the most consistent player of LNG, period. And if they're going to find any wins, and if they're going to find maybe just a mantle to call back to, it will come from the top lane, and it will come from Zika.
Definitely. Well, he has some stuff to do definitely in this matchup coming up, but let's talk about LGD on the other hand for a second, because they are in a little bit of a more comfortable position with their roster, of course, not having too many crazy changes going on. So they should be in a prime position to feel comfortable here, wouldn't you say?
Yes, RC Climber, XQW, Savior, and YCX. Coming into the season, we were a little bit unsure about whether they were going to stay at sort of the top of Nirvana or whether they were going to get pushed down by some of the new teams entering in TT and NiP. But they have kind of found their footing, which is really good for them as that middle of the pack can make it to play-ins team. And I think that importantly for LGD, it's not about getting themselves in a position where they can stay in play-ins. It's actually about trying to be confident enough for that play-in series, because realistically they are going to make it to the play-ins unless, you know, a catastrophe happens in the next couple of weeks. They'll be making it into the play-ins, and it's about how easily can they take on that team, because currently we don't have any expectations that any team outside of EDG are going to be able to challenge our top dogs of Ascend. So LGD need to try and shore up themselves, get themselves some really good practice, and give themselves, you know, as good an opportunity as possible when that play-in series does end up happening.
Absolutely, we do have a little bit of a slideshow here for you guys, because of course the social media team on the side of LGD has been working hard, even though it's only been 3 wins. They forced them to do these winner poses, and I gotta say, I feel very inspired by the creativity that I can see in those pictures.
Yeah, you know, you're just doing 1s, 2s, and 3s, but hopefully, you know, they'll get up to 4 by the time they've gone for a couple of double digits. They'll start getting more creative with it, and it's good to see that at the very least there's a team that's attempting to make some form of you know, content around the players, and just giving them like a winner's pose is something that's quite nice. It's quite cute, and also they are, you know, looking like they've got a little bit of synergy in them in that aspect as well, even if they're just all doing the same pose.
Well, honestly, it's very esports, so I like it. I love looking at it. I think it's hilarious. I also love how the chat, you know, is feeling for me being thrown into a double Nirvana day. Thank you guys for, you know, being with me on this one. I just said, wow, what a great time to come back. But nonetheless, I'm very excited. So I hope we're getting bangers, and sometimes chaos is more fun to watch than just clean gameplay. So
absolutely.
Maybe.
The was it 2022 DRX run through, you know, their 4th seed in LCK and playoffs, like that was one of the most entertaining worlds where DRX win, not because the game quality was amazing, but because the game content, like the chaos was always really exciting. And I think that's something that we can hope for, and something that you kind of look for in a Nirvana game as well, where it is low-key fight that are banging after banger, just kind of going band for band and making sure that everybody is on top of their mechanical game, as opposed to, oh wow, they froze this wave for 7 minutes and then the top laner couldn't play the game and that's why they won. This feels a little bit more all hands on deck, making sure that they're getting those really concise team fights more than anything.
100%, and I also wonder for LNG how much creativity you might bring into the draft, because I always feel like when teams are in a position where it feels more back against the wall, they tend to be a bit more creative when it comes to drafts as well, just because they feel like we have to try everything we have. Maybe there is a pocket pick we can throw out. Is that something you would expect from them today already, or maybe a little later?
I think when you're struggling, so on LNG side, when you're struggling, you definitely want to play what is standard to you. And maybe, you know, if there are pocket picks in their back pocket, hey, you know, get that on the Rift, absolutely. For LGD, they've got a little bit more creative license. I'd like to think that Hai Chao's got some deep pockets, probably looks into his mid lane champion pool a little bit deeper. Same to be said for Zika as well. We're not adverse to seeing these top laners pull out some unique picks to find a good answer. But I don't think that pocket picks are something that we should expect. I think that at this stage as well, we have got a relatively well-defined meta of where of what we expect, whether it's fighter top laners, tank top laners, or, you know, Gwen Rumble, and then the rest of the map kind of has petered out into expected, you know, AD junglers. We've got mages in the mid lane. We're going to have whatever form of AD carry. And I think that honestly at the minute ADC is the most versatile role outside of top lane, because we are seeing, you know, Lucians take over some games, and then you are seeing instances where you've got Jhin and Ezreal popping off as well. Yeah,
absolutely. As an AD carry myself, I feel like we're in a bit of a, you know, slump right now, because it's not so fun to play AD carry and solo queue these days. But hey, maybe that's just me. That's a me problem. It's okay. It's fine. But yeah, I'm honestly very excited to see how the meta works here. I've been doing a lot of European leagues. I've been doing a lot of ERLs, of course, and we're always getting inspired by whatever is happening on the LPL and on the LCK. So we're very excited to see what's going to happen today, and I will take all that knowledge with me to the Equal Esports Cup on the weekend, guys. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
Surely you can compare those.
EEC versus LPL, they're one and the same, basically. As we transition into the walkouts here, we've got obviously LNG starting out at 0-5. Looking at this series, they are just really looking for as many wins on the board as possible. A reminder that for Group Nirvana, you need top 4 to have a play-in series. So LNG don't have to move the earth here. They don't have to make it to the top of the standings. They just have to beat 2 teams, get above Ultra Prime, maybe look at trying to take down TT or NiP or somebody who's just a little bit higher above them. I think the EDG seems a little bit out of their reach, but even still, I think that LGD in a good spot as well. LNG, they've got a couple of wins that they're going to need to find here, though, in the back half.
100%. I still feel like Group Nirvana, especially, the lower half of it, is relatively close. So there's still hope. There's still a few games to play. But for me, the most important part is to see how this, new bot lane, if you want to say it that way, is going to perform, because I think it's just such a rough spot to be in, and I truly feel for them. It must be very, very hard, but the players, of course, have taken their seats now, so we're getting closer to the action. I'm not 100% sure what I should expect though, gameplay wise, because I feel like it could either be complete chaos or possibly actually a stomp from LGD, to be fair, because I think LNG are just not in a great position, right? But let's see. I'm just waiting.
It's always going to be tricky, especially for this bot lane of LNG, where you're coming into a team which is 0-4, 0-5 for OVO, and if things don't work out well, it's not like it's on you, but if things start working well for you, that's when you can get a real positive ego boost almost, where you can feel quite confident in that you're making this positive change for the team, and even just a game win would be really good for LNG. I mean, looking at their series scores as well, they've won 2 games over the course of their 5 best of 3s, so only 2 of those series have they actually been able to take a game, where 3 of them they're just completely losing. And on the flip side, for LGD, you look at their series wins as well. When they're losing, they actually lose, pretty quickly. There's only 1 series that they've taken to 3 games where they've ended up losing. And as we move into the draft, we can expect to see that focus, I think, around the junglers still, with LNG getting that little bit of a focused target ban as well of the Viego.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you've already mentioned carry junglers. I feel like that's been the same thing across the world. We have mostly the same bans. Varus still being one of the S tier ADCs that are definitely going to be thrown out. The Trundle is a bit, for me at least, is always a bit of a question mark. Kind of depends on the matchup, but it makes sense to throw it out just to make sure you're going to be fine, because it can be very hard to play into. Let's see what they are rounding this out with. Any expectations for first picks?
We've got currently setting up for a Xin Zhao first pick with the Trundle ban taken off the table. So that could happen with Gwen banned. Rumble priority does increase. And I think that Zika's Rumble in particular actually is very highly sought after. So getting Zika on a comfortable pick, again, we talked about this in the pre-show, that for LNG, getting him on a positive champion that he can make real waves on is going to be that defining factor. Looking at our junglers, we've got Xin Zhao and Wukong still available. Very likely to see a trade for those. But with LGD, seeing their top matchup, they might look for something to answer in the top lane. And with the Yone locked in super early, your Sejuani priority starts to increase, and Climber maybe is a bit of a playmaker for LGD, could look to take that Sedge and help out either Sarsa or XQW in their solo lanes, whoever it is that takes this Yone.
Yeah, definitely. That's still a little bit of a question mark, but they should be, finding a good way to deal with that in the draft. Pantheon, very interesting, because Pantheon got a little nerfed, so he's not as strong when it comes to damage that he does to junglers, or like to jungle monsters, right? Because they were kind of trying to push him towards top lane a little bit more, but that just hasn't worked in pro play. You know, pro players are just like, yeah, you know what, whatever. We're not doing that.
Unless it's Bwipo or somebody, we are not seeing a Pantheon get pulled out in competitive. And maybe somewhere in the LPL we'll find the Rogue Pantheon top lane reaching out. But for LGD, already a very stable 2 versus 2 where they see one target, they'll be able to pick them off. And honestly, as we move into the late stages of the game as well, very good team fighting in particular. That Fate Sealed, the Twisted Advance from Climber, able to lock up one target really easily, set up for that Yone. Will be quite easily set up for, and I think the LNG have kind of doubled down on this pick style of composition. The Pantheon, the Silas, very good single target damage, very good skirmish capabilities, but as we move into these broad scale 5 versus 5s, LNG are going to become more reliant on Fishwan, on Zika, and what they can pull out for the team.
Absolutely. It's also going to be interesting, in my opinion, what they want to go for on the side of LGD here for the bot lane, because with the Silas being your enemy, you really got to think about what are we giving over possibly. You know, we usually see Alistar picked an immediate Silas answer because that's one of the key ultimates you want to steal, so that's definitely something you won't want to pick here at all.
Yeah.
So let's see if they can adapt to that, with the Yunara of course being banned. Very interesting pick. Still a lot of question marks. Have seen her pop off, have seen her absolutely do nothing at all, so not mad we're not seeing her right now.
We got the first Yunara pentakill just yesterday in the LPL, so this champion has gone pretty nuclear over here and has had some pop-up performances, but equally, you know, we know that globally this champion has potentially struggled elsewise also. With Poppy taken off the board, though, you're looking at things like potentially engage supports coming down. I think that for LGD, they probably don't want to take the Rel immediately here because they can't take the Alistar, as you highlighted, because that means then that Hai Chao is going to have a really good ulti to steal. So they don't want to take the Rel because then that just gives LNG the ability to take Alistar, but they might just say that they are not particularly worried either way, take the Rel in the bot side and try for a better winning matchup a little bit later on. Equally, we've still got Lucian available, we've still got so many ADs up and available that teams might want to look for, and I think that for LGD, it's about trying to find something that synergizes with this very aggressive diving forward composition. So I think that the Jhin that they hovered might be a good idea. You might even be able to go for an AP mage for Savior, so a Ziggs down on that bot side wouldn't be the worst placed option in the world. But Jhin, Ziggs, you know, your diving partners or your friends that can help from afar more than anything are going to be quite useful for LGD.
Yeah, definitely. On the other hand side, we're looking to get some hard engage on the board, maybe, but Kai'Sa is the first one that's going to be locked in. And now question stands, what are they picking for support? They did hover the Nautilus, which I think is not the worst choice, but it is going to possibly be the Alistar for themselves, which I think is great, because you're not only saving Silas, but also the Alistar. You're taking away the chance of it being picked by someone else randomly. I do like this. I'm not mad at this at all. I still wonder what LGD want to go for as an AD carry though.
Yeah, something that can play a little bit more safe, something more reserved, you would think, or you know, to keep out of the dive more than anything. Even Azaya has really good value in this game if they want to take it. As I'm seeing that my camera's died, I'll try and work on that. 1 second. Hello! Yeah, so the Xayah does get locked in. No surprises, honestly, with the amount of dive that LNG have picked up. Just taking something that can peel for itself when you've got a roster of 4 divers as well. You know that your team are abandoning you. Like, that's just the case for Savior here. He's going to get... If they start as a 5-man unit, all 4 champions are diving away, and Savior's sat there, no dashes. He's just going to have to deal with it. And then you've got Pantheon jumping on top of you, Silas, Alistar combos, Kai'Sa into the backline. I think the Xayah here is a really solid pick and gives Savior the best opportunities in this game to succeed.
Yeah, 100%. You do have the Featherstorm as that kind of tool that you need. I usually prefer AD carries that can play a bit more proactively. I think with Xayah, it's always this 50-50 flip of do I keep my ultimate and possibly lose half of my health, or do I ult and then not have it for teamfight scenarios coming up. So that's, in my opinion, always a very hard position to be in. But just looking at the drafts, do you have one that you favor hardly, or is it more even than you expected, just draft-wise?
I actually really like both of these teams' compositions. I think that LNG have got a very concise dive style. They are going to find one target. They're going to look to pick that target very easily and then try and play the fights with resets afterwards once those cooldowns have come back up and available. I think that LGD have got themselves something a little bit more of a 5v5 composition. Where they can look to play these team fights a little more, maybe where they can look to play a longer team fight situation that bit better. But both of these sides have got identities to their compositions, and it's all about who it is that executes on them better.
I gotta say, I'm personally leaning a little more towards the LNG draft. I think for me, it's really this dive, this backline dive that they have, where I feel like if you end up catching the Xayah, oof, that's going to be so spicy for you to play with. Like, that is what I expect to see, or that's what I would want to see from this comp. On the other hand, you do have XQW on a pick that can do a similar type of thing, right? Yoon is always very, very good for that backline dive as well, as we can see. Some interesting interactions happening here.
Yeah, YCX there, just giving the wall a good ferromancy, making sure that there's nobody lurking, no Evelyns in the brushes, as Fish One protecting in the tri-brush here, and looking at, again, getting that early vision down. You can see defensive ward placed by Climber on his Raptors, most likely going to be matched by Zhao Feng as well. And interestingly, early ward placed by XQW also, to just see if he gets played in the early stages, if there's going to be a rogue Pantheon gank at level 2, hit that Raptors, hit the red buff, go straight into mid lane. Does suggest that these two mid laners are going to go quite scrappy in the early stages, right? We've got Yone versus Sylas. This isn't a typical game 1 mid lane matchup that we've become used to seeing. This is going to be a very sort of intense 1 versus 1 that they can play, and expect to see those two relatively low HP bars, asking for jungle intervention. You know, flash W from both of these junglers is set up enough, and that could be just what you need.
Absolutely. No crazy early shenanigans though, both junglers in their respective bot side jungles, so they are looking to maybe move towards the top side. I'm actually very excited to see Zika play. We've talked about it. He is possibly the most important player, maybe the most interesting member of this LNG lineup, and I think Rumble puts him in a good position where he can do some work himself. You know, he's not on tank duty. He can actually go and carry a team fight if he has to. So let's see if that ends up happening as the feather pull back puts Ula in his place here a little bit, but they should be fine. Push though on the side of LGD. I think that was to be expected, especially when we talk about Alistar not being a champion for the first few levels in the game. More of a minion, maybe.
Notoriously, Alistar the weakest level 1 support that you can find, and especially in this AD carry matchup as well. I think back in Season 8, so 7 years ago at this point, but Xayah was the go-to answer for Kai'Sa, just because it's really difficult for the Kai'Sa to navigate the laning phase with all of the feathers. It's quite tricky for her to position safely without getting rooted up and then comboed, but a good early little laning phase for OVO as well. A reminder, this is his first game competitively in the LPL, so getting to be paired alongside his AD carry that he played with in the LDL is going to be really nice for him. And a quick litmus test as well. Didn't fail his first Alistar combo on the big stage. Always a bonus, looking at how comfortable you can be on those picks. He's got a lot of pressure in this game as well. He's going to be their leading source of engage and trying to find those multiple member knockups and maybe even just peeling for some high profile carries as we look up to the top side here. Climber already looking at Zika underneath this turret, and Maokai, remember, can drop aggro of these turrets very easily.
Yeah, but they're being a bit more careful with a new wave coming in. I think it would still be very early to go for a dive here, so we can see Climber deciding to go for the reset rather than actually going for a dive. I think Climber profits from the ultimate, but here we can see action coming through. He's pulling back, has to flash out, but still in a sticky position here. They can still move a little further forward, but again here as well, only level 4 available. Gotta be careful. Don't
good flash
it.
From XQW here, waits out the timer on Haichao's abscond abduct, and honestly, Haichao staying here, he's a little bit risky because he's very low on mana, will have enough to probably Kingslayer and then E back out to safety, but if XQW just gets a little bit of vision and a little bit of support from Climber, he can make this mid lane really punishing, really difficult actually for the AD carry. OVO here actually doing a really good job at holding the wave. It means his AD carry misses 1 melee creeps experience and now gets to be back in the laning phase, really just unchecked, as YCX and Save, you're going to need to try and find a different recall timer. Really good job from OVO just as a small mechanical bot lane thing to make sure that his AD carry doesn't miss out on too much, and that now Savior and YCX are in a little bit of trouble as well, because this bot wave might get frozen on them, means that they're going to have to overextend in the lane, and can't really ever find a recall either.
You can see Savior deciding to go for it. Possibly, no, never mind, he's not. I love how they bait you sometimes, you know, they're like, maybe I'm going for a backport.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not going for a backport. They're deciding to stay, but they are on a little bit of a ward there, as you can see. A public execution being used. First ultimate thrown out here. Doesn't really do too much. Zika, of course,
almost 6 as well.
Yeah. But we can see maybe a bit of a turn here. OVO not really getting the chance to move forward. Rel with the mobility, just able to make it out in time.
Yeah, and you can see OVO still hasn't based, right? This is the first recall, but neither have Savior and YCX. They're desperate to try and find a recall because they're currently playing with item disadvantage, and even though the HP looks good, Savior's not really got any mana to try and push this advantage, and Fish1, you know, has got a lot of attack speed. Don't think that it's really putting too much of an advantage in the isolated 2 versus 2, but he's just constantly going to be able to try and hold the wave or control what happens to it. And now finally with this recall coming through for Savior, he's going to have a bunch of gold. Probably picks up, you know, depending on the build that he goes for, either Essence Reaver or the Yuntal, but could get a BF Sword if he wanted it, would be in a much better spot in this laning phase, and does exactly that. So suggests that you're going towards that Yuntal Wild Arrows, means that you're going to have a very, very solid outcome in this laning phase, especially when the Kai'Sa now sat really weak in the 1 versus 1 in terms of AD carries, and with just attack speed as well, that value really high.
Leo finds Climber in the jungle here, and we can see everyone moving in a little bit, even flashing out. But nothing too much happening. Damage output is not quite there yet, but here comes the ultimate. XQW has been, in a position where he can survive that underneath the turret. It's going to be very interesting to see who's utilizing the ultimates better in this scenario, because essentially both of them have the same one.
Yeah, Xiaofeng though, he's on vision here, and Climber is being routed here.
He's definitely going to get caught out a little bit as OVO is moving in as well, but YCX is, of course, in the area to make sure that Climber stays safe. Doesn't lose too much either, so that should be okay for the time being.
Yeah, and Haichao has sustained that early laning phase, and you know, now the power of Kingslayer is really coming home to roost, as XQW with no TP really doesn't want to have to go back to base. Just kind of trying and fishing for these little bits of experience, and even trying to find a couple of creeps as well, using the shield from that W to try to farm up and last hit, and now even YCX coming into the mid lane just to help push out the wave, just to act like he's doing something, as Haichao doesn't really care.
OVO is here as well, did use the spellbook TP, so it is a 2v2 now. Both of those mid laners have lost a decent bit of their health, but you know, with both supports roaming upwards, they should be fine. But it's of course also a preparation to go for the Void Grubs here. We don't see the lanes, but we just see both supports roaming towards that mid lane, giving a little bit more of a reassurance. And so far it looks as if LNG are in the better position to go for these grubs. No big interest from the side of LGD to contest it even. So maybe they will move more towards bot side again and try to go for the first Drake, because Dragon stacking can be a valid option as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is you know, a small thing for LNG, but it's coming off of the laning prowess from Haichao. Because he's able to push XQW out of the lane, it then means, okay, OVO can spellbook TP in, it forces YCX to show his hand a little bit earlier, but actually they're not able to push that wave all the way out, get XQW a good recall, and Haichao is able to stay in the lane, push his wave out, and be present at the Void Grubs if needed. Also, the fact that Fish1 moved up from that bot lane into the mid lane, he sacrificed a little bit of his time down in that bot side to make sure that he was in range for a killer instinct if a fight were to break out. And LNG just committing A with their bot lane and be with a slightly better advantage from the mid lane means that they're very easily able to get those Void Grubs, and without any recompense as well, importantly. Look at what LGD got on the bot side. There was pretty much nothing. A little bit of time for their AD carry, but outside of that, they didn't get the dragon. That's still up and available, and with recalls coming through for Zika now, he might look to try and teleport either back to that top side or with a full wave crash under the turret, can walk out to top lane and then be a part of the fight down bot side. Does elect to teleport in, but he's in a really strong spot, so he can probably bully out Sase as well, push out that wave, come down to this dragon, as we can see both teams now posturing at least around the bot side of the rift.
Well, let's see. None of these top laners have their TPs ready, so it's going to be a 4v4 situation, at least for the time being, if that's what they want to go for. Hachao steals the Nature's Grasp. They are looking to find something here. Rel is going to be the target. Nature's Grasp coming out, but the flash will bring them to safety. Oh, we do get a hit onto Climber, so he's getting beaten with his own weapons. Has to use the Nature's Grasp in a defensive way here. But in the end, that should be enough for the moment to put LNG in a better position to go for the Drake if that's what they want to do. But LGD immediately moving back to the lanes, trying to push out these waves, and therefore forcing LNG to find an answer to that.
I will say that LNG have got a really good pick composition, but LGD have got Savior, who's really strong right now.
Ooh, TPs are coming through. Feather pullback finds the root. OVO should be going down here. Finds another headbutt. Can he manage to get out somehow? No, but it's only the support kill. So maybe that's the good news for LNG here.
Yeah, YCX doesn't need to take that, but you know, finds first blood. Doesn't really matter in the long run. This is going to secure Dragon for LGD. And what you got to see there is a potential preview of what's going to happen later on in this game, where a lot of those ultis get expended, or a lot of the pick tools get used as Sase.
Yeah, does not quite hit the public execution here. Zika, of course,
one minion.
Equalizer to clean the wave, but that should be enough with the flamethrower. Going for the kill, Zika gets it. LNG are kind of putting themselves in a decent position here, especially when you understand that Rumble with Void Grubs, when he actually gets to hit the turrets, is an absolute menace. We cannot forget about that.
Yeah, the overheat and the extra attack speed that comes from that is very powerful. XQW able to find a couple of plates down on this bot side for themselves, though, so it's not a trade for nothing. A lot of gold going into the Yone, who, you know, in fairness, had previously been struggling in this mid lane matchup. Is going to get another wave uncontested, be able to recall, find a very good timing to get back to base, as well as what looks to be a third plating down on that bot side. There's nobody here to help YCX, and Hachao is posturing like he knows that, so doesn't really mind all that much. And I think that, again, to highlight what these two compositions are looking to do, LNG happy that they can look for skirmishes, for picks, for very small trades, quick in and outs, whereas LGD want to take fights on the timers where those ultimates aren't available, where Silas isn't able to pick somebody off, where the Pantheon can't find an isolated target. In those situations, LGD are going to be in a much better position, and LNG are just looking for those small picks. We saw that they found one on the top side, and we saw that when they failed to find one down on the bot side, LGD could punish.
So far, it's still relatively close. We've seen the trade and objectives, so one Drake for LGD, the 3 Void Grubs for LNG, both of the teams having a kill. And both of them doing a decent job to get something on the side lanes here, but we can see there is a bit of an issue here with Xiaofang just being a little far forward, but he should still be able to pick up the grub. The grump, rather.
And it's really important as well. This is the stage of the game where our AD carries have been put to mid lane, about who can actually find priority in this mid lane. And right now it's Fish1. Despite the fact that he's down in gold, his build path has been much more efficient in terms of getting to that first item. You can see that he's rushed straight for the Kraken Slayer and has magical footwear, where Savior opted in to not go for the free boots, or has effectively picked up those tier 2 turret boots already, so setting himself back. You know, a lot of gold early on. If he'd have spent all that money on a Yuntal, he'd have that first item finished, could maybe contest for priority. And the Kai'Sa can move out of mid lane much easier as well. Using that killer instinct is much easier and means you get to those fights much faster than Savior ever would like to.
100%. Witzika going just wide here. You gotta respect it. We do have the Herald spawning in a few seconds, so I wonder if they're going to go for a little bit of a fight there. I know everyone in chat was a bit disappointed that there was no Clown Fiesta fight for the Void Grubs. Maybe we'll get it now. You know, maybe, possibly it could happen.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
far.
looking across the board, we've got first items pretty much completed. It is literally at this stage just Saviour and the supports who don't have that first item picked up. But for Saviour, it's really tricky for him to find that recall timing without having priority in the mid lane. He can't really ever push a wave and then recall, which is how you lose nothing essentially. And with the Kai'Sa just sat there permanently pressuring, it means that Saviour is either going to need a little bit of help or he's going to have to take a suboptimal recall timing and not really have the opportunity or the tools with which to fight around this Herald.
I do like though that they decided to get Zika to move into XQW, because we can see both of them have done amazing jobs on the side lanes. You know, if we look at this top lane tier 1 turret and of course at the bot lane tier 1 turret on the other side, which XQW should be able to pick up here with the first turret there for going down for LGD. That was a good rotation for them. But LNG
Herald start.
are in a good position. It's almost gone. They need to find something now with the Nature's Grasps.
OVO!
Pushing against each other, but they are going in. Zika's trying to find something. OVO putting the headbutt onto YCX. He's now going on with the Magnet Storm from the side. We can get the ultimate public execution also flying. They are looking to fight the fight. Sase picks up 1 kill, but they're going forward with the killer instinct, and that's the double
he wants
coming
it.
through. Now underneath the turret, they don't want to stop just yet. But most tools have been used. No flash, no ghost on Fish One anymore, and therefore it's very hard for them to move forward. But they end up getting the feat of warfare. They end up getting the Herald, and now they will be able to open up this mid lane, which is extremely important to move further forward in this game.
Yeah, and despite the fact that honestly this team fight looks a little bit sloppy and a little bit mismanaged by LNG, they're the ones that come out on top. Looking at this replay to begin with, they're in between two minds. OVO tanks the Nature's Grasp, triple knockup, but his team are taking that Herald. Fortunately, he's Alistair, he's got Unbreakable Will, he can tank for a long time. But then this Equalizer just zones off Saviour, and then yet again, with the Fate Seal getting flashed and a double knockup coming through from OVO, he's able to protect the team. And Xiaofeng Zika on this entire team fight are able to free fire. Fish One flashes the Fate Seal, so he's able to get over the wall and free fire as well. And I think this is really well played mechanically for LNG, even if their ideas about going into it weren't fully fleshed out.
100%, and I think it's very, very good for them to put themselves in a decent position for this early game. Top lane turret, we mentioned it should be falling as well, sooner rather than later. But with this mid lane being opened up, it puts them in a great position to go towards this Drake as well. But we can see LGD, they are willing to contest this. And we have XQW on the side. If he finds another beautiful ultimate, maybe there's something that LG can do. But the TPs are coming through and they don't want to give this one away. Xiaofeng is able to pick it up. So that's the second Drake going over to the side of LNG. And I think those small wins actually matter a lot here. Not only for the momentum of the game, but also probably mentally coming in as a little bit of an underdog in the series.
Yeah, absolutely. LNG, taking that second dragon coming into the series, as you highlighted. As a team 0 and 5, we don't expect them to put up too much of a fight, and then if they can find their first series win, absolutely would be thrilled by that. But up against an LGD roster who have found themselves relatively consistently. Yes, the last time these two teams played it, went to 3 games. We did go the distance, but expectation is that LGD will be able to find this win, and in the series the expectation was that they'd be coming out on top, but for the time being LNG have done a very good job. And yes, we've seen a little bit of the odd mistake here and there, but they are coming out on top in these fights, and LGD haven't quite got to that stage where they are able to take their big 5v5s. That's what their composition wants, as YCX here to protect XQW on the top side. Whether he's enough protection isolated, we find out is yes, and with Climber just lurking off in the wings as well. The protected play on the top side by LGD is well executed, and looking to defend this top tier 1 is a good idea for them. Give XQW that little bit of a bastion to farm under. But you can see that with that bot tier 1 going down, there's always having to be somebody from LGD responding and making sure that they are in the correct side of the map so that they're not just constantly chain losing waves.
It is a little bit of a second to breathe. Atakan will be spawning, but I don't think that's the objective you want to hit right as it spawns. It's usually a really bad idea, so I don't expect either team to actually go for that, right? I don't think that's That's the goal here. But yeah, I think side lane threat is going to be very important. Also, nice to mention, Xavier, of course, has the Junta completed now. So there is a chance the next team fight can go a little bit easier for the last one there who didn't even have his first item completed. So not much you can expect him to do, especially on a pick like Decisive that is just not quite as proactive in these early scenarios.
And he's farming really well here, Xavier, right? Like 208 CS and just dinged into that 20-minute marker, going to be able to find himself a very real advantage in terms of those CS numbers. Will once again draw your attention to those items and the disparity, as I do think that Xavier is now about to go back to base and finish up the Void Flicker Blade, so we're 2 for 2 versus the AD carries.
Yeah.
But with that Atacon spawning, you know, we're maybe thinking that there's a potential play on that top side, and even if you can just find a pick onto the jungler, find a little bit of an advantage in vision, try to set up for that pick, LGD might look to try to take this fight again. The Xayah is a massive counter to everything that LNG have looked to put down, as XQW and Haichao now in fighting. Oh,
well, that was not that big of a fight. That was just a solo kill right there, if you want it that way. OVO is exhausted, has the flash of the wall, but should be fine. But that is, of course, an angle where LGD can say, let's start this Atacon, let's see if we can get it. Maybe they can turn around for the fight because it is an absolute numbers advantage here for them. They're using the Nature's Grasp as a little bit of a zoning tool here. They end up getting the Atacon. Both the Magnet Storm and the Public Execution are not quite hitting where they were supposed to, but I think it's
cold?
It's a little bit fine. No, Zika should be okay. TP coming through now as well. OVO again caught out here a little bit. Has to find some time. Has to use the ultimate again with the equalizer coming through as well. We can hear the barriers being used. Saxe has to flash into the pit. OVO still alive somehow, but we can see the ultimates going through into the backline, and now it is LGD who are able to clean up the fight. Climber getting those kills on the board for them. And here suddenly it turns around, and we are back in a position where we possibly have to worry about LNG.
Yeah, Miller, I'm a little bit confused. LGD saw their mid laner die, or saw the enemy mid laner die, and just thought, oh, we can take any fight that we want. We start off with the replay of the 1 versus 1. XQW comes into this with a level advantage, and it's just a difference of hitting the skill shots, right? E goes wide by Haichao, and he can't really take that fight. But this skirmish that they're taking here, LNG, is down numbers. Xavier's exhausted, knocked up, and stunned and rooted back. Like, everything happens to the Xayah that shouldn't. But they're able to win this fight regardless, and we get to see really why the Xayah can be so prolific in these team fights, why it's such a good pick. Because it's able to, yes, get punted into the face of 3 enemies, but able to survive nonetheless. Now LGD, I think, with this really good advantage, they've staved off the aggression timer that LNG are going to have with this pick composition. And now if they just group up and look for pretty much any fight, they're going to be absolutely fine. And I will say as well, with XQW being as far ahead as he is as well in that side lane, he can look to take fights up against Zika, look to take fights up against Haichao. And we can see in the picture-in-picture as well that he's taking fights up against OVO.
Yeah, and he can just do it. Look at him, he's half-lifed. He didn't even do too much. It's crazy. Honestly, that entire team fight scenario put them to a 2k gold lead. Just like that. Crazy. Actually crazy. Haichao now looking to at least pick up this turret here as a little bit of a cross-map play, but yeah, it's more of a consolation prize considering that you just lost a huge fight and of course had to give up the Drake too. And yeah, I guess LNG, they gotta take a big breath, right? They gotta sit there and be like, okay, that was a bad idea. Let's take a breath, reevaluate, regroup, and then maybe the next team fight they can play a little better again, because I don't think you should fight 4v5. It's just not a good idea.
Yeah, I think the thing to remember for LNG is that if they can find a pick, their composition still functions in the same way. Where if XQW, Sasa are caught out, they've got a lot of CC, they've got a lot of lockdown to take down one target. So those side lane plays, whilst we've been advocating for XQW to make plays on sides, he needs to always know where members of LNG are, as Climber's spotted Xiaofeng.
Ooh, beautiful public execution being used as the engage tool here. That should be an easy kill. Climber with the next one, 3-1-2 now on the Maokai. And I think that was the first ultimate I saw Sasa that actually, you know, hit, like, well, for a while.
Well, he forced
But,
Xiaofeng's flash with the last one, and this time he
fair,
lines
okay,
it
yeah,
up and
fair,
says,
fair,
you can't flash this one. And
fair, okay. Nature's
an
Gas
okay
coming
spot.
through, of course. But it's being blocked, nothing much. That will be done with that. And we can see Zika just picked up a turret in the side lane. So I think that's still one of the best things for LNG to play around, right? The side lane pressure, they have the 3 Void Grabs, they have the Rumble. There can be something to work with. And I think it's probably one of their best calls for the moment to actually just keep that push alive.
Yeah, the one team fight that we saw won out on for LNG was when Zika was a little bit unchecked, had a really good time of things in that team fight without feeling too much pressure. Now Hao, the focus.
Well, he has to go golden. The rest of the team able to maybe come in as XQW is still coming through. Equalizer being used. Hechao has to be careful.
This is
OBO
good
is trying
for
to buy some
LNG.
time, but they are actually trying to get some kills. Yes, XQW ends up getting the pick here, but the kill is going over to the enemy jungler, and now they're at the numbers advantage. Now LNG can try to turn it around. Feather pullback coming through, buys some space, but now with the tempo here coming out as well, as the Feather Storm, he's trying to stay alive, manages to do just that, but Sasa now the next target. He will be burned. In the end, it's Xiaofeng with the kill. And that is a good comeback fight here for LNG.
Yeah, and look at the timer, Miller, here. This is 4 for 1 in the fight, and LNG can turn straight toward the Baron. They've got no jungler to try and smite fight contest. This Savior has got no ulti, so Bovio just looks to try and knock up the Xayah. Should just fall.
Saviour's trying to get something back. YCX over the wall now. Finds the engage, will be able to pick up OVO himself. Now they still have to be careful with Zika. And Xiaofeng, of course, being in the area. TP coming through to the mid lane as well. But that's great for LNG. If we look at the gold, it's swung around once more. And now LNG are in the lead. It's a tiny little lead, but it's enough for the moment to put them in a better position again to push forward on the map.
And I want to highlight here how scrappy this team fight is. It's never 5 versus 5. Haichao in stasis waits out a lot of the timer from XQW so that when he goes back to his soul, it means that the climber is a little bit isolated in that 1 versus 1. Haichao does a really good job at buying time, despite the fact he's the one who ends up being caught to start this all off. On the top side of this fight, what we don't really even see is the Rel getting caught and not being able to contribute to this fight at all. By the time LGD converge, it's a 2 versus 4, and Sasa's left to the Wolves. Savior, I think with a little bit of a mistake after the back of this, where he tries to contest around the Baron, ends up losing his flash in a 2 versus 4. If he'd had his flash, you know, this Drake fight might be a lot easier for him. So now going to have to try and play this team fight on the edge without having that summoner spell available is going to be very tricky.
Also, decision making, of course, a little bit of a question here for LNG. They do still have the Baron, but it would be the sole point, so they do want to contest
Good
this.
equalizer.
Coming through, they have to use the Feather Storm immediately, as well as the Nature's Grasp. OVO trying to buy some time. Here comes the Pantheon. Public execution not quite hitting where it's supposed to, but they managed to get some damage in the backline. It's XQW once more, but the question still stands. Can LNG trade something back? The damage on the side of LGD is just too strong, but there he goes! He's going in! Zika flashing forward, playing it aggressively, but in the end it's a triple kill for the Pantheon.
It's a triple for Xiaofeng.
I mean,
but
this is looking good!
I mean, Sasa dies under this turret here. Xiaofeng has enough HP to try and tank this up, unless he takes the 1v1 with Zika.
He is taking it, he will end up picking up the kill, but only to die himself. That's the ace. But now turn towards the Drake, go for the Drake. Please.
With the Baron as well, they can take this turret. Looking at the death timers, they've still got plenty of time to take both, get as much as they can from this position, push that lead as far as possible. It looks like Xiaofeng, they're looking to recall. They've got Baron recalls to get back out onto the map, and looking at those death timers, they're not going to expect LGD to contest with Sasa being dead for 25 seconds. And this looks good to start off with for LNG, but remember, we thought that LGD had this teamfight composition, and this looks incredible. As we see, you know, great absorb of the engage by Savior. He pulls the feathers through on the same timer as XQW finds a double knock-up with his ulti. All of the things start off well, but once again, it's Zika left unchecked. He's overheated, wailing away on autos, and again, flash forward with Flame Splitter available and overheated, goes golden, so there's no response. The combos and the mechanics from LNG just proving to be that little bit better. and that the gas in the tank for LGD wasn't quite there. We're going to get to do it all again, though, Miller. We've got the Drake live, ultis are back up and available, and we're going to get take 3.
I mean, we do get a Drake taken here for the side of LGD, so that's the sole point. But we are now going into the backline, and there are the ultimates that are hitting this time around. But maybe LNG are trading something back. We can see the damage coming through from Fish One as well. Looking good. Can go further forward. They are on the hunt again. The flamethrower out. Feathers are being thrown as well. Pullback not quite available. So therefore they need to be careful, but the root's coming through a little late. Hachao has to go golden, has stepped a little far forward, now has to move out of the way as Zika is trying to deal some more damage. OVO in the area as well as Zika now has to go golden. OVO with the headbutt trying to buy some space, buying some time. But everyone is dropping extremely low. Jesus, these fights are sending me into a mental breakdown, honestly.
It's so close on both sides. It's coming down to these small skill shots, and the smite advantages, or the smallest advantages I should say, is, you know, one harpoon catches Savior and it changes the course of a team fight. If it goes wide, Savior feels safe to step up. Same to be said on the flip side here, where Fish One is looking for these engages and actually looking to try and find flanks into the fights, using that killer instinct. But YCX here thinks that he's throwing himself away as he just baits Zika out. Catches actually a double knock-up, and again, credit to Fish One for being able to actually get himself out to safety. As soon as Sasa goes in, he's ending up pretty much dead in an instant. And then the attempted re-engage for LNG doesn't quite yield as much fruit as they would have liked. Hachao goes a little bit deep and does end up having to burn his stasis, and means that the rest of LNG end up having to come in to save him. And at this stage, Miller, even though we've got a 3k gold lead for LNG, doesn't feel like either of these teams are in a convincing position. We've got 3 items across the board for all of the carries, and when we look at how these fights are going to play, kind of as theorized, it's coming down to who's playing them better.
That was a ballsy TP coming in, but immediately the answer coming through as well with the Pantheon ultimate. Hachao in the midst of everyone again. He picks up a kill against Zaya. That's the main damage dealer gone. But the question still stands as the ultimate comes through, having to use it defensively here, XQW. But the turret is very, very low, and LNG, I think they forced them far behind, or like further enough to actually go for the turret here.
Yeah, they're far enough back that they can just take that turret. Baron spawns in 7 seconds, and with Savior not live for another 20, is that going to be enough? It's a 4 versus 4. Importantly, a really good deep ward. Spots that they haven't gone to the Baron yet, so LGD, they're not going to get baited in by this bush bait. Another great fight, though, by Hachao. He's been a bit inconsistent in this game, been the reason that some fights have happened in that top lane in particular, getting caught out once or twice. But in these fights, if he's able to trade his life for Savior's, that is a fight that Hachao should take every single time. The consistent DPS is coming from the Xayah, and Savior, the real tool to be a problem for the LNG composition. If you can take that down, that's something to do every single fight.
I think we can see, you know, the game plan that LNG drafted for themselves actually working out very well with that. You know, it was that backline dive that they wanted to go in with, picking out the enemy carries. I gotta say though, XQW is doing a great job at, you know, mimicking that for the side of LGD. We're now the first ones to start this Baron, and LNG, they have to look. Maybe they can find a way in, but they don't really have any vision. It's pretty dark.
I mean, if LGD just take this for nothing, that's...
Wow. That is... I have questions.
That's absolutely criminal.
Why? What am I witnessing? Guys,
that is
what's
daylight
going on?
robbery. Yeah, and then, I mean, they know they've dropped the ball here, LNG.
Stupid. I'm sorry, but it looks so stupid. They are ulting in, Void Seeker into the bush, no one's there. Well, yeah, because you were on a bad timer, my friends. You messed that one up. And now they have Baron for the next Drake fight, which would be the soul for LGD.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, all of the good faith that LNG had earned in this game, all of the momentum, just kind of goes by the wayside. And again, to reiterate, LGD love going for 5 versus 5, broad scale team fights, but Hachao's found a flank angle here. I will highlight as well, there's a GA for Fish One, so they're going to have to take down the Kai'Sa not once, but twice. Both side lanes looking for flank angles. Sasa on one side getting marked by Zika, Haichao on the other. Let's see if he can find a way into this skirmish.
Now they're looking for it. Zika's still waiting. Has still got the vision on Sassy. Now Haichao over the wall. Maybe he can find something. Zika's being zoned up very well here by XQW. That's an important tool that will be gone. Yeah. Zika has to go golden. And now they're in the pit. They're trying to buy some time. Nature's Cross coming through as well. XQW has to ult out of the way. But who is going to get the Drake? Someone should be going for it as Hijao kicks the kill. Down. And the Drake is going over to the side of LNG. Good save. Important for them to actually fight for that one instead of just watching it go down. But again, positioning. So important for them.
LNG have just again swung the fight back in their favor. With a 3-for-1 in favor of the team that are not with the Baron. So now they'll be able to break open the base, probably get an inhibitor, and with 30 seconds on Savior, 30 seconds on XQW, they're not going to look for more. I think they might have been able to look for a little bit extra. They take the inhibitor and are happy with it. But once again, Miller here, the gold, it swings in the favor of LNG, and we're getting these team fights that are just a bit weird.
Honestly, I don't even know. I don't know. At this point, I don't know. I'm with the chat. I'm like, both teams are winning and both teams are losing at the same time. I'm not sure what's happening.
XQW takes some initiative here, but Zika's Zhonya's actually does a really good job at keeping him alive. This snapback would have killed him. But LNG are ready to focus the Yone. And you'd think that that's good, but Fish1 overcommits into the pit and back out again, so he can't actually find this kill. And in the back half of this, he's not actually doing any damage to any meaningful targets. He gets slowed up by the Maokai and can't actually contribute to the teamfight in a meaningful way. This is a 4-item Kai'Sa for LNG. And despite all of that, LGD still lose. Savior falls, and once again, it's with Flash available, or maybe not with Flash available, but now he's got that Flash, he needs to be much more conscious of where he is. And I think that looking for Savior and how well Xayah can contribute to these team fights is going to be the massive part of why LGD either win or lose.
I also feel like that the moments when LNG actually put themselves in a position to move forward on the map, they profit a lot from these 3 Void Grabs they still have, right? So we just saw that siege that they did on the mid lane where they were able to pick up the inhib. So much impact coming through from the 3 Void Grabs as well, which of course only works when you're playing from ahead, and for a while there, they have been holding back a little bit. They weren't able to hit these turrets. Now they're moving further forward on the map, and yeah. I gotta say, I think they are in a way better position to do this, to win this game, than LGD are at this point. I don't think the Xayah pick is working for them. It's just not quite aggressive enough. And it fell behind quite hard after the first 2 kills that Fish1 was able to get in one of the early fights.
And I do want to keep track as well that this is a dive composition for LGD. Other than Savior, all 4 of these champions want to go forward. How well are they doing that in tandem? And I think that importantly as well, one of the things that's maybe been missing is Sasa in these team fights. If he's not landing that public execution, trying to get into the backline as an ambassador is going to be really difficult without that ulti for access. So making sure that you're keeping eyes on the ambassador in these team fights and seeing whether or not that ulti connects is going to be a very important deal. Because the ambassador at this stage, 3.5 items with Death Stance, more of Malmortius and an Eclipse. All of these items are defensive in some nature. Sasa has got so much frontline buying power where he can just absorb damage and try to be a part of the frontline for LGD to give space for Savior. And if that doesn't happen, that's when the problems start to arise. You can even see here feeding gold into the Ambessa, trying to get to that Guardian Angel in time for this Baron. Has got teleport, so any gold that the Ambessa can find is going to be much appreciated. And with 40 seconds on the Baron, a minute on the Dragon, whoever wins the fight around the Baron is likely going to be able to take the second one as a secondary prize. Doesn't look like Sasa's been able to find the gold just yet. He's pinging that he wants to go for the Krugs. If he can get that GA in time, maybe there's a world for LGD to try and take this fight. but it's going to be a very close run thing. If we look at the setup around the Baron, they've got enough vision there as Savior may be caught.
Stolen Nature's Grasp coming through. Savior has to go for the Featherstorm and the Flash, as now the Exhaust is coming through. YCX is trying to buy some time, but Fish1 gets the kill in the end. OVO on the other side is trying to buy some space, and that should be game, as they're now going for the backwards, and they're going gold, and the public execution won't hit. And underneath the turret, maybe they can trade something back, but the damage output on the side of LNG is just too big. It's just too good. Yes, you can go gold, and yes, you can go into your Zhonya's and GAs, but it does not matter, as LNG are looking to pick up their first win in this series. And I gotta say, it was surprisingly good at times.
Yeah, LNG come away with game number 1, and really happy that they're able to punish the mistakes of LGD. Savior there getting caught out for a second time in these team fights where he gets hit by the Nature's Grasp. That then allows for the follow-up for all of that engage to come through, and then he ulties late, flashes late. The power of this Xayah is that you can just pull, you know, your ulti when that Nature's Grasp is coming through. Yes, it feels a little bit rough, but you've trade ults with the Maokai. It's not the worst thing in the world. Instead, you get caught by it and lose the game. And then you think, oh, well, I should have ulted earlier, but it's already too late at that point. You know, Sasa, once again, not quite timing his public execution well to land as they're coming out of stasis. All of these small things, the little bits of, you know, mechanical misplays from LGD, costing them big time.
Yeah, and I feel like LGD actually, they did have great tools, right? They did have the Vombo combo potential. If you actually hit the public execution, the Magnet Storm, you know, Yone going in with the ult as well. That's such nice backline dive that you have on paper, but they just could not make it stick. So sad.
Yeah, it does feel bad to see that be how LGD lose, where, you know, realistically, if they'd have been able to just use their hands a little bit better, those team fights would have been a lot closer. But for LNG, we're more than happy for them to just go, well, that's game number 1 in the books. That's our 3rd win of, you know, of the split so far. They've only found 1 win against a team that wasn't LGD, so I think they'll be feeling pretty confident going into game number 2, and maybe expecting that they could just look for a series win here. Again, when LGD lose series, they lose them pretty quickly, and they typically do just get 2-0'd.
Definitely. I think it was not clean by all means, right? We did see that LNG were struggling. They did give over catches every now and then. I think their early game was a little wonky. Yeah. And then in the mid game, they got their footing more and more with every team fight that they played. It felt like they became more and more secure in what they were doing, and that ended up winning them the game as well. But there was always a moment for me where I felt like LGD can come back from this. It was never a safe bet, LNG's gonna win this.
Yeah, and I think honestly that does come down to, for me at least, it comes down to how that Xayah should be played and the power that the Xayah can have. And that actually, when you've got the Wombo combo of Yone plus Maokai plus the Xayah feathers coming through all of that, that realistically their 5v5 team fight is actually very, very strong. And unfortunately, they just weren't quite able to execute on that. And I think that importantly for LNG, the fact that they were able to punish and that they were able to take this first game is that really big ticket win, and is important for their mental, and important to look at that early game and look at, actually, we did make these mistakes here, we made those mistakes there. We can see on the gold graph, you know, 25 minutes in, we're ready to write this one off as an LGD victory and go to game number 2. But again, looking at the damage dealt to champions, I think the unsung hero here, again, Zika, for LNG, just constantly able to perform in team fights.
Yeah, 100%. I think it makes absolute sense that this is the player to watch on that team. It also makes sense that people are like, man, I wish he wasn't a team that could give him a bit of a better, you know, starting point to begin with. But he's been definitely performing extremely well. With also, look at the kill participation. Come on. He was there at all times. But so was his jungler. So I think across the board, that's a decent stat to go with.
Yeah, and we'll get to see some of the highlights of this game as well, as, you know, we didn't really start fighting until pretty late on into this match. But if you want to keep your eyes on Zika just to see how he's doing damage this entire time, equalizes down across a few people here, and unfortunately this is the fight where it doesn't quite work out for LNG. But even still, the majority of this damage had been done by the Rumble that is coming through in these skirmishes, and I think that with LNG taking game number 1 here, as they move into this second game, you know, they've no longer got Zika Rumble in the back pocket, and I think that the fact that they lose Kai'Sa as well, just from having played it in this first game, diving a little bit deeper into those champion pools is going to need to obviously happen, but maybe put LNG a little bit at a disadvantage, let's say, going into the rest of this series. As I think that Zika Rumble has been so good this entire season, and the fact that he doesn't get that for the future games is going to be something to keep track of, and maybe puts them at a disadvantage.
So you would say that champion pool might also be an issue, or is it really just the execution of the champions that will possibly still be available?
Yeah, I think that we just know Zika Rumble to be way too good, and the output that he can have in a game on any champion is always going to be immense. But I think that his output on a Rumble is just crazy. Like, it is game warping, as we saw in this fight, and as we see in so many of the fights, that Zika Rumble does just a little bit too much more than Zika on the majority of other champions. Because Rumble's a really strong champion at the minute. Maybe if he gets his hands on Gwen, then we can see something like that, but that champ is probably just getting banned. Yeah,
definitely. So the question therefore is that also your player of the game? Would you say it's gotta be Zika, or was it someone else that also gave you the feeling of, oh, that person definitely was a fight decider, even if it was like cleaning up or setting up, like, or is it Zika for you? What's your feeling on that one?
If Haichao hadn't have had so many instances where he actually got picked and caught, I think there's a couple of team fights where he comes up huge. I think, honestly, for a first-time performance on the LPL stage, OVO didn't have too many shaky moments and looked pretty impressive throughout, so I wouldn't be against that, but I do think that just for the consistency through team fights, Zika probably will just nail this, and you know, he was always pretty solid in the laning phase and will probably just take the MVP.
Yeah, definitely. I love that, you know, the chat is pointing out the Ambassa again. I know, guys, okay? I was just as frustrated. But it's not fair to point it out every time. It is a skill shot, okay? It is a skill shot. I want to see you guys hit that ult all the time. Doesn't work like that. No.
Probably
it's a roughie.
One of the more difficult skill shots to land. You know, Varus ulti is the one that comes to mind as ones that people frequently
100%
say goes wide. The amount of times we'll miss that because it's so slow. But yeah, Ambessa as well with the wind up, you can get a little bit dodged out on. Either way, Sasa not quite having the performance that we would expect from LGD in game number 1.
Yeah, definitely a little bit rough, as we are now hopefully getting to see the player of a game. It's the MVP, it's Zika. I mean, not a big surprise, I gotta say. For me, definitely also the standout player. You know, with the kill participation we've mentioned already, it just goes to show that whenever he joins the fight, things can turn around. He didn't end up picking most of the kills for himself, but he did end up setting most of it up. So I'm happy with that decision, right?
Yeah, a very solid pickup for our MVP for game number 1, so not at all sad about that. And I think that with Zika, you know, like I said, going into a good game number 1 performance, we need to carry this momentum through into game number 2.
Yeah, definitely. Before we go to a short break, we have a little message for you guys. So if you would like to support the LPL English, please consider becoming a Coffee member, because Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English projects, since the vast majority of our contributions will go directly to the show. So a lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also pays on-air talent and content creators. So please subscribe to our Coffee, the link is in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. So definitely make sure to check that one out. We will now quickly throw it to a break, take a breath, just as both of the teams are probably doing it right now, and then we'll be right back for the action for game number 2. back to the LPL English, everyone. I'm still Miele, I'm still joined with Root, and we're still in the deep end of Group Nirvana with our second game coming up. But before that, I have a question for you, Root. Have you ever wanted to play just like the pros in your own solo queue games? Because I sure as hell would love that. Because you can take the opportunity and learn directly from the pros themselves. That is whether your rank, the best way to start climbing, now is to schedule coaching sessions at prodiff.gg, and you'll work on one-on-one with active or recent players in the NACL, the ERLs, or the LTA, and they will teach you how to play like an actual pro. That's crazy. I mean, I would love that. I would need that. So you can get personalized coaching from the pros today at prodiff.gg, and you can also use the code LPL10 at checkout to save 10% and also support the LPL English broadcast, which I think is a great deal. And I definitely should do that because I'm hard stuck in silver. So maybe I should ask a pro to help me out.
Hey, you know, sometimes we need a little bit of assistance, and hopefully we can get some assistance as well on how well LNG are looking to play in this series. And I think that with some of them pros being, at least first time out on stage, we should be praising and highlighting quite how well they were able to perform. I think that OVO on his first game of Alistair had a really standout showing, was fine in the laning phase, finding multiple good knockups during team fights and keeping people safe when necessary. As we move into game number 2, though, we can see that the majority of the bans have remained the same. The Viego courtesy ban versus LNG was thrown in there, and then the Virus and Yunara makes it into the first round of bans. So we'll get to see what it is that gets picked up this time by LGD.
We also, of course, have the side swap, which was to be expected. I mean, blue side win rate is still sort of a thing, but, well, let's see if they can end up making it work as we get the Azir first pick, and then, of course, the Taliyah as the straight-up answer into that. Very interesting. Ooh, I love Wukong. Wukong, Taliyah, I take it any day of the week. I enjoy it. Xin Zhao, of course, still open. Is technically a good matchup. I think Wukong always comes out on top just a tiny little bit in my experience, but I think it's what was to be expected, right? One gets picked, the other one gets picked as well.
And post level 6, it's this jungle matchup for me is the difference between jungle playstyles, where Climber can have impact from level 3. Xiaofeng, we're looking at probably level 6 before the Wukong can do something in any lane, really. So far, this draft has already taken quite a good team fight shape for LNG, where LGD, just by nature of having this Yorick, are now set more towards moving out to that side lane, using the Yorick and the pressure that can generate for you as a way to carry out the rest of these fights, and a way to carry out this game by making pressure on a side lane and trying to draw in a 4-man of LGD. Moving into what we can expect from the rest of the draft, there are obviously a lot of support bans heading onto the screens for the time being. Braum responded to with a Rel, with a Rakan, excuse me. We know that Rel and Alistair are both taken off the board, so Nautilus and Leona are your go-to engage style picks that you can go for down on that bot side, which we've seen proven to be quite successful. I think that versus a Wukong as well, having the Alistair, or having the Nautilus, excuse me, on LGD side, I'm a little bit disincentivized, because if you hook the Wukong, he can just use the clone to block it.
It's going to be very interesting to see what they pick up for the bot lanes here, with the Nautilus, of course, not only being hovered, but probably also locked in. Wouldn't be surprised. I think it's a good one to secure for yourself. I think my question is what Xavier is going to go into the game with, because his last game was very, very rough. I can see some people wishing for maybe Zeri or Sivir here. Sivir, in the end, is going to be it, paired up with the Leona right then and there. Does that make you feel better after that game 1 that was a little hard, or is it still a roughy McTuff?
It's going to be difficult regardless, and I'd just like to see something a bit more consistent. I mean, we've still got a couple of skill shots in the back pocket for LGD that they're going to need to land, as a Jinx gets picked up for Fish One here. So we are moving into a very teamfight composition for LNG. Versus LGD, who have largely done the same. I mean, the late game scaling on both of these sides is pretty big. Whenever you see a Jinx, though, it's all about killing that first target, and I actually really like Jinx Nautilus as a combo, because it means that you can typically CC and blow up one target quite well, whereas LGD have got a very good front to back composition, Outside of this Yorick, I mean, I think Sasa here is a little bit out of place. And it does augment how LGD are going to look to play these fights, because yes, the Yorick can act as a bit of a front line, but he doesn't really have as much agency. If you were looking for a front line, we could have just taken Sion, we could have just taken Ornn or something like that, and then this LGD comp looks a lot nicer, really. All in all, it does mean that LGD are going to have to probably play more 1-3-1, look on those side lanes with the power of an Azir split push and a Yorick split push, and then when we get to LNG side, they're going to be the ones blow up the first target, snowball the team fight with Fish 1 on Jinx, and that should be your way to victory.
I gotta say, I think Jinx is such a crazy hyper carry pick, because no matter if she falls behind in early game or not, once she hits those 2 kills in the team fight, she gets excited, you know, she can clean up the entire map. And I think that's definitely something they have to keep in mind on the other side here, especially with Savior being on a pick that, in my opinion, takes a little bit of time to actually make it into the game. You know, Sivir, relatively slow in the early levels. She does have that shield, you know, she does have the tools to become a very strong champion. But I don't know, I feel like for me the emphasis is on the has to become a strong champion rather than strong from the get-go.
Yeah, it's Sivir is a champion that just takes quite a while to get to where she's looking to be, and if you can't get there, you don't really have that impact, really at all.
So let's see who's going to make it work here. LNG, of course, looking for their first win in a series. It would be such an important point for them to, you know, kind of make it back, maybe get into those top 3 spots. And then LGD, on the other hand, they are looking to turn the series around, because game 1 definitely didn't go to plan, but it was quite the back and forth. So everything is still possible. Everything is still out in the open. So I'm excited to see where this is gonna go. I honestly, I actually hope we get more carnage than last game, because the early game was underwhelming. It was slow. Yeah. Like, what happened there?
You're quite right that I mean, for this game in particular, we're looking at Climber, and I think that this is when LGD have looked maybe their best, is when we're looking at the Xin Zhao and when we're looking at their jungler to make plays happen early. If we get to level 6 and Climber hasn't at least burned a flash in the mid lane or made some moves to be aggressive on the map, that's when we're going to be a little bit sad and maybe a little bit disappointed, because that's when Xiaofeng can start to respond and start to do just as much work.
Chat seems to have a very strong opinion on that one, because they decided LGD is going to win. Almost 150,000 channel points invested. Stonks for you guys. Let's hope it pays off. But
that's the power really that comes from having an opponent that is effectively 0-5, and
right.
Like I said, last time these two teams played one another, it did go to 3 games. We're in the we're in the double round robin now, so we're in the second half of that. So we get to compare the last 2 times these teams played against one another, and it was a similar situation where we went to 3 games. LNG were able to find a match win, but importantly, this was with a different bot lane, right? We had LP and Zhuo in the bot side, but now it's Ovo Fish One who are, you know, to all intents and purposes, the better fit for LNG. It's what they've found either more scrim success with, what they deem appropriate. They are currently looking like a decent enough bot lane duo. I mean, the Kai's performance in game 1 wasn't inspiring by Fish One. It didn't take over, but it did the job that it needed to. And I think that this is going to be a real litmus test for LNG, because this is a Jinx. This is where, or a champion that you have to take over with.
Yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree. I'm also looking at Zika as well a little bit, because I feel like Renekton as well can be a very strong pick, as we can see the first engage is coming through here on the spot lane. OVO has to be a bit careful. Fishon trying to trade something back here against YCX, but nothing too crazy going on.
Leona's just so crazy that trying to trade into Eclipse is just never going to be beneficial for you, so...
Yeah.
Early trades looking like they are going the way of LGD, and I will point out as well that Savior going for a bit of a callback in the bot lane here. He's going for the summoner heal, as we do see a split map, and now LNG with this wave getting crashed under their turret, they're going to be under fire.
Yeah, definitely. They're looking to get something down. Fish One has to use the cleanse, and the flash will end up going down anyways. That's the first blood coming through for the Sivir here, but they will trade one back, as you just said. TP coming in now as well. And now with Hachao in the area, I think they should be fine. Maybe he can look to go for more.
For LGD, they will absolutely take that. They lose their support in favor of taking down the enemy AD carry, making sure that Fish One loses out on that massive wave under the turret. He's going to get maybe 4 creeps in the mid lane. Experience for all 5, yeah, so he gets a bit of a wave, but he would have been much happier to take his own bot lane wave and be in a good position in that respect. So a big win, and you can see as well with First Blood going over to Savior that now the LGD AD carry has got an opportunity to, I'll say, redeem himself after game 1.
Yeah, game 1 definitely was a roughie. Not really a lot he was able to do there. We can see a little bit of a lane swap for the moment, but of course it's going to be swapped back as we speak. With, of course, Fish One OVO moving back down towards the bot lane. Drake now also on the map. Hasn't really been too interesting in the first few minutes of the last game, so I don't expect anyone to really go for that Drake super early on. I think prior towards Void Grubs is going to be a little bit more important again, so let's see who's going to take their attention towards that instead.
And again, when we're looking at our junglers for their impact right climber already, you know, we asked for pre-level 6 action. He completes his full clear, he moves down to the bot side, he dives in the bot lane, and now Xiaofeng, I think that trying to do this onto level 5 versus level 6 time, and it's very small here. Sasa is going to ding 6 on like a couple of melee creeps, so LNG need to go immediately.
Yeah, and they are doing so. Zika now moving in, he has to place the cage. Still not level 6 though, and now we're going in with the Dominus. Flash out being used. They're tanking a bit of turret aggro here, but Zika should make it out just fine. The clone, of course, used as well. And therefore, that's a nice kill on that top lane. Going over to the Wukong. You take those for sure.
And again, you look at the wave that's being lost. Sasa, no TP here. He's going to lose out on, 2.5 waves, but look at bot side.
They are going for it again. Fish One has to be careful. No flash, no cleanse. But Climber actually has to stay away a little bit as now OVO is moving forward. Tries to find a little bit of a route, but Fish One ends up going down. Now the question is, who's taking the turret? No one. They actually make it out alive, all 3 of them.
It looks incredibly botched, but fortunately enough, YCX able to take aggro the second time round. And once again, take down this Jinx. No summoner spells for Fish One. Anytime that a wave gets crashed again, Leona early game is crazy. She can just tank the turret for so long. And even though it's Savior who tanks it the first time round and they have to reset, they have to go again for the dive, it becomes even easier when they find that dive the second time round. And we can see that the advantages are getting larger and larger down in that bot side. Savior goes back to base, picks up a 50 CS cull, which is incredible to me that you'd buy a cull so late into the game, but he knows that his game is going to be quite easy from here on, and he's got the time and he's actually got the gold lead to take this pit stop without making it difficult at all for him to be relevant in this early to mid game.
And we can also see a few lane swaps coming through right now as Fish One has of course moved up towards the top lane, and on the side of LGD they have swapped their bot lane towards the mid lane. So everything is getting a little funky here. They are of course preparing to move towards these Void Grubs, trying to create some numbers advantages there. But both junglers are still not too close to that area, with the Grubbies of course only spawning in a few seconds. YCX, are you looking for something? Not really.
Just doing a little wander, just making sure that everything's as it should be. As Fish One seems to have found himself a comfortable home for the time being where they can farm up quite safely, and the lanes do look a little bit goofy right now as Xiaofeng fancies YCX.
Oh no, the hook went too wide! And that did not end up working out. Oh, that hook, that hurt my feelings, that hook. That just, ugh. That was uncomfortable to watch. One Void Grub going over to Climber.
And now they've got to try and re-engage the OVO, maybe a little bit split actually.
Yeah, he's able to tank quite a bit of damage just fine. Also Hatchout, of course, making it work there, zoning everyone else away. So they end up trading Void Grubs a little bit. 1 Grubby going over to LGD and 2 going over to LNG, which is fine. You deny the stack for the feats of strength, right? So that's okay. Overall, could have gone worse, could have gone better for either side, I would say.
Yeah, and I think that LGD will still be taking this as a, not an outright loss. We saw XQW take a plate down on that bot side, so he's getting gold on the Azir, right? A little bit of free time for the Azir to farm up. He's always going to be good. Again, reminder that we expect this LGD composition to be okay in a 5 versus 5, but really thrive in that side lane split push aspect. With a Yorick, with an Azir, they can look for these side lane plays. But I think that with Azir Sivir, you can just always team fight. Like, as long as the Yorick is a body, he just needs to buy a little bit of time for the 2 DPS threats to pump out damage later on. And with the Jinx being so far behind as well, and with Fish1 being forced almost into this Kraken Slayer build path, the Jinx is going to take a long time to get online as well.
Waves being pushed out on the spot lane. Drake's still not of any interest. But we are, of course, kind of wondering who will have the upper hand here in this game. 10 minutes in, no crazy shenanigans. Gold is almost dead even, 2 kills each. So I think everything is still unclear. I gotta say though, XQW, because you just mentioned the split push, last game for me had such an amazing impact on the side lane, and I think that's something he can easily replicate on this pick, you know, on the Azir. So that's definitely something to look out, especially because I'm not sure how well you can match it in this scenario on the side of LNG. Last game they did have an easy time matching it with the Rumble and the 3 Void Grubs. I think this game it might be just a tiny bit harder.
And I think importantly, you know, in terms of answering that split push, we could look to Zika to maybe do it. But, you know, he's going to struggle versus an Azir. You know, you slice and dice onto the Azir and then you get shuffled away and all of a sudden all of your gap close capability is removed. But for a positive for LNG, we look at the top side of their rift, right? LNG, 10 CS up, 400 gold to the good, and actually looks like they're able to start this dragon. I don't know that they'll be able to get away with it as easily as they think with a contest from LGD here.
Hook connects onto YCX as the solar flare now is coming through. The Drake is down, it's going over to LNG, but here's the question. Can they win the fight as well? It's looking good, but the kill's going over to OVO. He's trying to get something done here as the ultimate flashed by Hachao, and therefore no one ends up dying on the side of LNG. They secure the Drake, they secure the Field of Warfare. It's a decent start, I take it.
They are pushed back, so they're gonna not have opportunity to push any further forward, but a kill and a dragon, and they don't lose anything for it. It's a very good play by LNG to get themselves that little bit of gold. Yes, like you mentioned, it falls onto OVO quite unfortunately, but it's a little bit more gold, shared assist gold as well between the squad, and despite all of that, a lot of flashes from LNG as well, and this is the power of having had a relatively slow early game. So the Jinx is already excited for this fight because it helps take down the dragon. Unfortunately, Fish1 slowed on DPS here because he gets knocked by Hao Chao's wall, but he actually baits in the Xin Zhao E, and then as soon as the swoop comes through from XQW, double flash from the mid jungle duo means that they are absolutely safe, and effectively XQW flashes in for no reward. It is a little bit of an advantage that goes the way of LNG.
I love how LNG just thought, you know, we're getting in a new support in OVO, but actually they got a new carry. That's the 2-0 Nautilus for you guys right there. That's the new carry of the team. Has just arrived. But yeah, the gold lead hasn't exploded yet anyways. You know, it's still completely even. Nothing crazy happening.
Yeah, quite a slow pace for us so far. Flash for flash.
Ouch. Yeah, flash for flash is good. The hook though might be similarly painful as the public executions of last game, but they are looking to go for a 4-man dive here. They are throwing back themselves to the Fish1 with a very nice Atomic Death Rocket coming through from the downside of the map. Another hook missed. Yes, we love to see it. We can make a compilation out of that one as we're now going in with the Cyclone. Crescent Guard buying some time, but the damage output is huge. Now they have to be a bit careful. Have to step back a little bit, but Savior ends up going down as well. They will take OVO with them, but still.
LNG are looking like a massive fight under the turret. They got 4 for 1. They lose OVO, who honestly deserves to die for missing those hooks under the turret, and he'll, you know, think better of his throwing his skill shots next time round. They even pick up first turret. Zika's able to get down on the spot side and catch this wave, might even defend the tier 1 turret for the time being. And a lot of gold going into all of the carries of LNG as Sasa just takes a massive chunk. Haichao takes into half HP before the dive even happens, and they realize actually we can kind of 2v1 this on the side and find a double underneath the turret afterwards. Savior tries to get in here to try and save the day, but ends up just throwing himself away as well. As YCX flashes on top of Haichao to try and keep the Taliyah rooted under the turret, but again, the entire time, Fish One is free firing, and Kraken Slayer's finished for the Jinx now, so we've hit that crucial 1-item spike and can actually deal DPS in these fights. Big win for the LNG side, and working their way quite quickly, it feels like, toward a 2-0 victory.
Well, let's not jinx it. You know, I'm going to be very careful with saying that, because the caster curse is real. It happened too many times before, so I'm just not gonna say anything about that. But it's looking good for the moment. Let's put it like that. They have gotten themselves a tiny little gold lead. 2k. I mean, it's not that tiny actually. Now that I think about it, that's a good lead for the first 15 minutes. You definitely take those.
And importantly, if LNG keep on deathballing, I do think that they'll be in a pretty good spot to take this game, right? They've got a Jinx who's, you know, not quite ahead of the curve, but is not keeping herself, is no longer as far behind as she was previously, and for the time being as well, seems to be in a good position in these team fights to be able to keep herself alive and to be able to contribute to these fights. And with the positioning of Xiaofeng as well, I think, on this Wukong, who's been really instrumental in finding LNG's lead so far. I do think that the buying of space and keeping Fish One alive has proven to be a successful venture for LNG, as they did take that Rift Herald uncontested. They're now going to look to maybe place this in the mid lane or try to find Savior as he steps up to try and clear the wave. But with the Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, LNG have got their eyes set on not just the first neutral objective on the top side, but this one down on the bot side as well. As getting a second Dragon would be very good for them to all begin that stacking process and put them at 2-0.
Mid lane turret, of course, still extremely healthy here for the side of LGD, so maybe with the help of the Herald, you know, forcing some pressure onto the map, that would be ideal. We can see Xiaofeng still in his jungle, still occupied. It's now moving towards the river. And I do like, however, the chat also mentioning the scaling factor on the side of LGD, because there is still a world in which after, you know, let's say the 20-30 minute mark, this whole thing can swing around. The Zika is now getting engaged underneath the top lane turret, maybe Super Mega Death Rocket going just wide, but ends up zoning LGD anyways, and therefore, once more, uncontested objective for LNG, because LGD are too busy looking for something on the other side of the map. I'm not sure I like that.
Importantly, I like the idea that they're trying to make a play on the other side of the map. What I don't like is that they didn't go for anything. They walked up to the top side, realized, I guess, sort of evaluated that there was the Renekton under the turret, and then decided, actually, no, we don't want to go for this, where that effectively just means that they've got some good vision on top side, and that's about it. They were sharing experience in the mid lane as well, so XQW and Savior don't get as much of a leg up as they could have done into the game, and that really just means that they don't get anything, and the LNG are actually just pushing themselves ahead by not just the gold, but also now in those intangibles by securing the Dragon, securing a couple of grubs. They've got the Rift Herald as well, which Xiaofeng has been constantly posturing around this top side of mid lane to try and put it down. But now with LNG, with a little bit more focus between the mid lane as well, might expect to see them put it down now and try to make a bit of a siege play.
We're getting the Formula 1 Herald. Let's see if we have a good driver here. It's looking good. Hits just where it's supposed to. Has to flash out of the Solar Flare though. Turret doesn't end up going down. They don't have enough Void Grubs, of course, and now the clone is the one being found. But they're going forward. Climber has to use the Crescent Guard, but we can also see the ultimates being used from other members of the team. But there's not really anything coming of it. So
yeah, on the hunt,
it's really just...
Now there's not as much in the tank for LGD. Still got that Emperor's Divide, but fighting down on the bot side as well. In the picture-in-picture, Sasa trading heavily with Zika. He might be the focus.
Xiaofeng stepping forwards, does still have the Cyclone available. Won't end up using it as, of course, the cage is kind of blocking it. But they're looking to pick up another turret here, which I think is still fine. You know, still get something. out of everything you just invested. So I think
Yeah,
on the side of
XQW.
LNG, you're still comfortable.
They'll still be fine, and they, make a proactive play. They're going to take a turret down on that bot side. XQW teleported back from, also he recalled mid lane, teleports out to the top side, knowing that he's going to have a window to get this tier 1 turret on the top side. And I think that for LGD, we've highlighted that their scaling in this game is going to be present. They've got the Azir, they've got the Sivir to do that. But XQW is getting a lot of gold. He's getting a lot of the resources. He got the tier 1 turret down on bot side. He's now TP top lane to get that tier 1 turret as well. And we look at the individual gold disparity. Yes, he's only 15 CS ahead, but he's actually 600 gold to the good. And it's in owing to those turrets and to the structural gold that he's been able to find as well.
Definitely one of the factors to look at when we come to the later stages of the game. Azir, of course, known to be one of the best scaling picks when we look towards the mid lane. But we can see the wave clear coming through from Savior here is also very, very decent. So definitely something to not underestimate.
Yeah, Sivir's ability to farm is pretty mental, like just going into camps and taking them out in the blink of an eye, same thing for a wave. So finding gold on these carries is really easy. And it's about whether or not they can leverage that in these team fights. We already saw that the ability for LNG to buy space actually was pretty good as Climber engages onto Xiaofeng, and just Flame Chompers alone pretty much isolate the Xin Zhao. And now Fish One sat with that Phantom Dancer as well, 2 items on the Jinx. He's got a ton of attack speed. Now actually just needs to start building up some AD.
Oh, VO, you're making me scared with the solar flare coming through. Doesn't quite hit the target, but now we get the depth charge coming through onto Savior. And the question is, can they actually do something? OVO stays alive. But here come the minions. The ghouls are in. Don't end up actually getting the kill. And we see another fight where they invest a lot, but don't actually end up getting any kills. But with the wave coming in, maybe LNG. But they step too far forward. Doesn't look like it. They're moving away.
Yeah, 45
45 seconds.
Drake. Exactly, on this Dragon. OVO maybe a little bit more nervous for this game than he was on the Alistair. You can't, it's not a skill shot, the headbutt pulverized combo, it's a timing thing, whereas this time on the Nautilus is hand and the mouse aim not quite as on point as we might have liked. And the fact that he was able to live there, honestly, I'm very surprised by, but a combination of block it plus W does keep the Nautilus up and alive in that situation. Whereas now, LNG playing a bit of a game here. Are they going top side? Are they going to go bot side? Remember, there's no tier 1 turret here for XQW, and he's pushed forward.
Oh, he has to be a bit careful. Has been spotted.
It's going to be a
They're
big
now
fight.
moving in. Come on, go for it. Oh, beautiful ultimate though. Very important to use the Empress Divide there. That actually ends up being enough to force them away. I guess they just wanted to get out the ultimate, maybe force something here from him, and now they're looking to go for the resets.
I lied. It is not going to be a big fight. They're actually just going to let him scoot away and do nothing.
Well, you know, sometimes that's better. Doesn't hurt your eyes as much. Depends on who plays, but in this case, I think, hey, maybe we're good without the fight. Maybe
that may be
okay.
true, you know. But Dragon spawning now in about 5 seconds time, already live as a smite from Climber just yoinks that from under the nose of Zika. 2 items for both of our AD carries, but I will highlight that Savior has got Infinity Edge plus Yuntal, which is a very AD heavy build, so if he's able to auto attack, will do a lot more damage. But again, LNG, they've got this Jinx, so finding that first kill with the Nautilus means they can start to snowball through the fights.
But the Dragon is melting quite fast as the death charge is coming through again from OVO. But the Solar Flare hits into the backline and now they're going in. Can they connect on this with the Cyclone coming in from the side as well? They're doing some damage. Look at Fish One. Fish One's almost untouched. He can just fire away straight from the backline. But in the end, it's a double kill for Zika. Fish One now has to be a little careful. But he ends up going for the triple. And Fish One will not end up actually getting the kill. That's a little sad.
Chao's got him.
Maybe Chao is going to, you know, come on. End this misery. End it for us. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's the ace. Wow.
Plus Liandry's take down the Yorick and LNG ace LGD. 4-12, a 4k gold lead. And despite the fact that we've got 2 item Azir, 2 item Sivir, that's not enough to get through Zika and Xiaofeng in these teamfights, causing so much chaos, just making the lives of their carries absolutely miserable. It's a good engage from OVO to start this off, but double depth charge onto the backline, and look at the follow-up. Look at Renekton in this team fight. He teleports into the mix of 5 people. Xiaofeng as well, straight on top of the Azir. The Renekton straight on top of the Sivir. And in terms of late game output, Sassy not able to do nearly as much to a Jinx on this Yorick as you would have hoped, as really any of LNG, or LGD rather, would like to see.
For me, it's also a factor of how long Fish1 was actually untouched in that fight. For the entirety of the first 3 kills, no one touched him. Which is insane, because that's exactly the type of front to back, the type of reset play you want to go for with the Jinx. So, honestly, very nicely played by LNG. They did a great job at that, but you gotta give it to Zika, you mentioned it. Now we're looking at another fight coming through. Solar Flare doesn't quite hit. And the death charge again, hitting onto the backline, straight onto XQW, which is the target you want to hit. Of course, the damage output. He should be safe, but there comes Zika. Zika picks up the kill. Fish1 as well in the mixes again. And this is, I mean, honestly, it's becoming a crazy snowball for LNG. Look at the gold. It exploded. We're talking 5k gold lead at this point. Maybe LGD can look for something more with, of course, the Atakan doing some decent damage. Maybe LNG have overforced it. Maybe LNG have gone too far because LGD are coming back to clean up the mess that LNG left.
He's going to get zoned away.
There is no way.
He can't even get in. So LGD here finding a little bit of a reprieve, and around that top side, just giving an advantage. And actually, with the Baron being live, they're going to look to double on up on those neutral objectives. Their jungler's dead, but there's no vision for LNG. They know that this is going down. You can see the Spidey senses are tingling. Zap from Fish1 will confirm it. They can't finish this. Climber has to get here. He's got the Hex Gates to get over, but Fish1's getting zoned. He can't keep Wing over. Xiaofeng needs to get in.
Oh, super mega death rocket coming through, but the Solar Flare connects nicely on this one.
Stolen!
He's going for the steal. He gets the Baron. He pays with his life. But I think that's okay. Man, oh man, the LPL is alive and well. This is, yeah. What did I actually expect to happen, honestly?
And LNG go from having a really solid position in the game to then losing out on the Atakan, to looking like they're going to lose out on the Baron as well, to getting rescued by their jungler. This all looks really good to start off with LNG. They find the engage onto XQW, they force him to hop over the wall, get out of the fight. But once again, look at where Zika is. He's causing so much carnage in the front line, and he's able to find 2. But this is where LNG overreach. They've been whittled away by the Atakan, and Savior, XQW, and Sasa are all full HP. OVO goes in here. He gets taken down by 1 Ricochet just on the back half of this, and Haichao falls as well, which means that actually LGD are able to take this, and Xiaofeng, I don't know how he gets enough damage down. You can see that LGD, they stop DPS, but he gets it with a Q and a smite, and I think maybe the combination, as we go back to live, YCX is dead.
Oh yeah, that's such an LPL type thing. Replay straight into next team fight. It's kind of split, as we can see. The River
Sasa
being an entirely different play here, but is already good killings for Hachao. Picks up the double kill. Now Sasa is dead. He was wall coming through, but I think it should be just fine. This is Soul. This is the Soul if they get it.
50 seconds and TP is available for Sasa. It's about what LNG want to do. Do they want to reset and be in a good position, or are they looking for more?
Ooh, beautiful. Let's try something with that Empress Divide. Doesn't really do too much, but the damage output is there. Maybe now, with Xavier being actually, you know, a damage dealer, they can turn it around, but he ends up going down himself, and they have to be careful here. LGD now not full numbers for the Drake that's coming up, and it's the Soul. You want to contest it, but is there even a chance for you to do so?
They traded 2 for 2, but they lost both of their carries. XQW and Savior are both dead. With teleports available and the Baron buffed recalls, you expect Haichao to be able to get out and back onto the maps. This is how this engage started. I mean, YCX, I think he's looking for Fish1 here, but ends up connecting onto OVO, gets flicked back under the turret, and just absolutely in no man's land. Xiaofeng knows that he can compete with Sassy in this fight, as he's just, you know, really not too strong on the Yorick, unfortunately. He's had a bit of a stinker game again, and finds himself caught out, taken down, 0-4-0 on the Yorick, not really having the impact that you would like. But remember, XQW, he's going to have to TP in. Savior has to walk from base. This is still a 5v4 in favor of LNG.
Let's see if they can actually end up doing it. Drake has been started.
Yes,
we're looking at Zika. Zika is moving in from the other side. He's trying to close the gap. He will be spotted in a dry bush now as he goes in. They're going forward. They're hitting the backline. Savior is down once more. The hook connects. but the Drake is not the target here. They want to play the fight first. Climber gets a kill back on the other side of the fight, but it does look as if Xiaofang and Zika are doing God's work here. They pick up the kills. It's another ace, and then they go towards the dragon. Pick up the soul, and I have bad news for you, chat. I think your channel points might be gone. Because I fear you made the wrong decision.
Sasa tries to mark Zika, but what is an Undertaker to a Crocodile who is an absolute Goliath in this game? As Sasa goes to mark Zika, he just slices through him, dashes onto Savior, and in tandem with Xiaofeng as well, the timing and the collapse from LNG is so perfectly coordinated that LNG can't lose this fight. Look at Zika here, he just walks up, walks through Sasa, doesn't even bother. As soon as the Dark Procession comes down, he dashes over, and at this point, Xiaofeng's already, you know, in the backline, wreaking havoc. I don't really think that Zika did anything to the Azir, it was all the Wukong, as he's able to do damage into that backline, and we don't even get to see what happens on the front side of this fight. Just knowing that Hai Chao and Fish One can quite handily deal with a Leona, deal with a Xin Zhao at this stage in the game. Now with a Soul at their backs, a top tier 2 under fire maybe, but Sasa, what are you doing?
Oh, Weaver's Wall coming through. Sasa has to flash over it just to stay alive underneath the turret, but that turret is dropping very, very low with the new wave coming in. They are looking to push it further. They will take it down. They also have a wave coming in through the mid lane, so they are definitely, you know, building up the threats all across the map. Baron in about a minute, so that should be the next target for LNG here to actually open up the enemy base. Because I think without it, it's still going to be a bit harder to play. But look at this Jinx. Jinx with the flippin' Hextech soul. That's disgusting. Disgusting. 3, 4, 16. Holy cow.
Fishon may not have got a lot of the kills, but he's certainly been contributing to these fights as, you know, zap after zap typically landing, and the Flame Chompers have been doing a lot of work when buying space. But for the LGD side, you know, looking at how easy it is for them to play these fights, you always have to remember they've got a Zia Sivir. You can't count them out, even 10k gold down. A Sivir, when this Mortal Reminder gets finished, is going to do work across this LNG roster. When XQW finishes that Void Staff, he'll have a good burst of damage to go down. It's all about the fact that LNG so far have done so well at focusing those carries, have done such a good job at isolating the Sivir, at isolating the Azir, and making the rest of this LGD composition feel effectively useless.
LGD, they have to find a way to get something back. Maybe here. Another nice flash by Fishon, but we get the Solar Flare. Now they can connect to the backline. They will get the Jinx. That's such an important piece of gold for them. The Crescent Guard already used. So much invested for that one kill. They just lost 4 ultimates for that.
I mean, that's still worth it. If they can get the Baron off of this, absolutely. But Xiaofeng's got a flank. Zika's coming from one side, the Wukong from another, and XQW is in the middle of this pincer that's trying to be set up by LNG. They don't know that the Wukong's here, though. They're trying to get eyes on before they start this, and I think they've recognized that, yeah, Baron's just a bit too much. We can't walk into that choke. They'll have to settle for a tier 1 turret. They'll have to settle for a reprieve in this game. A massive shutdown onto the Jinx, and Fish One using both summoner spells still goes down. And it's LNG who, you know, they stumble at that crucial moment. Fish One gets picked.
It was supposed to be over. I feel the same way, chat. I feel the same way. It was supposed to be over, but we're still in Group Nirvana and we're still in the LPL. Is it ever really over? That is the question you gotta ask yourselves. For the moment, LGD find a pick, but it's not quite enough to set up for the Baron here. And now with everyone again on the map, I think LNG are looking to get this Baron for themselves. They haven't lost it, that's the good news.
But they can repeat ganks and go for plays now onto Fish One. He's got no flash, just on the hunt plus a climber flash. You know, that's enough to find a knock-up if you've landed W or even if you look for this Jinx, the connection with no flash is so much easier to find. But now LNG forcing the issue. They're looking to try and play this double off angle with OVO on one side, Haichao on the other. Wall now to stop their aggression.
Beautiful Weaver's Wall. That Weaver's Wall is beautifully placed, but doesn't end up being enough as Zika is getting chucked down a little low, but he's going straight into the backline once more. XQW
Gets the
ends
Azir!
up going down, and it's the Zika show.
And he lives!
More. He gets the kills, he lives, and it's another good one here for LNG. They don't actually end up taking the Baron. They are looking to end the game right here, right now, and they are looking to pick up their first win in the series in Group Nirvana, the split. And I gotta say, it was surprisingly convincing with all the stumbles, all the tosses and turns. They ended up dominating this game too. And they deserved this win. So GG's to them, and I feel very sorry for everyone who just lost their channel points.
LNG 2-0 LGD in Group Nirvana. Your 0-5 team find their first victory in Group Nirvana. This is the turnaround that they need in that second round robin to put themselves in a bright spot and to maybe play for one of those play-in positions as we look at the remainder of this season in split number 3. LGD with a couple of relatively uncharacteristic missteps, but honestly, it's the LNG solo laners that come up huge in these team fights. It's Zika on one side, Haichao on the other, and I think Haichao this time round with just a little bit more consistency looked much more convincing on the Talia. Zika 10-0 and 11 on the Renekton, getting into the backline, one-shotting YCX and XQW as well. Both of them just completely obliterated, making sure that the Renekton not only gets his access to the target, but stays alive as well, like playing on the very limits, the very edge there for the Renekton.
I gotta say, for me, it was again Zika changing the outcome of the team fights, right? It was similar to game 1. As soon as he enters, as soon as he finds a way straight into the backline, taking out especially also the Sivir and of course the Azir, everything turned around. It was so much more playable for them in that very moment. And I mean, I was joking, you know, in the break I was like, ooh, am I going to witness the first LNG win? Here we are. I gotta be honest, didn't expect it, but I'm quite happy with it. On the other hand, let's quickly talk about LGD, because something definitely went wrong there. What is the biggest takeaway for you? What do they have to work on going to the next series?
I do think that Sarsi in this series really underperformed. Typically, we've seen him be quite a, I'll say just stable top laner. He doesn't ever seem to strike as one of those top laners who's going to go out and solo carry you the game, but not typically lose you a game quite as maybe blatantly as game number 1. And in game number 2, I think it was a bit too team-wide, the issue that we ended up seeing. It did feel like the Yorick didn't fit, right? They were looking for a blind pick top laner that they looked for, and Yorick was their answer. But then we look at the rest of the composition that they ended up drafting. They've got Azir, they've got Sivir. What they need is a massive front line. They don't need a third split or a split pusher to look out on that side lane, or somebody who's not going to be able to find access to the back line or even just peel their team.
Yeah, 100%. LGD, therefore, of course, now 3-3. I think they're still in the middle pack of the group, which is okay, but they gotta be careful, because we've talked about it a little bit in the group standings, because there is a clear top spot, and everything behind that is relatively close.
Yeah, I mean, coming out of the end of the round robin, we had a very nice cascade effect, really, of 5-0 through to 0-5 with each of our teams. And we had a very distinct hierarchy. But LGD and LNG have now just thrown caution to that. They've removed that from contention. As, you know, LNG now starting to find a bit of a bounce back, and as LGD still in a good spot for play-ins, but a loss versus LNG will not only knock their confidence, but also is a win that they would have been expected to take in the Group Nirvana, and the fact that they've not done that, it is going to cost them pretty dearly.
100%. They are still, for the moment, ahead of TT, but that can, of course, change with the next series coming up. Let's see how that's going to go. For now, I gotta say, I'm still super happy for LNG. I think it's a very tough spot to be in, especially bringing in these new players. And even though we gotta criticize the hooks in Game 2 a little bit, maybe a little much, OVO did a decent job, right?
There were a couple of really good picks, and I think that, you know, the starting to the team fights where you just need somebody to press Q on Nautilus and start a team fight. Like, he did that, right? You know, the hooks that we saw, they weren't astronomical, they weren't game-changing, but they started the fights and they got the ball rolling, which, you know, in terms of the support, sometimes that is just all you need. It might be a little bit of a shame that coming in for the bot side, you know, they're this new bot lane in Fish 1 and OVO, that they don't have the turnaround performance that's what they need, that it's what LNG needed. But if it's just a little bit of shoring up and even just a bit more consistency down in that bot lane to allow for Zika and for Haichao to pop off, then maybe that's just what they need, and maybe that's just good enough.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. We can see in the gold graph very well how the snowball just kept on rolling, but I do gotta feel for Savior a little bit here, because he was there for all the kills. He was dealing the most damage in the game, and it just did not make a difference. It's gotta sting. Yeah,
and you know, you feel bad for Savior, but equally he's playing Sivir, which is so difficult versus Wukong, Nautilus, and Renekton, like all of these frontliners that are so easily able to get access to you, and you've only got one spell shield as well.
Yeah.
You're just sort of thinking, well, what is a Sivir supposed to do? You know, you try and hit the Renekton, he dices on you. You try and hit the Nautilus, he hooks you, he ults you. You try and hit the Wukong again, Nimbus Strike, knock up. You're getting owned at every single juncture, and there's nothing really that you can say or do until you get to that 5-item spike, and then maybe you've got enough opportunity to start DPSing them back. But even still, as you look through these highlights, you know, we were criticizing OVO for some of his hooks. In the highlight packages, though, you can see the majority of them, they're hitting, they're doing what they need to. And like we say, even if they are just starting up fights, and even if they are just being a little bit more consistent and getting Zika into positions where he can pop off in team fights, that's all that LNG need. This organization for this year hasn't been, we're testing out this new bot lane duo to try and make them the stars of the LPL. They just need players who can let Zika thrive.
Yeah, 100%. Which, of course, brings up the question again, is Zika your player of the game once more? Or is someone else in his spot? Yeah.
He really does have to be, because it's him or Haichao once again. There's argument maybe for Zhaofeng, because I think he got the ball rolling early on, but just his impact in team fights, you know, Zika, you can't not give him the MVP for this series.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta agree with that. Maybe chat, if you have a different opinion, make sure to write it down, because I would love to hear it. But definitely Zika, again, game changer. Whenever he joins the fight, things just look entirely different. Things just become more and more playable. Beautiful flash here, highlighted once more. And I mean, look, I liked the creativity on the side of LGD, looking for something, you know, trying to do something with the Empress Divide, but the amount of times Empress Divide was actually flashed by someone and then did not have any impact is just sad.
Yeah, there's this you know, weird curve of Azir as to what you should always be using your ulti for. In team fights, in the late game, you want to use it for peel. Early on, you want to be using it to try and make plays as well. But in this series and in this game as well, XQW, during the times when he was looking to try and make plays, people, like you say, they were flashing it. And, you know, in this late game team fight, let's look at how the Emperor's Divide goes down. Oh, well, actually, we've already died before anything actually happens, and that just does feel really rough. Yeah,
100%, as we're now looking forward to see who the player of the game, or like player of the series rather, is going to be. I think Zika is a good bet. He has been playing phenomenally today. Definitely, you know, had the impact that the team needed him to have in order to pick up their first win.
And it may be a little boring to get the same guy MVP for both games, but like he's earned it.
Come on,
you know?
Yeah, I mean, it was him in the end. I think Fish One actually had a decent game as well. We talked about it. Did not get most of the kills, but had a relatively high kill participation anyways. And I know there's always this discussion of, do we give the MVP to the player who gets the kills or to the one who sets the kills up? You know, that's always a bit of a question mark.
I'm always in the conversation of whoever it is that has the most impact, and it's the large reason why you won the game. And I think, like, gold difference at end being plus 8,000, let that sink in. Like, an 8k gold lead over your top laner is insane.
It's hard. It's hard if you're on the other end of that one. I mean, the Yorick just wasn't our favorite pick to begin with, I think, but Zika definitely did a great job at making his pick work. The Renekton was an absolute machine. He had the gold lead, he had the kills, he had the kill participation. Amazing stuff. But that, of course, is the first series of the day done, which gives us a second to breathe, you know, stay hydrated, go to the bathroom. You guys get some snacks because we're not done with Group Nirvana just yet. There's more action to come, and I'm sure it's going to be adventurous. So definitely stay tuned, and we'll be right back for you. welcome back to the LPL English. We're still here with the full-on group Nirvana action. I'm Mila, I'm joined by Ruth, and we have another, do we call it banger? What exactly do we call Thunder Talk versus Ninjas in Pajamas?
We're back with another series, and
right.
I think that's the only thing that we can say with absolute certainty is that these two teams will play a best of three. The quality of it could vary, because our wonderful overlord Kelsey told us that this was probably in her one of her top 10 worst series of all time. The last time these two teams played. And you won't have to go that far back in the history books to look and try and find it. It was a couple of days ago, and you know, NiP, TT, they really played League of Legends. Much more than that, we can't say with any absolute certainty.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit of a, we expected a bit more of them type situation. So let's see if they can bring the little bit more to the table today. I think, you know, there are some decent points and then there are some not so decent points, but let's just start by looking at these rosters real quick. You know, let's just talk about what we know, and that is of course who's going to play. So let's talk about Thunder Talk first. I gotta say, you know, 1xN still my GOAT, GOAT forever.
And I think that importantly as well, we need to look in particular at, you know, the jungle role for this series. You know, same to be said for last time round. We've got, you know, Hoya in the top lane, Aki in the jungle, Satab, 1xN, and Feather for Thunder Talk. And we'll make sure that we are keeping our eyes on Aki in this game. You know, formerly an NiP member in Split number 2, found himself now on TT in Split 3. So looking at how he's, you know, developing on this TT roster, how NiP are doing without him, will be an interesting thing to keep our eyes on. But yeah, it's been a tricky road for TT, to be honest. They were pretty weak during Split number 2, and then coming into Split 3, we hoped that they'd be one of the top dogs coming into Nirvana, and they've not really hit that mark just yet. Yeah,
not quite. I mean, they are kind of similarly to what we just saw from LGD, of course. They are in that midfield type pack, but it's very important for them to find a win right now, like today, because they could still be on the same step now as a team we just saw perform, because they just went 3-3. So maybe if they can get a win here, that would be nice for the table. But you know, they've had a little bit of a comeback arc in the last game they played. You know, they've had a little bit of a, you know, moment, and it was this one.
There are, you know, definitely highlights, definitely some lowlights as well, where you've got, you know, Gunara flashing in and doing, you know, incredible work, and on the flip side, you've got a really good response as to try and keep 1xN alive, but also you have to bear in mind that NiP have also, you know, like we said, we've had some roster changes coming in from the start of Split 2. They've got Leave and Doinby as the duo that have remained, right? Yes, they swapped Solo Kill out a little bit into Split number 2, but with Nio and Niket coming in, they've done a decent enough job so far at 4-1. But for the NiP roster, they've got their positive things to be looking out on. For TT, they made a lot of roster changes to start the year, but coming into Split number 3, they've just bought in Aki with Beituan going, and then the big roster swaps that we've seen as well. So we need to look at how well TT are able to, I'll say, consolidate with this new iteration as well.
Yeah, 100%. I think they still have to kind of find their footing a little bit. On the other hand, Ninjas in Pajamas looking good in the group so far. Not quite in first place. That's of course been taken by EDG so far, but in a strong second place with 4 wins on the board already. They put themselves in a very comfortable position for the second round robin.
Yeah, and all this here is this long sequence that you're seeing was in an effort to show you how NiP maybe not look so good in some of their situations where they have this massive advantage, massive lead, but with a little bit of hesitancy and a little bit of maybe not necessarily caution, but in fact recklessness, end up losing out in a position that they maybe should have been favoured in some situation where they should have been looking to try and find a win. You know, this whole sequence, you know, they start 7k ahead, they finish the play with only a 3k gold lead. Like, it was a really big swing, so we'd like to see a little bit more from NiP in those advantageous positions. We'd like to see ThunderTalk not fall into those disadvantageous positions quite so much.
Well, let's look at their roster real quick, because of course there are still some people to look at here as well. Who is your player to watch? I mean, I think a lot of people are saying, ooh, Doinb, that's like, that's something that I want to look at in that mid lane. What's happening there?
Yeah, literally. I mean, Doinb has been instrumental for NiP. He was just Split 1 MVP in the LPL this year, so he's still earning accolades, but now finds himself, in Group Nirvana, needing to prove himself again. I think that Leave, a lot of people had a lot of our high expectations for Leave, but in maybe recent splits hasn't quite lived up to those high highs, and maybe with Niket at the roster, maybe he can start to thrive a little bit more. But I think that those two pieces, the two that they kept intact with Doinb and Leave, are the two areas of the map that you want to look at for NiP. And honestly, maybe looking at Nio and his impact in the jungle, we can see what it is that he's been able to bring to the squad.
Great that you bring him up, because we actually have a little content piece for you guys to watch, because Competition Orange Media have made a cute little interview with him, and we don't want you to miss out on that one. So maybe we can take a look at that and see what he has to say for himself.
从野区的野区方面，野区进攻性方面，然后还有反战冲资源方面，感觉会比以前好一点。先进季后赛吧。
啊，这个就叫专业。
背靠背压力不是很大，因为第一次遇到这样的赛程，觉得还挺不错的。跟辅助吧，因为跟辅助认识很多年了，然后私下就一直去吃饭。应该不太像吧。主持人吧，可以让选手们把选手们的那个 ID 上台那种感觉。
Honestly, you gotta love LPL content. Like just the way they meme is so funny. I love it. I love it.
That was a very cute interview as well. I think it was a great mix of the talking about what he's brought to the team, but also getting a little bit of an insight into him as well. I think it's also really good for us to know that he's really close with Niket, that they've had this really long-lasting friendship, and for jungle and support in particular, that is really important, that you've got that synergy both on and off the rift. So with that being said, you can maybe look to see that link up in some of their plays, in some of the games as well, that they end up playing out with one another. And the memes about them two being twins as well, always good fun. And I think importantly as well, go on.
It's true, yeah. It is kind of true. How can he not see it? Like, it's there. it's there.
As far as they go, well, he doesn't seem to agree. Whether the broad consensus is saying otherwise, maybe a little bit different. But in terms of what he brings to the team as well, I think that he highlighted some really good points, that he was bringing some proactivity, bringing some actual active gameplay into the NiP side, and also that setup around neutral objectives and setting up around team fights for them is improved with him being in the roster. I think that the story of these two organizations, we've got both of our relegated teams from split number 2, the two that get pushed from Nirvana or pushed into Nirvana, and we've got two different stories for them, really. We've got NiP, who have looked like they're a top team in this group, versus ThunderTalk, who have struggled against a lot of teams and are still trying to find their feet.
Would you say that bringing him into the team as a jungler also had an impact on the mid-jungle synergy? Like, how has that one changed now with Doinb? Has it become even better, or is it something they still got to work on? Because, of course, we're looking at Doinb as one of the players that has, been staying there for a while.
Yeah, I mean, notoriously, Doinb is one of the players who was very sacrificial, right? Like, he made his name playing Nautilus mid lane and giving up waves to go and help his jungler. So having somebody who's aggressive, who will walk into the enemy jungle, and having the support to be able to do that is always really, really important. So I do think that mid-jungle pairing has gone quite nicely with everybody. And looking at the bans already as we hop into this for game number 1, normally we see like 3 or 4 jungle bans hit the Rift. This is not the case this time round. We've still got Vi, we've still got Xin Zhao, still got the Trundle, which now does get banned. But in this series, it's a complete takeaway, and the Annie B1 pick locked in opens up for a Doinby Victor here. He's still got Ryze open if he wants to go for the Ryze in the mid lane. And then again, those premier junglers are still up and available. We've got Xin Zhao Vi most likely to get traded out on both of these sides. And Sion for solo kill has been an instrumental pick for him as well.
Yeah, Sion is also one of those picks that kind of remind you of an Ornn or maybe a Gnar. It's just a very safe pick. You usually can't do a lot wrong with it. You can use your ultimate as a bit of an engage tool, you know, going straight in with the knockups. It's very nice to have. Pairing it up with the Wukong here sounds relatively aggressive already, if you want to see
It's a denial pick. Wukong Annie is a very good duo that you just blow somebody up at level 6, and you have a really good team fight set up as well with Malignance churning whilst you've got the Wukong Cyclone going. Denying the Wukong Annie is, you know, a pretty decent idea from NiP, and also sets them up for a very good team fight. It's also a denial pick away from a Sion as well, right? You know that Sion's going to unstoppable onslaught into you. If you put the Wukong clone in front of him, well, then that's a little bit removing that impact, but the fact that they take away the Wukong removes that as an option. Now Thunder Talk, they've got to decide, first of all, who wants to tank the Sion. Like, they need somebody in the front line to be able to do that. Maybe they find an Ornn, maybe they look for an Alistar at the support role, but with Yunara left open and being picked up super early on, TT decide that it's 1xN who wants to get his hands on that this time round.
Very, very interesting. We've mentioned her before a little bit. You've mentioned the pentakill you guys just saw. Overall, still, I think Yunara, when you buy enough space for her and she gets to play front to back and use the ultimate, it's going to be a very nice thing to do. But you can also still be vulnerable, I would say, especially in the mid game. I feel like sometimes she has a little bit of a dip, you know what I mean? I feel like she has a very strong early game, and then she has this weird mid game dip where either you turn it around by great team fighting and actually generating some kills, or you're starting to, you know, fall behind a little bit. So let's see if they can make that one work.
You look at the kit of the Yunara as well, like all of her damage really comes from auto attacks. You have a laser that does something, but you are very heavily reliant on being able to auto attack, and keep uptime with your autos is really, you know, quite difficult sometimes. But you might be able to see 1xN thrive on the Yunara hit. Depends what pairing we end up seeing with Feather down in that bot lane. And I do think that he's going to have a difficult time of things just trying to auto attack versus a Wukong and a Sion as well. If he gets knocked up once, there'll be Doinby there ready with a seismic shove to boop him back into the rest of the team. And now TT, though, with this opportunity with Yunara, they can start to pinch the pool a little bit. They can take away other AD carries that are going to synergize nicely with the NiP composition. I love the Kai'Sa ban. Jhin could come next as somebody who's got quite a strong early laning phase. Maybe a Corki as well gets removed here by TT. But just making sure that they've got that really solid backline access is going to be important.
Yeah, let's see what they end up going for. They seem to be focused on the Rel for now, just, you know, securing that hard engage. Rel is a great tool, still one of the, you know, most played, most comfortable supports you can pick in the current meta with the hard engage tools. But they are actually opting to go towards the Alistar instead. That's interesting. Yeah. I would have preferred the hard engage, to be honest, but maybe that's just me.
Alistar can still act as hard engage, so it's not the worst thing in the world, and I do think that, you know, they've got a really good window to protect against a Rel here. Like, there's not really too many Alistar counters available. Braum did receive a couple of nerfs and could end up, it doesn't really synergize too well with the TT composition, and we'll see. Lulu gets locked in here. I do think that Yunara thrives with these hyper carries and is able to actually buff up you know, or be buffed up really effectively. We talked about it being just auto attacks. Well, Lulu's great with auto attack champions. You think Jinx, you think Aphelios, right? You think Twitch. Lulu pairs really well with them. I don't see why Yunara would be any different. And they've got a front line now in the Ornn as well. So it is a very clear teamfight composition. It is a TT staple here of protect 1xN, let him do DPS, and hope to all heck that he can carry us, because Annie doesn't really solo carry unless Satab finds a really good angle. Aki on a Vine, not really going to be the super carry that we're looking at. And, you know, Solar Hoya on Ornn, it's staple, it's traditional, but it's not a carry. So it's all eyes, all eggs in the 1xN basket, and we just hope that they can end up coming home to roost.
Well, let's see if that works out. On the other hand side, we see the draft rounded out with the Sivir. We've seen her before. You know, it does bring the tools to the table. Maybe takes a minute or two. But if I look at only, you know, which champion has more power in the early game, I would say it's Yunara. If I look at who can bring a very clean power to the later stages of the game, I would say Sivir is definitely up there as well. So bot lane is going to be very interesting for me. Overall, I think I do like the Ninjas draft a little bit more.
I think that it's going to be much easier to execute, and I do value the DPS of Doinb over on a Lulu. You always have to try and play positioning quite well. In terms of things to pick out the Lulu, you've got, if she gets engaged on and is trying to ward solo, she's going to get knocked up by Wukong, hit by an Alistar combo. Like, there's so many things to quickly pick her off, whereas if an Alistar gets face checked, or if he face checks as Alistar, is normally not too difficult to try and get yourself away, at the very least buy time for your team to get involved.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm honestly very excited to see how Yunara Lulu is going to go, because in our region, we usually see it paired with hard engage. You know, we've seen a lot of Yunara Braum. That's kind of what people like to go for, but you mentioned it being nerfed, you know, the Braum. So that's not the greatest option yet. We do see a lot of hard engage paired with it. So this is actually my first time seeing her played with an Enchanter in a, you know, professional competitive game. So it's really, really exciting to see how that one's going to play out. As we're, of course, going onto the Rift, into the game. NiP versus TT, the rematch. And we just saw the first round a few days ago. Let's see if they can turn it around this time. Maybe TT can pick up a win here.
Good Gyos in the arena as well. The first series we were a little bit absent on them, but TT and NiP got a little bit of a fandom going on, as Satab going to get E-level 1 start here to try and trade back with Doinb. And early on, not too bad for the NiP mid laner, as both he, Nika and Nayu posture around this mid side to try and get some vision early on to protect for those early ganks. Remember that both of these mid laners are immobile, are going to be very heavily susceptible to those level 6 timers coming through from Aki and from Nayu. So it's all about, if you can steal away a camp here, if you can play for a second Raptor spawn, and actually our mid laners have got a lot of burden, a massive burden on them here, where you're trying to get push, help your jungler out, and then play for those invades.
Our chat seems to feel like TT is going to take this one home. So fingers crossed for all you TT believers. Because NiP are definitely looking to change that outcome a little bit. Leaf already having used the Ghost here relatively early on. So that's one summoner already gone. And I think 1xN will be able to have a decent push here. Because we, of course, have the Alistar level 1 problem again, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the issue really with Yunara's early laning is she requires those 8 auto attacks before you can actually start to do damage or anything along those lines. And I actually think that Yunara into Sivir as well is a really good matchup for the Yunara. What's the Sivir spell shielding? You can spell shield a W, and in the lane, like, that doesn't really do too much. And Aki a little bit caught off guard here with Nayu as he went from blue into red, into stealing away the Krugs down on bot side, and that's been completely missed by TT as Nayu able to get himself out. He's going to cross through mid lane. They'll see that he's only level 2.
Oh, but he's still looking for something possibly, but Zetab manages to, you know, just realize that he has to play it a little more carefully in that moment. And he's going towards his own jungle now.
I mean, I'd be interested to see now whether we see Nayu lose out on some bot side camps as Summoner Heal comes through on both sides in the bot side, as 1xN here trading aggressively. Ghost now popped.
Oh, they're going for it. Aki is in the area. Leaf is extremely low. Has a flash over the wall.
No.
Oh my god, that was so unlucky. They didn't predict the flash over the wall, and therefore Leaf makes it out alive.
I mean, I think if Aki just has, like, if Aki, I can see watching that 1xN is going to win this 1 versus 1. So if Aki just waits, he knows that should know that Leave is going to flash, or like has to flash over that wall to live, and then he just waits and kills him on the repeat. But now Hoya has got flash, but he's so deep.
Well, I don't think that's gonna be enough, as Nayu is of course in the area, ends up picking up that one. First blood going over to NiP.
Yeah, and again, a little bit awkward. Both junglers looking for those early plays. It's unfortunately only the Wukong who comes out on top and finds first blood. Leave able to barely get out to safety, but it's a good sign for Thunder Talk that their bot lane is winning these 2v2s. It's not a good sign that Aki wasn't able to pick up and punish the bot lane where needed. And you can see Solo Kill moved down to that bot side to match up against the Ornn once again. I think that Hoya, for the most part, was having a pretty decent time of things in the lane. The Sion not necessarily the most oppressive lane bully, especially up against the base damages of an Ornn early on. But we know that late game, Solo Kill, gonna be a fiend. It's all on 1xN as well to try and get through this Sion's HP bar, and whether or not he can do it is going to be that big question.
It's going to be really hard, that much is sure. I have a good friend, he uploaded a TikTok the other day of him playing Ashe, trying to do damage to Sion. Safe to say that didn't go too well. So it's every AD carry's worst nightmare, as Leave has to be careful. He definitely needs to leave, because the wave that's coming in is relatively big.
Yeah.
Oh. There's some reassurance here though, in the form of Nayu and Niket as well. And Feather should go down for this.
Yeah.
That's the second kill to the Wukong.
And it's just TT getting a little bit too over-aggressive, unfortunately. They didn't see the Alistar or the Wukong on the map, and you know, that play's fine to go for if Wukong isn't top lane. You can probably get away with it if it's just Niket, but Nayu's just clearing his Krugs. He's able to quickly pick up the Lulu, and it's now 2-0. We saw in the interview that he talked about him being more proactive, about him being in a position in this jungle role to do more things for the squad early on. And even on this Wukong, who pre-level 6 shouldn't really have too much impact, he's already found 2 kills.
Yeah, that's a really good start for him. As we can see, the Tibbers coming through. Doinby has to be a little careful, but underneath the turret should stay safe. The Drake has gone down in the meantime for TT. Good reaction to that topside play, You know that Nayu's there, so you decide to actually go for the Drake instead.
My wave now.
Yeah, well, yeah. Good job.
And that'll do.
Yeah, that's enough.
Leave with the Cull in the inventory as well as 1xN, so both of these AD carries here just sort of resigning themselves to the fact that we are chilling for the early parts of this game. I will be interested to see which build path it is that 1xN goes for. On release, we saw a lot of Yuntel, a lot of Kraken Slayer, but we've seen a couple of on-hit builds come through. We saw Blade of the Ruin King, I think, yesterday. And we may end up seeing that build come through once again. I think trying to get through the HP bar of a Sion, the Blade of the Ruin King actually going to have a lot of value if you can try to cut through all of that HP.
Yeah, it's definitely what you see mostly when it comes to, trying to do damage to tanks on the champion. Still also a bit of a question mark. I think pro play item builds are always kind of adapting and changing with time. With Yunara not being available for the longest time, I think there's still some new inspiration to come at some point. But for now, we're kind of looking to see what's going to happen around the Void Grubs. We do still have the swapped lanes on the side of TT. And NiP, they have sent Leave back down towards that bot lane. But Niket's still up there trying to, maybe help with the numbers advantage. But everyone's kind of going for the backports, so
about getting those recalls in.
For it?
And I don't think that NiP are about to start this one up on spawn, and the Void Grubs rather do take quite a while. So if they wanted to go for a contest, like if for example NiP went for this on spawn, it would be okay for them to recall there. Probably ends up being that Nayu ends up taking one with Leave moving into this mid lane. It's putting the level 6 Sivir with the rest of the team. Doinby has got teleport, so if they need the Talia for this fight, he can be a part of it. A couple of honey fruit go to solo kill, so he's got some mana to work with, but you can see it's actually NiP setting up for a Void Grub take in exchange for TT setting up for a dive on Doinby. Does he recognize now that he is the play on the map? We don't see Vi, we don't see anybody really. We don't see the supporting cast, and it unfortunately hasn't occurred to him that he's going to be the play on the map. You can see NiP making his way down to the bot lane, but it's not going to be in time.
It's going to be a little bit too late as they're now moving in, trying to get something done. Doinby is trying to buy some time, but stepping forward with the seasoned assist. The kill's going over to Aki. That stays alive just like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely fine for ThunderTalk. That's exactly what they were after. Nobody died, and they used a couple of ultis. They find the kill underneath this turret, and honestly, the fact that solo kill TP's in, NiP uses his flash as well, and they don't get anything for it. This is a really big win for ThunderTalk in the cross map. Yes, Doinby can TP to the top side, so he doesn't lose out on a lot of gold necessarily as he catches that wave under the tier 1. But this is a really good tempo play for ThunderTalk. They'll get to go back out onto the map, set themselves up for whatever it is they want to do next, and should have first move on any of the next plays that they look at.
1xN now, of course, a little left alone, but we can see Fathom moving back in. And he's trying to deal some damage against solo kill here. Not really too much you're going to do. They get a nice interrupt against Niket here, so that means Alistar will take a little longer. But for the moment, we have no objective on the map. Another minute until the next Drake.
Yeah.
So it really is a little bit of pushing the wave, seeing where you can gain some prio and possibly put yourself in a better position to go for the dragon.
And to talk about who this is favouring, for me personally, I'm always going to be on board with a Sivir-Taliyah duo in how well they can do damage later on, especially when solo kill is going to be as tanky as can be, as a Sion gets. He's not really been interrupted in this early game. He hasn't been slowed down on that scaling, and I think that trying to get through a Sion with just the Yunara is going to be a difficult task for ThunderTalk. So the later this game goes and the more this team of NiP stays at parity or on par with ThunderTalk, the happier I think they're going to be, because in team fights, they probably just win by default. Their ability with Alistar to get in there and to take down the Yunara should be quite good. With Nayu and Niket, their job is to kill the Yunara, and it's on Feather to try and peel 1xN. I think that looking at the amount of damage and how easy it is to get it done, I do favour NiP's chances.
I completely agree, at least the longer the game goes. So I think NiP really are looking for the scaling angle here. As Aki has started the Drake, but I'm not quite sure you're going to get through with that one, because we can see Nayu moving in as well, but the TP is coming through here from Hoya. So let's see if they end up actually getting it. Ztap is on the side. They're now looking to go in with the Sion ultimate, but that only hits the backline. That only hits Hoya. Drake not as important right now. Zaki is now in the pits, and they're looking to be split up here. Ztap gets the kill. Leaf has to flash out on the side. Solo kill is being zoned, but the damage output for the side of TT is looking just a tiny bit better for the moment. Tipper is now down. Aki ends up actually getting the Drake, so that's the second one going over here for TT. And they keep on stacking their dragons.
It's very, very messy. Ztap
has to be a bit careful. Will go down in the end. So that's the feat of warfare secured for NiP, and the kill in the bags of Leaf. Hoya also going down a little lower.
Nicky with a good heads-up play there, yeah, to salvage that a little bit for NiP, as they also get a wave in the mid lane, but overall a very sloppy fight. Very messy, honestly. As you know, Leaf goes a little bit too close and is barely able to get out to safety, and Yunara is able to free fire for the most part, but the dragon getting picked up by TT, they'll be happy with that. I mean, you can see, so the TP comes in here by Hoya. He blocks off solo kill really nicely. Nayu uses his clone when they know exactly where he is, mistimes how that's going to go down, and unfortunately, you know, pretty much falls instantly. Lee able to flash and run out to safety, and now Doinby joins the fight, and he's already, you know, the fight's already done.
Always a little awkward when they have to fight in positions when the objective's already down. It also leaves a little bit of a question mark, right? Like, why would you even fight to begin with when nothing's on the map?
That's the LPL special. Come on now. Ztap may be in a bit of trouble. Stuns, walks out to safety. His solo kill is far too tanky for this Annie. And this is kind of what I wanted to highlight to you, that if you think that the mid laner is going to do damage to the Sion, unfortunately you're very sorely mistaken, as solo kill will not take damage from an Annie for a very, very long time.
Nayu on the hunt. Will not end up getting the buff. That one's secured by Aki here. So will only get to clear the ward and then move back into his own jungle. Hex gates are so practical. I love hex gates.
Yeah. Quick in and out, little invade. Oh, no, nothing there. Off I go. With Herald spawning in a minute's time, I'm looking at those pull times for our AD carries. Are they going to get that big spike that they're after? 1xN just finished his on this mid wave, and Leave is going to need 2 more waves to do that, where he's not going to get access to that before the Rift Herald spawns. I don't know that either of these teams will start it up on spawn. As Niket walks in, spots out this control ward. So it might actually be a pretty good window for TT to try and take a fight. 1xN with that cold pop finished, if he can go back to base, spend the gold, and be a part of the next fight, would be a pretty big advantage for Thundertalkers. Again, this is what their composition lives and dies by. It's been the identity of this team for the entire year almost. It's, can 1xN carry Thundertalk over the line? Can he be that superstar that they've invested in for years now at this point? And for NiP, it's a question of, can they stop that from happening? Can they take down the Yunara and try and make this fight possible?
Well, they're looking to make a dive possible first and foremost against Zetap here. He tries to pull out the timbers, but the damage output is coming relatively fast. Yes, Niket has to tank a lot of turret aggro, but it doesn't really matter as they pick up the kill. Should be able to push out the wave nicely. Question is that enough to actually go for the Herald here? Because Aki is in the area, does get some decent vision. They might look for a catch on mid lane rather. Going with the Season Desist straight onto the enemy AD carry. Beautifully played. Leave is down, solo kill will drop as well. And now Niket finds another headbutt underneath the turret, but 1xN manages to flash away and ghost. And therefore, no more kills in this fight. But with that being done, it's now TT in the prime position for the Herald.
So I can't imagine here TT lose out on this Rift Herald. Really disappointing that Leave dies there. He has Ghost, he has Spell Shield up to start off with. And Aki's able to find access, which should just never happen. That's the power that this Sivir gives you. So Leaf should have never used Spell Shield at this point. And then, how is it? Spell Shield doesn't, no, never. Doesn't Spell Shield anything. I think he Spell Shields in that little sequence there where he probably blocks Yunara W. But the fact that he's getting hit by Cease and Desist is pretty illegal.
Yep. For the first moment there, I was like, ooh, it looks like miscommunication. Why is he hitting another target than the rest of the team? But they were just so sure that the kills are going to happen anyways that it actually turned out to be a good call.
And now they'll reap the rewards of that, right? That taking down Leave is delaying his spikes. He's not going to get to those Flicker Blades nearly as quickly. Feather, though.
Weaver's wall coming through as well. Feather's down.
And that's what we talked
Really a lot
about.
he can do.
This Lulu can't go warding on her own. She needs the support of Aki. She needs the support of Hoya, really, to have a front line that can walk into these brushes first. The second she goes even a step too far forward, it's knock up, Weaver's wall and dead. And the Lulu doesn't nearly have as much staying power to be able to sustain that. So, despite the pick in the mid lane, it's NiP who stop the dragon stacking, and there's no consequence for this. They don't lose out on anything across the rest of the map. You can see Solo Kill is more than happy to handle Satab, and they might even be looking for Hoya here. They probably just want the turret.
Oh, but that's going very well. Yes, they're looking for the turret. Yes,
Yeah.
Niket is tanking a lot of turret aggro, but Hoya ends up going down. Call of the Forge God used for nothing, and the turret ends up falling anyways. So that's first turret also going over to NiP, who therefore secure the feats of strength for themselves. Now maybe a little bit of a cross-map play coming through with the Herald charging towards this mid lane turret. Ends up going down. So that's a decent answer for TT, I would say, but still, NiP putting themselves in a comfortable position here too.
Ooh, turret does get chunked to half HP, but for NiP, again, it's a winning play, right? Like, yes, it's a 1-for-1 in terms of turrets, but there's the kill that goes to NiP as well. Look at how much MR Hoya has at this stage in the game. He's got very little. The Mercury Treads are all he has. So when Doinby steps up to do damage to the Ornn, he gets chunked through very, very quickly, and they actually do have the damage to take down the Ornn under that turret. And I think that, you know, looking forward, it kind of shows you, okay, Doinby can do damage with one type, Leaf can do damage with the other, and that's why I'm a little bit scared for Thundertalk and their frontlining capabilities. They don't quite have that same level of frontline as a Scion.
You can see Aki trying to get as much out of his own jungle as possible, because with the map opening up a little more for the side of NiP as well. We can see it right here. Now you're of course in a good position to always go back for the invades, try and steal away some camps, you know, taking away tempo from the Vi. Now Aki is hovering around this top side here. There's no one there, and the next wave is going to take a while until it arrives. So
yeah,
you
it'll
just wait.
A good chunk of time before we end up seeing anything like that actually happening, and we'll have to wait and see whether or not it's Thundertalk can finish this tier 1 turret. I mean, Annie not necessarily the greatest turret taker in the world, and TP comes on through. That's solo kill making his way up to the top side. But with 30 seconds on the Atacon, spawning in that bot side of the map, teleporting up to that top lane, maybe something that they do need to consider as, okay, solo kill, if we're going to go for this Atacon early on, you just use your teleport, so push that top wave out, move yourself down to mid lane, and maybe we can make a play happen. I think that with
you also still got the ultimate, which gives them a little bit more of mobility around the map, I would say.
Yeah.
But you, of course, would prefer to use that a little more proactively than just, hey, I got a speed walk towards bot lane right here.
Yeah, exactly. And hopefully he can use that to try and start off a fight. You always typically are trying to do that. And 1xn now, 2 items has been completed. The Blade of the Ruin King, the Runan's Hurricane, so he's going to have good DPS across multiple targets with triple front lines. Runan's always has really good value. Solo kill working his way through this turret. You can see Satab saved his teleport, so lost a good chunk on the HP of the turret, but has
solo
teleport
kill
to get down here.
Just going for a bit of a proxy farm here. You can of course also see the 3 Void Grubs doing some decent work with him there as well. Leaf now has to be a little bit careful. Aki was on a bit of a chase there.
So a small thing between the interactions of a Vi and a Sivir in particular. You can break the Sivir spell shield with Smite, I believe, which gives, you know, access to a Sivir. So even though Leave might feel quite safe, he's going to obviously know that Smite can also break that. So it gives you it gives access to the Sivir when you've got Smite available, which is really important for Vi. But even then, he couldn't chase necessarily that far because Leave was able to buy a lot of space, and then we're looking at the follow-up damage, or how far away 1xn and Feather are, and it was quite far at that point. Now posturing, though, it's around the Atacon.
Doinby's getting engaged here with the Tibbers. Cyclone's trying to buy some space as Aki's going over the wall. Doinby is going to go down here possibly as Aki is looking for the last one. Can he actually get it? Doinby's dancing and they end up turning it around as Nayu gets the kill. But on the other side, the fight has taken a turn because solo kill now has to shield Leave at all costs. They end up staying alive. They end up actually getting a kill onto Aki instead. But that was close. Yeah. Way too close.
Yeah, I mean, they're fighting for their lives. Yes, NiP find the kill, but it's Thundertalk who are able to push the advantage, and, you know, they get control over the bot side of this jungle. They're the ones who get to push in the mid wave. A replay of how this breaks down. Doinby shows just for a second there. Satab knows then that he can fire his skills into the brush, and actually, Niket does a very good job at keeping the Annie away. Aki misses an important Q there, and then his second Q, which should take down Doinby, is blocked by Nayu. So a very good little tandem duo between the mid-jungle of NiP keep Doinby alive. But now back on live, the Drake's been started. NiP are already chunked from the Hextech Drake going and doing work. And it's 1xn who's got Prio over mid lane, so NiP, they have to resort, they have to turn back. They're probably going to try and lose out on this dragon, try and get some resets in. It'll be TT with just a little bit of posturing who come away with a good win.
Dragon should be taken here by the side of TT, which of course puts them to soul point. Comfortable position for them to be in.
Atacon as well. This is bold.
Turning towards the Atacon. It's a very bold call.
Hex gates as well mean that they get out onto the map much faster. TT, though, they're positioning for this. Satab is cutting off Nayu.
Nayu's looking for the Cyclone, but we can see it's actually Niket going in first with the ultimate, and they are now looking to find something as Nayu is being zoned by the Tibbers, has no chance of coming forward here, as the Call of the Forge God doesn't quite do the job, but it is now top lane versus top lane on the side here. Solo kill trying to buy some space for the team as they are now turning their sides back towards the Atacon. It looks good for TT because Nayu is just nowhere to be found, and now they are looking to pick up the kill against solo kill. And on the side, Nayu should fall as well. They end up getting another one onto Niket. It's completely split up. And TT are fighting back. They are fighting themselves back into this game. But now the turret breaking some aggro. But Hoya ends up staying alive. And it's Leave left by himself.
Oh, Hoya with a bit of a redemption fight there, and again, Thunder Talk, their identity this entire year has been protect 1xN. Well, guess what? He stays alive in this fight, and he's able to pump out the damage. Gets through the Sion, gets through the Alistair, gets through the Wukong, and does just enough. So many times he's able to find these really solid team fights. Double knock-up in from Hoya as well, again, redeemed after this Call the Forge God. Seitan, great positioning here, takes Nayu out of this fight completely. Tibbers goes down, takes the Wukong to about 300 HP, so he can never contribute to this fight, and then immediately turns to the rest of the squad. But Hoya, there's no excuse for missing that. You're not CC'd, a little bit unforgivable. Fortunately, though, where are the carries of NiP? Doinby and Leave are hitting onto Tibbers, they're hitting onto the Vi, who's absolutely fine, and then by the time they return to their front line, Solo Kill's already dead, Alistair goes in, he dies as well, and NiP can't really do anything to fight through the front line of the Tibbers, through the front line of the Ornn, and the wall obscuring their access as well.
You can really see, the entire potential of the Yunara unfolding. Also, the first Ornn upgrades coming through. Fair to notice that the Bork is now in a better position.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, NiP, I feel like they are showing exactly what you mentioned when we looked back at the replays. They put themselves in a good position throughout the game, but then there's these crucial fights where they just seem to not get it done in the way they need to actually take over the game, actually put themselves in the lead, because now the gold is even again.
Yeah, and again, with the game being even, right, we look back at how the team fights are looking to break down. How are we expecting this game to go, and to reset those expectations for the people watching, for everybody at home, for the players as well? What are their goals? NiP are looking to play this front to back and be able to sustain through Yunara, where on the flip side, Thunder Talk are just doing whatever they can to keep 1xN safe. Make sure that this Yunara can stay alive, is permanently uptiming with DPS, and I think that with a Hextech Soul potentially on the horizon as well, Thunder Talk are in a really good position to take this first game. It'll come down to one more Dragon, one more fight, obviously, but they're in a good spot to try to take it. Leave is level 15 though. He's been very heavily accelerated and given a lot of the resources of his team, but despite all of that, 1xN has been given more resources, been given more gold, right? Like, this is not just 10 CS per minute, this is, 11, 12 CS per minute for the Yunara, and 1xN needs to pay off with that.
Doinby will be able to pick up the turret here in top lane, second turret for NiP. I think split push might also be another point for them to look at, where they can generate leads, where they can generate some tension on the map, putting themselves in a better position to fight for these objectives. But mid lane tier 1 turret, of course, still standing.
Oh, no spell shield.
Another engage coming through as Nickit has to find something here, tries to throw someone back. Solo Kill dropping extremely low, still has to flash out, but here comes Aki from the side. He's going in with the Season Desist straight to the backline, straight onto Nayu, and yet 1xN gets the kill versus the supporter, and Solo Kill drops dead as well. 1xN 503, it's the double kill for the Yunara.
And I mean, if Leave is just going to walk up and throw his life away like that, then this game, we may as well go to game number 2. TT are going to get the soul here, absolutely no doubt. But NiP, they're looking on this top side. They've still got Sivir, Talia, and Wukong. They have a Baron taking trio. Leave!
Oh, no, they don't have a Sivir. The Sivir is about to, just leave.
Yeah.
Pun intended, but like
they can't flip for the Baron anymore. And honestly, with that big chunk, I wouldn't be surprised if TT looked to take the Baron after the fact as well. So some very careless positioning from Leave in these circumstances. That yes, he can be given all the gold. Feather, no.
Yeah, Feather should go down here. Not much to say about that. I'm sorry, but that's...
Yeah, I mean, that's a massive swing though, because now with no support, 1xN needs to be a lot safer in these fights. Double TP out onto the map, Spellbook triple TP out onto the map as Doinby joins the party as well. TT, they've got to contest and it's 4v5.
You still have some tools, maybe Hoya with the Call of the Forge God coming up in a few seconds. Maybe they can stall some time, but here comes Nickit over the wall. Doesn't really do too much. Baron's almost gone. And we're looking at Aki with the plant over the wall. Here comes the call of the Forge God. Come on, do it. Smite it away. Go for the steal as they're doing it. They're dishing out some damage, but it's actually Leaf who picks up the first kill. Baron going over to the red side. NiP can secure it for themselves. But it was a decent try here for the side of NiP. Oh,
a showdown in the Baron pit. As there's a 4v3 happening outside the pit. Nayu and Aki are just staring at each other with their spells ready, like 1400 HP on the Baron. Who's gonna go? Who's gonna go? And it's Nayu. Gets his Q cooldown up. 1400 smite between the crushing blow and the summoner smite. Barely able to come away with it. It's a 1 for, or is it a 2 for 0, 2 for 1 in the fight, in fact. And honestly, it's going to be NiP that are going to be very happy with this situation. A good flick onto Hoya means he has to flash out to safety. I really thought Niket would go for a bigger angle here. But honestly, the Alistair in this fight just needs to be a little bit more forward-facing. Satab flashes over the engage, but only onto Doinby, who takes pretty much no damage, returns instantly and takes the fight. And look in the pit.
Wow.
Aki able to, Q through, but doesn't get the smite. Nayu able to Q plus smite at 1274. A crazy kind of fight, honestly. And NiP the ones that just barely come out on top.
Honestly, I gotta say, it's crazy to me that we still only have about a 1k gold lead here for one of the two teams. With the Soul being on the side of TT, it should feel like more, but it's not really, as 1xN is now going into 1v1 with Leaf, and he just does it. He just does it. He just has all the damage. He has 4 items. Hoya coming through with the call of the Forge God. That one is going to be denied.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
He's just frontlining. He is just frontlining. He doesn't care anymore. He gets the kill against the Scion. Cease and desist coming through here onto the backline. Tibbers as well. Now you has to use the clone in order to make it out alive, as Doinby is also running for the hills. And yeah, he's buying some space.
It might take a while here.
He's on the hunt. 1xN is on the hunt. 1xN is on the hunt. Come on, go, get it. Do it. He's thrown back again. You can see Aki going down finally, as now Doinby is the next target. 1xN with his next kill. And everyone else seems to make it out okay. Well, everyone else being Nayu and Niket. No one else is left, in fact. But still, wow. Wow.
Yeah, Leave is struggling in this game and has been picked now twice. And even if he doesn't die in the first pick, like, you just can never step up to hit this wave. The Hextech Soul going over to Thunder Talk, and I mean, 1xN can just jump on you. He's got a Lulu in his pocket. Just walk the other way around mid lane, and the fight from here on in, it's completely lost. You have no AD carry. That incredible gold sink that you put onto the Sivir is not a part of this skirmish. And it's just a chase down from here. Nayu, and in fairness to Nayu and Niket, they're able to, I think, take down Aki on the side of this fight, but it's of little consequence. They've already lost the Soul. They do nothing with the Baron. And Nayu, I think he's calling for Niket here. Okay, we kind of need to duo this so we can take down the Vi. And fortunately enough, they were barely able to keep Aki from 2v1ing. But now it's back to square one, Miller here, because we are 57,000 to 57,000.
Yep.
The gold is dead even, and the only thing to separate these two teams is the fact that 1xN is going to be powered up by a Hextech Soul.
Honestly, that to me, that is more than enough. That is more than enough, because my man has 9 kills. He has 9 kills on Yunara. He's absolutely thriving. Hasn't died once. 700 gold shutdown. You know, put the Hextech Soul on that, and I fear I got a FF, you know, because that's roughy to play into that.
Okay, Weaver's Wall coming through. They want this tier 1 turret here.
I mean, it makes sense. It's one of the most important turrets to open up the map again, but they are just not able to get through to it. It's being guarded. It's being guarded. The wave is gone. No chance.
Okay, half HP Hoya, but he can go back to base, probably teleport back in if they really want to take this. And yeah, that's going to be the call here. We are full on A-ramming. Just because side lanes don't matter anymore, it all depends around this Elder Drake spawning in 40 seconds. Who can get control over mid lane? Who can do the extra little bits of damage that are going to decide this fight? Who can find those early chunks? Leaf has so frequently been caught out that he's had to call all 4 of the rest of his team to protect him. And that's a TP,
really
that's
careful.
a recall from Aki, that's a recall now from Feather, and it's NiP who are likely going to get that first access to the river, to the pit.
But it looks as if TT know they cannot really give up this turret. It would be a bit too much as now the Call of the Forge God is coming true. But look at solo kills already chunked down extremely low as they are now looking to go into the fight. Here they come from the side. The damage output is enormous with 1xN picking up the kills again. And you just cannot fight against this Yunara. He is still full life. He's been untouched. He was able to fire away. And that is Elder on the map. And I don't see a world in which NiP can contest this.
It's not Elder, Miller. I think this is the game. 10-0-5
No, I want to
for
see
1xN.
Go for the
We may
Elder.
want to see it, but I think we're going to be disappointed with 30 seconds on leave, 30 seconds on solo kill. Maybe they'll go for the inhibitor first. I think Doinby is going to be able to wave clear this and do a lot of delaying if he can try and put some rocks down, but 1xN is just going to jump on him.
1xN is doing that exactly, but that was
Yeah.
Aki in the end who ends up picking up the kill. First turret is already down there. They're moving straighter back into the backline. Niket now up as well, but Nayu extremely low. It's only the Nexus standing, but it's not going to stand for much longer as TT are looking to take their first win in the series of the day. And they're looking to turn it around and make it back towards that middle of the pack here in the group Nirvana.
And Yunara continues to dominate in the LPL. A very solid performance from 1xN, giving him the tools. I questioned it early on, right? Like, you've taken this Yunara on first rotation. Is it going to be able to have the same impact that you're hoping for? And the answer was unequivocally yes. A massive performance from the bot lane of TT. Feather, getting caught out a couple of times and costing them a little bit. But 1xN never doing that, importantly. 1xN constantly in the right position or with his team so that they could bail him out of danger if that was ever necessary. And, on the flip side for NiP, unfortunately, it was the complete opposite. Leave now 2-3 times, getting caught out, picked up, and not giving the same contribution to the team fights as 1xN.
Would you say the game was a little out of character for Ninjas, or is it still what you would have expected from the messiness that they have still had in their past few games as well?
I mean, I think that for Leave, this is unfortunately becoming a little bit too on brand, where you're in a really good position, you've got a lot of gold, you've got a lot of resources, but you just die mid lane and in a position that you probably shouldn't have done. Even in that final team fight, I think using your spell shield on the first half of Call the Forge God is a real waste, because they can still aim the second one at you, and you'd have to flash it. You're then now open to Vialty, to everything else, and you're not in a position to auto-attack, to use the Flicker Blades to get through the rest of to get a reset on that E cooldown. But for the rest of NiP, I think they were kind of hamstrung by the fact that they were never fighting with an AD carry, that half the fight, you can argue, is this Leave's fault for being picked up, or is this NiP's fault for not protecting the Sivir? And I think that there are a couple of instances in mid lane, we have to rag on Leave a little bit, say this is your problem here. And then that final team fight, you can maybe argue a little bit of both, but definitely instances where NiP really struggled.
100%, and I think what Thundertalk did very well is the protect the president type comp, right? For the longest time, they were all protecting 1xN until we saw it in the later team fights. He didn't need any more protection. He was just able to play it front, he was frontlining. He was just running straight onto solo kill, getting the kill, refuses to evaluate. It worked very, very well for them.
He's got Lulu shields, he's getting wild growth every single team fight. Had a shield bow in that final fight as well, so was sat with, effectively 4,000-5,000 HP plus the lifesteal that you're getting from a blade and everything else. There was far too much in the back pocket for the Yunara, so it was pretty darn straightforward. And I'm looking forward to seeing the damage percentage here, because I'm doing some quick maths. I'm looking at 48-49% of his team's damage done in this fight. So 1xN was the carry for TT. He has been the carry for the entire duration of this year, and if they can continue to put those resources into him, this is what you get.
100%, but we gotta say, if we looked at the gold graph there were points in which NiP, they were there, they were present, they had moments where they were able to carry it, but in the end it just wasn't quite enough. I think this was one of the parts where it just got so messy. This Atacant fight, I still try to understand what happened there.
This is where it started to turn, unfortunately. This is where Nayu's already out of this fight because of a Satab marking, and then we see like Leave and Doinby are on this top side where their front line's already dying, so it's just not quite the same page for NiP. And then Niket goes in, who, you know, he's not tanky enough, nearly tanky enough to sustain in that. And it's a good flick by Doinby. It means that Feather does end up falling, but not being able to take down Satab, not being able to push any further with that, and getting double knocked up by Hoya as well. You know, it just kind of speaks to how close and how this game was very, very close until such a point that it just really wasn't.
NiP Gaming in the chat as well. Sorry, you have to look at this again. I bet it's not the most beautiful time to, you know, look at the replays of what we just saw, but I'm sure there's a big comeback angle here because, again, the potential was there from Ninjas. The potential was there in so many scenarios, but this was just when it was already too late. You can see 1xN just running straight forward and picking up all these kills.
Yeah, I mean, even this like chaos that happens in the pit as well, it's just barely favorable for NiP. But you're really splitting hairs as to where the differences between these two teams actually lies in the how they played out the rest of this game. And the difference ends up coming down to one AD carry being able to be protected and the other one, unfortunately, not quite having that same impact.
I gotta say, Colossus has a point. You know, the game actually doesn't count because you did not get to pick the new champion, which is, of course, always Omega broken. So let's just scrap that and we go to game 2 and then, you know, we can turn it around or see if Thundertalk can make it a 2-0. I mean, look, they would need the points. They would definitely need the points in the group, but, well, they gotta make it stick first. If we're looking towards player of the game, is it 1xN for you?
So it's like it's never been anybody but 1xN for Thundertalk. It feels like there's so frequently times where you look at a game and you go, oh look, their AD carry did it. Yep, no surprises. And then you look across the rest of the map and go, well done guys for not losing the game for 1xN. And this game in particular was a very real showing of just what the power of 1xN actually is. You know, he's diving the fountain in Scion Q to take down a Vi or a Wukong underneath the fountain. Like it's been 1xN since game number 1, and you know, if TT end up winning more games, odds are we'll be looking at him to do it again.
Well, let's see if they can do it again, but first of all, let's see if we're right with our prediction. Is it going to be 1xN? I gotta expect it, even though he did profit from, you know, the tools that the team gave him in order to be able to play the Yunara to that extent. But
I think
knowing
this is a really good example of seeing that you can be given a lot of resources and still not do a lot with Leave, because he got a lot of gold. He was funneled a lot of the money and unfortunately didn't have nearly the same impact.
Yeah. Well, that's amazing. We can see the player of the game graphic right there, 12 kills. That is definitely a big number, a really big number. Let's see if they can come back with the same extent of gameplay for game number 2. Before that, everyone needs a little bit of a breather. I'm sure NiP Gaming need to take a little breath, you know, settle down. Content game is out of the way. We're now going back to the good gameplay. Let's see if they can make it happen. Let's see if they can come back. We are throwing it to a short break and then we'll be right back afterwards with game number 2 of the second series of the day. Welcome back to the LPL English. I'm Mila and I'm still joined with Root, and we're here for the Fuller Group Nirvana Action Day. We've seen some games, but you know, some of these games do remind me a little bit of my solo queue experience, where I gotta say it's not going too well, and sometimes I wish I was more like a pro player. Sometimes I wish I could play like a pro. Can you relate to that?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So I think it's an important point to mention that you can take the opportunity and actually learn from the pro players themselves, whatever your rank is. You know, the best way to start climbing right now is to schedule a coaching session with prodiff at prodiff.gg. Sorry, reading is a hard thing for me as well. Maybe you should work on that too. You will work one-on-one with an active or recent player in the NACL, in the ERLs, in the LTA, and they will teach you to play like an actual pro player. You can get personalized coaching from the pros today at prodiff.gg, and if you use the code LPL10, you can get a discount at checkout and save actually 10%. And you can also support the LPL English, which I think is really, really cool. And I should definitely take up those lessons because it's not working out. My Yunara does not look like what 1xN just did. So maybe I can get him to teach me. Does that work that way?
Well, I think it might work that way, but maybe not for 1xN. I don't know, he's a part of the program, but your LTA, NACL, ERL pros, hey, maybe we can get to look like their Yunara a little bit as well. And I mean, after game number 1, it's no surprise that we're longing for 1xN levels of performance, but I do want to re-emphasize that we've been here before, Miller. In fact, 2 days ago, we were in this exact same position where Thunder took game number 1, and then NiP came back, the mini reverse sweep happened, they found this series 2-1. Now, we've already been in that position as well today, where we saw our first series between LGD and LNG. LNG, you know, they won a series last time round. They were in a good spot to have a 2-1 comeback. But LNG, finally, they booked the trend. They said, okay, well, actually, we can go 2-0 and we'll actually just stomp you like that. So Thunder Talk have got the opportunity to continue with today's tradition and not let history repeat itself.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we gotta say, the expectation was a little higher the last time around, too. I think people were, let's say, quite disappointed by the gameplay that they put on for their last, meetup that they had a few days ago. But I think at least Thunder Talk in this game 1 did a great job at facilitating what their winning condition was. They wanted to play around 1xN. They did that. It was going very well. They ended the game. Good job. What do the Ninjas have to do to come back from that?
Well, I think that their focus on keeping Leave alive needs to be from Leith's side and his side improved. I do think that Doinby looked honestly really impressive on the Tlir. He was kind of one of the only playmakers that they had left in that situation. And I think that we just need to see a little bit better performance from Leave, setting him up maybe for a little bit more success, and giving more agency to Doinby I think is always a good idea. We haven't seen Doinby rise yet so far this series. It wasn't picked, it wasn't banned, but I think that that's a very real avenue for them to just find some success in general.
100%. We've heard Nayu in the interview, of course, also talking about the doubleheader, the quick back-to-back games. And he himself said, I'm actually quite excited about this. I don't worry too much. I think it's cool. For me, it's very new. It's very fun. So maybe he can bring the fun back, because their early game did look very, very nice. Finding these proactive plays, getting himself ahead as well. So let's see if they can find a way to bring that back to the table as we see the first few bans coming through. And Rise is still open. Just saying.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I mean, there are a couple of notoriously good answers, and we'll see whether or not they end up getting played into, with the Aurora taken off the board as well. Maybe Silas, something that we might see come through a little bit earlier on than we might have necessarily anticipated, especially with Alistair off the board. It's or maybe not necessarily, but with Alice off the board, it loses a little bit of control. But that first pick, Varus usually a red side ban, but this time round it gets left open. Thunder Talk clearly know that they have some sort of an answer here by banning this Galio. This feels a lot more typical of a blue side situation. Red side, we normally see your Gwens, your Trundles, your Pantheons, your Varuses as well. So it's Thunder Talk opting into giving over the Varus in exchange for what they want on this next side. Zinzao still open in the jungle. They could go for a Sejuani type of combo if they wanted to as well. But instead, they're just quite happy to early on take this Xayah and again, putting a lot of tools into 1xN's back pocket.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting to see if they can save him in the same way they did before. Pairing the Rakan with it seems very no-brainer-ish, right? Like, of course, that's what you're going to do. If it's open, I think it always works very well. It makes sense that these two are paired together. And then on the other side, we get the Xinza secured. You mentioned it's still open. One of the best choices you may still have. And then Silas being hovered here. Interesting. I think it's an option, but I do prefer, you know, something else maybe, at least in this first rotation. I like that they end up picking up the Nautilus here, because it would be a very easy task for TT to just ban supports for the second rotation and be like, well, that's too bad.
A good pick. It's a good pick into the Rakan. It's not necessarily as great when we look at the Xayah. But normally what is going to happen is you just end up trading ult for ult, so you'll get Featherstorm for the depth charge, and that probably not too bad a trade. And we will now see that NiP, instead of going for you know, something that we may have expected to be slightly more highly prized, it's the Jarvan in the jungle, which honestly is about as good as they're going to get at this situation. We've got Pantheon, Trundle both banned, Xin picked up, and then Wukong and Vi both taken off the board. So there's a little bit of access now to Leave once again. Again, looking at how well his summoner spells can be used, we will look and see whether or not that flash is safe, and whether the Jarvan ulti is going to be used to burn that or not. But for Thunder Talk, they've got a good dive access, they've got really good dive buddies, and I think that for NiP, looking into this mid lane now, they're going to have to be very careful with what they do pick for Doinby. If they opt into the Rise, it's a champion that doesn't necessarily have any mobility, can get locked down in the pit. But looking at this Akali ban as well, maybe a Silas getting thought about by Thunder Talk, and maybe giving Satab a bit more of the reins to try and unleash himself in this game.
I was just about to mention the Orianna in the combination here with Aki, you know, going for the Jarvan Orianna comp, but that of course has been banned. Rise now banned as well, so Doinby's not going to play that. And the mid lane pool is getting reduced quite heavily here. There's of course still options like, I don't know, say the Syndra or like Ari or something, maybe even Hui.
With both
I don't
teams,
know.
yeah, I think that Hui's a really good call for. Ari's never bad for Thunder Talk as well, because they've got so much dive already that they could just look to go for it, go for the Ari. I really like this Silas ban here. I think that was what TT was setting up for. But Ari's a great pick, you know, really solid mid jungle duo. You are going to focus, and you're going to be able to find access to the backline regardless. Galio's already banned as well, which would be the next port of call. So for NiP, you might just think, well, what are they able to take into this? You know, you don't really want to take an immobile mage when you've got to play up against Ari, Jarvan, but what else is there left on the board? You know, unless you're resorting to some AD assassins, which then pigeonholes you into a full AD comp. I think Victor's probably the only option that they've got left if they want to go for something that can kind of withstand some dive. Victor can build a Rod of Ages, he can put down a Gravity Well in the Cataclysm, like you have some sort of defensive tools, but there's nothing really that screams that this is going to be overwhelmingly positive for Doinby.
Yeah, 100%. He will have a bit of a rougher game again, even though he was not necessarily the issue in game one. He was also not the one to make the biggest difference, sadly. So maybe Victor, similarly rough, but hopefully he can have some more late game impact, because that's the thing for me with Victor. Scales quite well. Rod of Ages has been changed, has been buffed, so that will definitely be interesting for him to play around. And the Arcane Storm, the bigger it grows, the better it gets. Maybe he can do some work with that. But just looking at the drafts, you don't seem too convinced.
I'm okay with TT's composition, because it does one thing and it does it well. Again, I feel like 1xN is a little bit left out in the lurch. This is another situation we saw in the previous series with Savior, where he was playing Messiah and the rest of his team was going forward. So 1xN is going to be a little bit left out. But NiP as well, what does their composition do? Well, a little bit of everything. It's got some good poke, it's got some good setup for the Victor, but how much protection is there, importantly? And when I'm looking at it, there's a decent amount. There's some good knockups from Nautilus to try and keep them safe. You can use the Xin Zhao ult to push people away. Cassante can drag somebody else away also. So unless this snap engage happens in an instant for Thunder Talk, there should theoretically be tools for NiP to counteract.
I gotta say, that top lane matchup is going to be so boring because who has more dashes? Oh my god, no one dies. Oh, it's so interesting. So I hope we don't get to see a lot of that. But we do get to see Ambessa again, as well as the Cassandra. Both of these champions can be teamfight impact champions if they're played right, if the ultimates hit where they're supposed to. So I definitely look to Hoya and Solo Kill here to see how they can turn around fights when they arrive, because I think it's going to be important.
And we saw, importantly as well, the power that an Ambessa can have, and the power an Ambessa can't have in our earlier series as we load onto the Rift here. Game number 2 between NiP and TT.
We're going in. TT looking to maybe make it a 2-0, pick up that important point for the table, putting themselves in a better position for the second round robin. And then NiP, of course, they wanna, you know, keep holding on to their lead. Currently in second place in Group Nirvana, sitting comfortably after the first 5 match days, but they definitely need to keep putting in the work in order to make sure no one is going to get to them. Zeta has to run for the hills here a little bit.
No, okay. I would have really liked to see Niket go for a flash for flash trade there. Setab pre-level 6 is vulnerable, and that's a possibility. That's something you can look for, as Doinby just crosses straight through mid lane and puts his ward down. It would have been a good opportunity to get Nio in there and honestly get some stacks onto Doinby earlier on if they can find that first kill. But not going to be the case, and values his flash for the laning phase. I think that's quite wise when you're looking at a Zyra Khan lane, and especially when your Varus has opted into a very passive summoner spell. He's not playing to fight at all, and Leave just looking for the TP.
Beautiful highlight on the skin here, of course. It's pretty, gotta say. It is a pretty skin.
It does. And I think that importantly as well, with this Ahri being a slightly lower typically rated pick from the mid lane, that keeping eyes on how well Setab can do is going to be important, as Hoya dings level 2 early in the top side, able to jump onto Solo Kill.
Looking good so far. Solo Kill got level 2 now as well, though. Should be fine. Bot lane push. A little harder to play for the side of TT here with the early heal coming through, as Feather has been taking a little bit of damage there. I think Nautilus with the hook is, of course, a big threat already in the laning phase. Something you gotta respect on the side of TT here.
Yeah, and I think that versus the Rakan, what you normally want is things that provide hard CC quickly. So things like a Nautilus who can just auto-attack you, stop the Rakan from being able to dive in and dive back out. The reason you take Rakan into Braum so frequently... Oh, hold on, Hoya's knocked into the turret.
Hoya has the flash. Manages to stay alive.
Alright.
But that was a little closer than he probably expected himself.
Yeah, I mean, flash for nothing there. That's a really big win for Solo Kill, fortunately. You can see both junglers pathing into the mid lane.
Oh, we can see Aki getting chunked down there a little bit. Half his health bar gone. Zetab also not quite as healthy as he'd like to be, as the next hook comes through on this bot lane. Feather stepping forward now.
Hello,
Trying
Niket.
to find the knock-up. Everyone has the flash. Nayu is now here. Niket got rooted from that Feather pullback, and that's both sums gone on both of the bot laners for Thunder Talk.
Very
So
aggressive
definitely-
flash from Niket as he flashes over the grand entrance and tries to extend the play a little bit further. It's flash and ghost used by 1xN to get out to safety, and looking at the ramifications of that, you want to see 1xN get punished pre-level 6 now. If you are Nayu, that's a flashless, ghostless Xayah down in that bot side, and you've got Nautilus with Hex Flash. The setup theoretically should be very straightforward.
Interesting to see if maybe Nayu wants to go for a bit of a regank, but we can see the lane swaps coming through again. And they are safe for the moment underneath their own turrets. Drake spawns in 30-ish seconds. It doesn't look as if there will be a lot of attention towards that. Maybe from Aki, who's now moving down towards the bot side jungle again. But NiP don't seem to be in a position where they want to necessarily go for that first early Drake. Cat doesn't quite the right position, but then the hook comes through. Nicely done. 1xN stays inside the turret range though. Which of
But you
course
can still
keeps him
see
safe.
really good damage being done already by the NiP bot lane. The power of this Varus really showing itself as a really good lane and scales into that mid to late game quite well as a poke threat as well. They're going to deny the bot lane this entire minion wave, and I think they're trying to send Satab to try to catch it, but they're going to lose out on a good portion of that, a good chunk of it regardless. 1xN and Feather just playing dodge the Varus at this stage in the game, and it's not going too well for them. Good advantage set up by NiP early on.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the CS difference on bot lane, it definitely stings a little bit for 1xN here. 20 CS behind. It's not the position you want to be in after 5 minutes. Good news for Thunder Talk is you will get the Drake. That's nice. But you will still have to deal with the smaller leads generated individually on the side of NiP.
Yeah, and that's going to be a task for a different time. I think this is the first game today where we've seen a very early Drake be taken, so shout outs to Thunder Talk for being able to put themselves in a position where that is possible. Like we say, we think it comes at the cost at their mid lane, or at their AD carry, excuse me, as you can see that 1xN is severely behind the curve and is sort of nomading from one lane to the other, trying to pick up dregs of CS before he can actually get to a position in this game where he's able to fight. And I do think that in terms of just these AD carries alone, that the Varus is a very good answer to the Xayah. It's very short range, and Leave, with his long range of the piercing arrow, will be able to bully 1xN before these fights and before these skirmishes.
Oh, yeah, it's now getting engaged in this bot side. Finds the public execution underneath the turret though. Maybe he can buy some time, as now Feather is moving in as well. Oh yeah, still alive. Somehow he managed to buy enough time, but it's just not quite the outcome they were looking for, as he ends up going down in the end. It's the kill for Doinby. And therefore TT, well, I guess they have to take a step back in that scenario. 1xN getting some alone time, maybe that's the good news, but I don't know.
Looks like Doinby will be able to get back to this wave and get the majority of it anyway, so it's effectively just a play that is unpunished. Yes, you know, 1xN gets a wave uncontested, but that's not the win that you're looking for when Hoya gets punished and taken down under the turret like that. Does look like they'll be able to get him the gold of the next wave regardless, but again, it's a small lead being picked up by NiP and a very good start to this early game. A great little pickup under the turret as Feather does what he can, but ultimately isn't able to keep the Ambessa alive. And Aki comes in not quite able to do enough for peeling either. So TT, going to be a little bit hard done by. A reminder, like, how they won game number 1 was through 1xN, was through this Xayah being a massive menace in late game team fights. But the current state of this game, 1xN is behind the curve. He's going to take a while before he can become that menace, and NiP are doing a good job at curbing the power of 1xN.
Grubbies are now on the map. We can see everyone kind of moving in towards this top side. Lane swaps have been coming through, as Ztap is now caught in the Arcane Storm, has to use the Spirit Rush, but should be just fine. With both of the ADCs in mid lane, and the push towards top side, more towards NiP, they are in the better position to, of course, start off these Void Grabs, which they will do. But yeah, the pings are coming through.
Satab has to walk the long way around to get involved in this fight, but he has no Spirit Rush anyway.
Okay, Hook's coming through. It's not quite enough. Aki's getting zoned here quite a bit. Feather tries to step forward, doesn't hit the target where he needs to. Niket doesn't have the depth charge yet, so maybe that's good news. Aki manages to smite away at least one grubby, and now they're going in for the fight. Aki in the backline has to flash out straight away, as this is not the positioning you want. Feather Storm by 1xN has been used. He pulls back the feathers, finds the root, and in the end it's a kill for Ztap. But now 1xN has to pay for his life. Ztap left by his lonesome, as Aki is moving back in as well. He trades one back, but he will probably go down as well. Doesn't have the flash. It's the double kill for Ztap, but the question is at what cost, because your team falls. The Void Grubs will probably... Well, the singular Void Grub that is still there will probably stand for another second. But, I don't know. Not clean. Not the outcome we wanted.
Big early fight though for NiP, right? Like this is a massive fight for them. They get 2 out of 3 Void Grubs. They find a couple of kills, and flash from Leave here is really good. Keeps himself safe. 1xN is not quite able to do damage, and Unfortunately for Thundertalk, again, a little bit mismatched on what they want to do. Aki is so far away from the team that by the time he goes in, he's solo, he's isolated, and you know, when he goes in, who's going with him? Seitab doesn't have ulti. The Xayah can't contribute to this. And yes, 1xN's able to find one on the back of this, but he can't flash out to safety. He has no good flash angle. And then Aki goes in looking for leave, unfortunately not quite able to take him down or knock anybody up to save his mid laner for a little bit longer. And NiP will be more than happy that NiP, or that Doinby rather, has just contributed to 5 kills, got literally a full upgrade off of the contributions to team fights, is now 4-0-1, and is going to be the sole focus, hopefully, of Thundertalk if they want any chance at taking this win.
Last Void Grub. Sounds like a great movie, by the way, the last Void Grub. But the last Void Grub has been taken. So 2 grubs over to the side of NiP. And 1 that Aki was able to smite away. So that's of course the stack for the feats of strength denied, but not really much more. Second Drake is on the map. And TT have to look to find a way back. 11 minutes in the game, and it's already a 2k gold lead. Maybe now Aki finds a nice cataclysm. They're moving into the backline, Feather with the engage, but and again 1xN just goes down. Nicely done by Nayu. Yes, they get the return kill onto Leave. But again, at what cost? They invest a lot, but they don't end up getting the outcome they were looking for. Now with the Drake up, it's going to be hard to fight that one. Huya tries to escape using the public execution. Feather is in the area, keeping him safe there.
And it's looking very much like we're repeating history, unfortunately, for Thundertalk, as NiP are now 2,500 gold to the good. They've stopped the early dragon stacking that TT tried to put down, and Doinby is 5-0 on this victor. The diving efforts of Thundertalk have not yet been successful, and for the side of NiP, it's probably just going to be business as usual. Return to the map, continue snowballing. You've got a tier 1 turret top side, a tier 1 turret bot side that you can look to take. And they've still got plates up for another 2 minutes, so you can probably take a good chunk of gold out of those as well. We need to see better execution from Thundertalk. Doinby still has flash, let alone burning it in the first place. He needs to be the focus of all of these team fights, otherwise he's just going to run amok across the team fight.
Feather and Aki both in the area. Maybe they can look to find something either in this jungle or towards this top side, but we can see Niket's moving in as well. Could use the plant. Will definitely spot Feather here, but I don't think Aki has been spotted yet. Now he's on vision. He's going to drag himself over the wall, but he's getting caught out relatively early on, and that's just another kill given over to NiP. Not really much you can say about that.
Yeah, and I think given over is the exact right phrasing of that as well. Seitab now under the turret. I mean, he has Spirit Rush, but whether or not he can get out of this with depth charge available remains to be seen. An attempted collapse by TT.
Maybe they can find a little bit of damage. Niket has taken some, but it's just not quite enough, and Zetap has to be so careful. The laser coming through does a decent amount of damage. Now they are looking to even invade the jungle, take away these camps from Aki, who's now just respawned back on the map. Feather's going forward. Here comes the quickness. Maybe they can find something, but Feather's going to drop down extremely low.
Okay.
Feather's going to be pulled back, and that's a good kill. Necessary kill going over to Aki, and they are looking for a little bit more. Public execution comes through onto Leave. Leave underneath the turret won't be enough. Hoya with the kill as well. And that's exactly the proactivity that I want to see from TT in order to fight back. They need to fight back, they need to get these catches, and they need to open up the map as quickly as possible to not let the snowball get out of control for the side of NiP here.
Yeah, and I mean, Nayu there with a little bit of a return donation onto Aki, as it does end up giving over a little bit of a freebie as TT take down this tier 1 turret. It's not quite kills onto 1xN, but it is gold via these assists, via the turret, and the way that he's able to collect. And you know, 10 CS away from his call being complete. He's probably going to go back to base, pick up a good component of the Infinity Edge as well. As off screen here, it's Hoya and Solo Kill going at it, but the immediate early walk up from Hoya gives him the opportunity to contest this. As Feather comes on in, finds a really good engage, and Nayo just sticks around a little bit too long. Xin Zhao does one thing, he goes in. What he can't do is go out. And he found that out, you know, probably already knows this, but reminded of it the hard way.
Nicely done, 2 quick kills. You can see the fans happy. I mean, I get it. You know, I would be happy too. If my team made a comeback, I'm always very happy about that.
And it's the momentum swing as well, that it just, you know, they've now wrested back control of momentum. And in a game like League, you know, if you feel like you're ahead, then you're going to play like it and you're going to look to try and use it. In this game, in this situation, it's probably very clear to both sides. Doinby is the linchpin, right? If we can kill Doinby in these 5v5s, we're probably going to win as TT. If, you know, NiP can protect the president, keep the victor alive, we're probably going to see NiP force us to a game number 3. But he's been permanently safe in this situation. Aki.
Cataclysm coming through. Leaf doesn't really have any tools, doesn't have the Flash, Feather Storm, and the pullback going through, therefore...
Can he get out,
going over through Aki. I don't think... Oh, I just wanted to say I don't think so. But he did drag himself over. Now the depth charge is onto 1xm, but the hook is being blocked here by Feather, who uses everything he has in order to make it out alive.
Yeah.
Nice try from NiP there.
Feather with a great save as he just walks in, tanks the hook, and 1xn doesn't have to flash, doesn't really get punished for getting in range of depth charge, but NiP are the ones who are starting up this Herald, and Satad does have teleport if he wants to come to contribute to this, but instead it looks like they're cross-mapping, they're looking toward this bot side. I think trying to take the turret in the face of a Cassante is going to be quite difficult, but it's just going to be quite straightforward, a Rift Herald for nothing.
Well, that's how it goes. NiP with the next objective. Herald should be good for them. They lost their mid lane to 1 turret. Maybe they can get something back now, especially with the Drake spawning in about 5 seconds. Maybe you can actually use it already to utilize that as we look at another replay of this mid lane play.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Leave, he has no flash, and you're playing Varus. This is what we're talking about, where we say immobile targets don't like playing versus Jarvan because what do? You just get locked up, and that is it. So Aki is doing a great job at punishing one target who's got no flash. We'd like to see him attempt to focus getting flash off of another one. I think that trading flash for flash with Doinby is worthwhile if you are Aki. It's about if you can survive by doing that.
Sadly, Drake wasn't up there for TT to go for the trade. Therefore, we can see NiP actually going in with both getting the Herald and also getting the Dragon. Now they're looking to use the Herald to open up this mid lane. Mid lane tier 1, such an important turret to make it easier for yourself to contest objectives on the map. But now they're a little bit caught in the river here. It's being split up as Hoya misses the ultimate. Oh god, we've seen that so many times today.
And now we leave.
Yeah.
And now we run. And that's
honestly,
it. Thunder Talk. They came, they tried, they failed, they left. You know? It's a sad ending to the story, but for the time being, their defenses of the tier 1 turret are going to be questioned.
You know what? Sometimes I think that's a better choice, but they're looking to get something
here
on the side of
doing?
TT. That's a beautiful Cataclysm underneath the turret. Beautifully done. It's a double kill for 1xn. Has used the Ghost, but I think that's well worth it. Now NiP, they have to look. Maybe they can get something back here. Possibly, if TT overstay, they do have a wave coming in. Maybe they can pick up the turret. It would be so important for them to gain some mobility back on this map, but very nice. TT, they get the kills. They get another turret in this bot lane.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Niket lost his mind. Like, he just queued under the turret when there are a ton of feathers laid down and when, you know, the majority of people are still absolutely fine. Is it Niket or Nayu that decide to go for this? Yeah, Niket queues in. They get double charmed, double knocked up, and yeah, they, like I say, they lost their mind, I think is the most appropriate way to try and explain that.
No.
It's a great response by Leave, I will say. I think that him sniping Aki on the backside of this means, okay, we're able to take this turret. Charm connects, good buffer.
Now Niket, though,
good dodges.
Able to buy some time here. Fancy feet. Fancy feet. Right. Gotta give it to him. Made it up.
Yeah.
That's good.
I mean, he's got these resist boots, so he's got tenacity as well from the magic resist, and he's able to, you know, use that charms shorten timer, starts walking out to safety, and dodges the knock up as well. I mean, overall, a very well executed escape by Niket. Probably shouldn't have been caught in that position either way, but, you know, found himself there and actually gets out to safety.
Small wins. Small
wins, exactly.
Sometimes
I mean, for NiP,
it's the little
they need
things.
to take a few more bigger ones. I'm just going to remind everybody of that. They are down 0-1 in this series and currently down in gold as well.
Yeah, it's crazy. We have another gold swing on our hands because it looked relatively good for NiP in the early stages of the game, but then this one team fight kind of turned it around again for TT. They did miss out on a bunch of objectives, but they are still in a fine position. If we look at how many turrets they were able to get, the whole entire first turret line is gone. So TT have been doing a decent job at that. The good news for NiP, as we can see, of course, 1xN, the richest player in the game. The good news for NiP is there is a lot of standing gold still on the map for them to get with the two tier 1 turrets still there.
I mean, the game plan hasn't really changed for either of these sides. We're seeing posturing around the top side because the Atacon is live. Drake spawns in 1 minute and 45 seconds, so we are going to start seeing teams have to prioritize one or the other. For NiP, can we keep Victor alive? For Thunder Talk, can we kill Victor? Those are the only real things we care about.
Well, they're looking for something on the side here, but that's solo kill. Oh god, no, not the public execution. It's been flashed by solo kill. Very important for him to make it out. But I also don't think that solo kill has to be the target you want to engage on here. He is the Cassante, should be able to be fine in most scenarios, as Hoya is now moving towards topside all by himself.
Run,
that is,
he doesn't even have TP. This guy is
I mean, the turret's still there. Turret's still there. He does have a bunch of dashes, but they're still looking for it. Niket going for it. The flash is there, and now they can turn it around, possibly, as Feather's going in. The Arcane Storm is doing some work here. They have to be really careful dancing around that one. Now it's 5 members for the side of TT towards the top side. No one dies. Setup? That's a little psycho. I don't think you have to step forward there, but hey, you do you.
Well, I think that the protection of Hoya is going to cost them the Atacon, where they move so heavily up to the top side and commit so much to trying to defend him that they don't actually have what it takes to contest this Atacon anymore. They don't have R-Realty, they don't have the quickness from Feather either, and they spent so much trying to keep their Ambessa alive that they lose out on the Atacon for it, where maybe they could have taken the fight after the fact. Because Hoya looks like he was fine. He could have probably just backed and TP'd. You know, for Thunder Talk's money, probably wasted a little bit of their time, and now we're looking at the Drake spawning in 6 seconds. They are there first, but whether they're there in time to burn it down is a completely different question, and it looks like the answer is unequivocally no. They're still looking to take this fight with no quickness, no Spirit Rush, and NiP, they walk in through the river, and I think they're just going to take this second dragon. Look at Hoya, he's still topside. Yes, he's got teleport, and they are going to channel it. They're going to call for this then.
Let's see, maybe if he can hit a good public execution. I gotta look at Hoya here. He has to find something. Doinby, maybe the target, as NiP there going a little further back. They are respecting this, and now the question stands, who gets the smite? It's going to the blue side. That's NiP with the soul point. Question is, does TT want to step further forward? Don't think so. Hook from NiP doesn't connect, so therefore that should have been it.
And with inside track on mid lane as well. They can force TT the long way round. Now Niket and Doinby will be able to get some good damage down onto this tier 2 turret. A couple of Void Grubs in their back pocket as well. It's not going to be nothing, but Aki looking for a flank. Setup, Hoya, they're all pincering.
Come on, do something. Cataclysm coming through. Aki has to go out though, and they are not quite hitting the damage as the public execution is coming late to the party, but the Arcane Storm is doing so much work. That's a double kill for Doinby. He's moving further forward. Nayu getting a kill against Zetap. 1xN. The last one standing because Aki is running for the hills. And they end up staying alive, but they lose a turret and they lose another fight.
Yeah, NiP regain control of the game. They take the Drake and then take a fight as well. 3 for nothing. Aki finds a triple Cataclysm there, and it looks like the engage is good to begin with. But a couple of flashes and some very well played timings on summoner spells actually keeps TT from coming back into this game. 7-0-4. We are fully online in terms of Victor books right now. We've got every upgrade, 9 stacks on our Dark Seal as well. And NiP are looking very well poised to put themselves back in control of this series. Aki starts it up, 3 people in the Cataclysm, followed up with a knock-up onto Doinby. But he flashes out, and an exhaust onto Hoya means that in this backline, he is doing absolutely 0 damage. 1xN is hitting a Xin Zhao who's got ulti on and doing no damage himself. And honestly, you know, 1xN being given all of this gold versus a Xin Zhao where you just can't hit. There's nothing else that you can do. You can't walk forward to try and hit the Victor. You can't walk forward to try and hit the Varus because you're just going to die to the Xin Zhao in his face. So, honestly, the power of the front line for NiP, even though it's, in that case, it was just the Xin Zhao, doesn't really matter. And now you're doing a very good job at keeping the damage away.
And we can see the item disadvantage is also playing a big part at this point. You know, Doinby, of course, massively ahead compared to Setup. But also 1xN just item-wise not quite there yet. Doesn't have the third item completed. Now they are looking.
Oh, this is a deep TP here. Yeah, Setup's gone far.
Setup's gone far. And it's a 5v5 situation. Maybe he can find an angle here. As Leave is on the side, but the engage comes through. From the side of NiP first, Aki down, therefore no Cataclysm, no engage tool for them.
Yeah, Setup just needs to cut this wave and see if he can keep himself alive, but with Baron up, Aki dead, you know, Spellbook Smite is available for Feather, so not a complete steal denied for NiP. They do need to be careful, keep their eyes on Feather, make sure that this Rakan can't get into the pit either.
Yeah, he has to make it in first, and then of course the smite has been nerfed a little bit, but they're looking for an engage. That was a beautiful public execution. Leave is down. Now can they get something more? 1xN on the side trying to hit onto solo kill. The Arcane Storm doing some work, but now it's gone. Feather Storm going through. Can he get the Feather pullback? It's so important. Maybe get the pullback now. Doinby doesn't take too much damage, and now 1xN is the one who has to sacrifice himself as Setup doesn't have the Spirit Rush anymore. Hoya trying to buy some time so that Setup can maybe make it out alive. It was a nice try from TT. They end up at least denying the Baron for now.
Yeah.
But
given the circumstances, that's a win for Thunder Talk. NiP killed the enemy jungler. Their eyes would have been firmly set on the Baron. They would have wanted to take that objective and start to push us to game number 3, but TT do a great job at just tying, or sort of running around the sides and skirting towards NiP without fully committing and kind of baiting them in to and fro. NiP a little bit lost in this. Leave once again without any protection. Doesn't know what he can or can't do. And on the Varus with no flash just gets caught up. It's a great public execution from Hoya and solo kill. You know, he's just walking and tanking the Feather, tanking the Xayah this whole time. Hoya commits onto Victor. It's a really good idea from him. But 1xN, his Feather Storm, his pullback, it's flashed away from by Nayu. He flashes to the other side of the Feathers so he keeps himself alive. And ultimately 1xN just flashes to the same side of melee range from the Xin Zhao, ends up falling, and it's a bit of a wasted flash by the Xayah. Even still, NiP walk forward. They've now got an even bigger gold lead. They've still got this 707 Victor, who is yet to die in this game, and still with stasis, flash coming up in a minute, soul spawning in 10 seconds. And it's all about getting eyes and getting access to Doinby. If they can't do that, then they're not going to win these fights.
Dragon now on the map would be the Mountain Soul going over to NiP. We're waiting. Hoya still not
so
quite
far
there.
Away.
They need more time. This is going way too fast. Aki needs to find a way in. Maybe he can drag himself over the wall, but he doesn't end up getting it. Maybe the Cataclysm, maybe the damage. There is another good ultimate into the backline. They do dish out some damage. It's Leaf that ends up going down. But as long as Doinby stays alive, as long as the Arcane Storm gets to do what it needs to do, look at it. It's ginormous. This is just a huge ball of damage coming through from the side of NiP, who are now setting their sights towards the Baron because they can.
I mean, oh great, they killed Leaf for the 6th time. It does not matter at this point. Leaf is just happy to be cannon fodder. Doinby is the focus, and TT have not recognized that. He's free firing the whole time, still full HP. Now with the soul at his back, so taking him down becomes even more difficult. And Thunder Talk, with a refusal to acknowledge where the problem lies in this game, are going to lose out on Soul, lose out on Baron, and find it incredibly difficult to push any further forward. Aki, far too late trying to get in here. It's a 1900 secure. And nobody's on Doinby. Look at him. He's fine this whole time. Just sat back, chilling. He's got payphone in his ears. He is just watching all of the damage come down. And absolutely no stress on him whatsoever.
And I gotta agree with the chat, you know, saying, oh my god, why are you focusing Leaf when Doinby is the one doing all the damage? I agree with that. I mean, usually I don't think it's a bad idea to target the AD carry, of course not. But if we look at the stats of this game, I don't think Leaf is your biggest problem here.
Yeah. That's about recognizing where the
decision-making.
problem lies, right? Like, yes, killing the AD carry, typically a good idea. However, Hoya's the one on the fire.
Yeah, he will get hooked. Should go down here. Not really much he can do. Doesn't have the flash. Another one for Doinby. Make that 10.
The Ghost Nautilus there just spellbooks in. Really well played by Niket, able to find a quick pick, and that's probably going to open up bot lane. And you can see on the minimap, yeah, Satab's pushing in on top side. He might trade a tier 2 for this, but odds are NiP in a 3 versus 5 in the base are going to look to break open more than just a tier 2 turret down on the bot side. The inhibitor turret already gone before Satab can even take that tier 2, and you know, question is whether he can get this without NiP taking his whole base.
They're looking for it. They do have the Baron buff. Baron-empowered minions are doing a lot of work here as the first Nexus turret is already down. Now the TP coming through from Satab. Maybe they can try and turn it around. They need to buy some time. Maybe sit out this Baron buff, but it's another 1.5 minutes. Aki now split off from the rest of the team. Has to move out of his own base, which is of course less than ideal as Niket doesn't quite get the hook through, but 1xN has to use the ultimate defensively as they're not stepping forward. Now you trying to go for it, but the pullback coming through. Public execution hits, but it doesn't really do any damage. Doinby is just too strong. Now Aki trying to find an angle. Maybe you can get a Cataclysm down somewhere.
Yeah, well, they've thwarted the first effort, but there's still a Baroned up creep, and NiP, they've got enough HP to stand between and probably try and take this down, letting the minion do the hard work. And a wave of supers now starting to come in. TT, they don't have the tools to stop this.
Another hook coming through as 1xN is now the next target. He should drop dead relatively soon, but he ends up staying alive for a little longer. But that's it. We're going to a series. We're going to a game 3 as NiP are looking to take down TT in game number 2 of this Group Nirvana game. Damn, wow. That was some League of Legends right there.
And that's, you know, again, you have to question what the reality that NiP had in that game was. Like, they probably needed to force a fight a lot earlier. Expectation, they are probably going to lose it anyway, but it feels bad to see them just get engaged on and die like that when you need to be the ones to find the fight. Like, show a little bit of life before you go out. If anything. 1xN got engaged on 3 different times and lived for so long on each instance. When Aki's clearing a mid wave and you're just thinking, like, get in there, help, do something before your AD carry dies. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and ThunderTalk lose out on another game. They get pushed to game number 3, and again, it's like deja vu. 2 days ago, these teams met, and we had this exact same outcome where ThunderTalk pushed game 1. They find a win, and now in game number 2, NiP, they claw it back. They find themselves at match point. And TT sat scrambling. What is it that they're going to do in the future that will make us think, actually, they can win. They can win this series versus NiP.
I gotta say, in this game, for me, the decision making that Aki had when to move where was a big question mark, right? Like, also, let me just go for the Crux here while they are already starting the Drake that I have to contest because it's the soul. That's just something where I'm like, I don't know. I feel like that's a little off tempo wise, but
it's not how it should be. Yes.
yeah, definitely. And I think it was a very hard game for 1xN to play. Number one, because of the pick that he chose to go with. Xayah is just not quite as proactive as a Yunara can be, as one of these hyper carries can be. Yeah. But at the same time, also not the greatest position to be in. On the other hand, you gotta say, Doinby, incredible job on that Victor. That was amazing damage output, and he was just able to do whatever he wanted.
Yeah, pretty much. He was pretty much unchecked the entire time. We were talking about if you can punish the Victor for not having flash, but there were no real windows where we looked at it and went, okay, Victor, no flash, let's try and make a play. Every time he flashed out, it was pretty much to win them a team fight, and then puts him in a position where he's actually probably safe for the next 5 minutes. Yeah. So I do think that for ThunderTalk, a very big question mark that looks to... a very big question mark as to what it is that they're looking to do with their team composition, and looking at where the threats are, most notably. It was very clear to us watching this, a 7-0 Victor might want to be your focus, but to ThunderTalk, they never got that opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, he was also kind of hard to reach in a way, because we've mentioned it in game 1 as well. Leaf has been left alone so many times in the game. So of course he's an easy target to engage on because he's just, you know, off to the side somewhere. But yeah, very, very short amount of time where TT actually had hoped to turn this one around, but then the snowball of course kept rolling, and yeah, it looked like a very one-sided game after, let's say, after the 23-minute mark.
Yeah, there was a glimmer of hope where 1xN gets a couple of kills, Niket throws his life away under the tier 1 turret, and you're thinking, oh, maybe, hold on now, there's a chance that if NiP keep throwing, that maybe TT can win. But unfortunately not the case. Doinby, again, really solid numbers on the Victor, you can see, doing so much of the work in this game, and 1xN not quite able to have that same level of impact. The Xin Zhao, most notably, causing the most trouble for the Xayah, meaning that 1xN isn't able to do what he did in the last game.
I think that's also something that we saw in a tendency in game 1, after especially hearing Nayu's interview as well, you know, him saying, I want to bring more of this aggression into it, I want to bring more of the carry potential into it. And game 1 he showed that, especially in the early stages, but in this game too was when he really got to shine and facilitate some of the plays that Doinby was able to make. I mean, even here.
Exactly.
He's just vibing. Look at him.
Yeah, again, never once, I think, did Doinby ever feel threatened, like in this entire game. Deathless for the entirety, and never really under fire in any of the skirmishes. Maybe he's a little bit late to this fight, which is why we see Nayo end up getting taken down. But again, for any other reasons, TT focusing leave makes sense. But when there's a 7-kill, 10-kill Victor, and you know you've got Poke Varus, I'd be focusing a different target.
Yeah. 100%. I mean, that's also the one topic that we always talk about when it comes to Varus, you know, the poke build that's just lacking a little bit of damage for a long time. You know, it's really in the late game stages when poke Varus pays off. But yeah, nicely played by NiP. They've put themselves in a good position to come back for this game 3 and actually make it a 2-1. I think maybe game 1 was a bit of a content game. Maybe it was the U narrative. We'll find out shortly, but I don't think I have to ask. It's Doinby who's your MVP, right? Like,
yeah, he was very consistent and absolutely fine the whole time. Again, maybe arguments for Nayu, because this flash in particular, very solid, constantly creating space for Doinby in particular to be able to come out on top. But the reason they won that game was because Doinby was left unchecked, and he's positioning himself very well to keep himself alive. Like right there, Hoya, who is right next to the Victor, ults onto Leave instead, and you're just thinking, buddy, we've completely misread the situation of the game. And Leave is sat, you know, this time he's thinking, yeah, please kill me, like, absolutely. You're not killing Victor. This is fine by me.
100%. It's like, if you kill me, it wins us the game. You go. It's completely fine. And these, of course, the last few seconds of the game. I gotta give it to TT. They tried to fight back. You know, they didn't lose hope.
They did.
I would say, you know, like they had that fighting spirit in them. It just wasn't quite enough, and it wasn't quite in the right places. But yeah, that's maybe something to improve for game 3.
Yeah, they will look at this and they will probably know very quickly what the problems were, and unfortunately weren't quite able to wrestle control of them during the game. Yeah. Again, you're looking to these playmaking members, to Aki, and hoping that he can start to perform a little bit higher. And you know, he was a part of this NiP roster last time round. It's about how well he can show NiP. You know, we always have this story in the LPL, who's winning the breakup, right? Well, NiP last time out on Tuesday, they got the better of Aki. Again, in this game, it's not like this Aki performance is inspiring anything, and it really does look like TT are struggling with this player in the jungle.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he had some decent showings every now and then, ever since he joined, you know, ever since he switched teams, but it's not quite what you need for a team in this position as well. But as we've seen, Doinby is the player of the game. That gives us a chance to take another breath, take a little sip of water, go to the bathroom, get some snacks, because we have another beautiful Group Nirvana Carnage game coming up for you guys right after the break, so stay tuned for that one. And welcome back to the LPL English. I'm still Mila, I'm still joined with Ruth. We're still in the Death Ops group Nirvana, and I don't know what to expect from game number 3, to be honest. We've seen it all. We've seen Thunder Talk taking a game 1 with a Yunara performance that, you know, knocked me out of my chair. Then we saw the Ninjas coming back in a very strong fashion, and now game 3, everything is on the table. One game to decide it all. Without having seen anything, what's your take?
I think we're going to see history repeat itself. These two teams played a couple of days ago. I think that Ninjas in Pajamas overall are just a stronger team. And I think we've seen Thunder Talk struggle a lot to actually set up for a 1xN carry performance. I think that looking at how easy it's proven to be for 1xN and how difficult it's also proven to be for 1xN in different games, that dichotomy is a little bit too vast. And, you know, you with the series score of 2 and 3, you can see that 1xN isn't quite getting either enough resources or is nearly reliable enough to come out and you know, win these games. Yeah, definitely. He's been in a bit of a roughy position, as are you, it seems, but no, it's been hard for him to put on a carry pants in that second game specifically. Maybe because of the pick, maybe because they weren't able to buy him the space that he actually needed. So I would love to see him on something that's a little more like the hyper carry of Yunara that he played in that game 1. This is looking good. This is looking better. I think you got it. But we're hoping. I'm doing nothing and everything's breaking. So it's the classic tech checks, you know. Look,
at least you have a setup. I'm sitting in my hallway, so I'm not even gonna. Yeah. I'm not gonna.
We're both struggling with the backdrops. That's absolutely fine. And you know, setups be damned. We're here and we're commentating over the Nirvana team.
Exactly.
So it's all worth it. We go through the struggles for a reason.
It's exactly the chaos that a group Nirvana matchday needs. By the way,
yeah,
it is. You know, I just think that's what it's supposed to be. Okay. We're shortly going into the game, and I gotta say, I'm also not quite convinced with how Leaf has been performing today. Yes, they did win game 2, but it was surely not.
They didn't win because of Leaf. Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
I'm kind of confused there as well.
He was there. I think is the best way of describing his performance.
Very much.
He was on the rift, and honestly, he was a very good decoy. He was a very, very good a very good person to make Thunder Talk think was important. Leave had very little impact on the damage pre those fights and after those fights, but what he did do was tank a lot of Ariels and a lot of Ambessa ults, which meant that Doinby could be fine. It's that global taunt effect that AD carries always have, where it's like people are so one-track minded into I must kill the AD carry, they don't contextualize what AD carry this is and put it into the situation of the game as well and think, now hold on 1 second, I could do this, but also there's a very fed enemy, you know, mid laner, what have you, that we should probably look to focus as well. I was just completely missing.
Yeah, completely, and that's for me probably the biggest question mark I will take away from that game 2. Let's see if they try to adapt. We have the side swap again, was to be expected. Blue side's always a little more comfortable, even though I gotta say, the longer a series goes, especially if we talk about best of 5s, I can't see games where teams that are with their backs against the wall that choose, you know, maybe we should go red side, maybe we should go for the counter picks. In this case, it's not gonna happen. In this case, TT are going for the blue side again. Bands adapted a tiny little bit, so let's see what that means for the first picks here.
Trundle's been left open, Gwen's also been left open, which are two of the go-to picks. Rumble, you know, banned away on both sides, but I do think that the Gwen takeaway would be really solid if you know, either side wants to pick it up for themselves, especially with the Jacks taken off the board as well. Definitely feels like they were setting themselves up to take that pick themselves. Nevertheless, it's an Aurora for Satab, and NiP now got to try and choose what it is that they want to match up with. Again, that premier pick of Trundle in the jungle does start to rise in priority. You know, usually I'd be worried to take a Trundle in case you get hit by something like a Lilia, but with a mid laner that's already AP, we don't typically see double AP compositions be picked up unless they're the solo laners. So I think that NiP are in a pretty decent spot to have protected or to have picked up this Trundle right now with this Gwen, and probably be happy that they've got it.
I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of Aurora first pick just because I don't see her as that strong of a pick individually most of the time. I do like her paired with something like a Wukong, for example. I've seen, you know, the Cyclone and the Between Worlds working together very nicely. Just individually, not sure if that's a valid first pick for me. I do like what NiP have been taking away, you know, being like, hey, we finally get that Ryze in for doing B, and we do get the Gwen on the side lane, which is of course a side lane menace, but at the same time also a great team fighting pick. So let's see what they want to round it out with for the first rotation.
This Nocturne kind of needed to be taken here, not just because it can pair up with the dive, but actually they revealed the flex very early on. This is going to be a Hoya Aurora in the top side. We see this done a lot by IG. They'll pivot it between Rookie and the Shy and make sure that the Aurora is in a good matchup for himself, but also buy a good matchup in the mid lane also. But this Nocturne would have been really good, like you talked about. That side lane split push would have only been aided by a Nocturne who can swoop in from afar to try and help out in these side lanes. Instead, they are sort of forced into the Trundle here. Don't want to leave it open to be banned away by TT on this second phase. And now with this being a, as we've highlighted, quite split push focus composition by NiP, maybe something that just can clear waves becomes quite important. So looking at something maybe like a Senna as well that adds that global pressure for Leave to really hammer home the advantage that NiP are looking to draft for themselves.
The only thing that I think about, you know, why maybe Senna wouldn't be as cool is because you can't pair it with the Nautilus, because Nautilus is already gone. And I really, really love the Senna Nautilus lanes. I think it works very, very well together. You, of course, can go back to Senna Tahm Kench. You know, there's options.
Yeah, we have the Iona as well. Like, there's plenty of pairings that could work with the Senna. But you're quite right that Nautilus itself off the board so doesn't quite hit that same way. I do think that TT would be wise to ban the Senna on this second phase if they can. If not, obviously, is open for NiP, and especially when NiP have struggled, or Leave in particular has been struggling. Giving him something which is a little bit more about facilitating his team is going to be, I would say, beneficial to NiP and for TT as well. You can see that they are getting 1xN quite heavily focused. They've built themselves up this reset almost front to back death ball composition. So we're looking for that big heavy hitting AD carry to come in and round out that comp.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Smolderban. I think that is interesting because I remember the chat saying, oh, Leave, maybe go back to something like the Smolder. He's not going to go back to the Smolder. He's going to go with the Kai'Sa instead, which of course wants to go in. I like this for 1xN though. If you're actually going for the Jinx, I get exactly the hyper carry type play that I would love to see. Maybe something, yeah, like the Zeri as well. Some of these hovers I like, others not so much. Corki, of course, is more of a late game. Insurance as well does have some decent scaling. Not my favorite pick from what we just saw in the hovers. I would have preferred something like the Jinx, something like the Zeri, but I'm okay with it. I think you can fire away from the backline, and that's exactly what I want you to do. I just worry about their front line here a little bit since they went with the Aurora flex pick. Ooh,
yeah.
That's interesting.
Nico gets locked in, so yeah, the worries about their front line definitely valid. Their tankiest member is Aki, and that's a scary statement to say as a TT fan. They've got no tangible front line. They are looking to blow up one target, maybe blow up a team fight, and have that be about all that there is for this. But NiP, right, they've drafted a massive sort of 1-3-1, move on to side lane, split push composition. The Blitzcrank gets locked in as an addition to that, where they've just got an insane amount of pick, an insane amount of burst potential. I think that something like a Leona could have gone a little bit better here, just to make the 2v2. To be fair, the 2v2 would have been a lot harder, but to give something extra in these team fights. But if NiP are doubling down and saying, we're playing pick, we're going to go to side and we're going to kill you if you overstep just a fraction, I'm actually not against this. And I think that NiP have drafted themselves a way to play this game. And I think that Thunder Talk as well have put themselves into a pretty squishy hole that they're going to struggle to try and fight their way out of.
Yeah, squishy is the best word to describe it. Also, if I see Aki going for a jungle camp instead of a dragon fight again, in this scenario, when you're the front line, I will fly to China and throw some hands, because that's not cool. I don't want to be your ADC if that's happening.
Yeah, why are we... I mean, yeah, looking for the flank. Regardless, it's not looking great for Aki so far this in game number 2. But he's got a chance to make up for it here. Nocturne Orianna level 6 combo could very easily ruin a few holidays, if we put it that way, and make it so that there are some vacations on the Rift that are taken a little bit prematurely. With the Nico follow-up as well, definitely tools for big 5v5 skirmishes, but it's going to be a tricky game, especially with how squishy Thundertalk are.
I have a hard time deciding which draft I prefer because I do like Nocturne Orianna generally. I just think the ball delivery system is always such a nice tool, you know, it just looks so good every time it works out. But because you're also squishy on the side of Thundertalk, I think NiP maybe have an easier time actually playing out their comp. So let's see if they can make it work as we're going into game number 3, the last game of the day. And it's the all-deciding one. Doinb fans are ready to go, especially now that the Ryze pick finally came through.
Cat doesn't know quite how close he was to being able to find a good hook here onto 1xN, who you can see is playing quite safely. You know, the default position is you want to try and sit in this tri-brush, but NiP moving quite early on and, like we said, discreetly or obviously safe positioning being used by 1xN. Again, looking at our junglers for the early stages of this game, they're your leading playmakers. Aki going to need to get level 6 as soon as possible. Nayu, though, has that opportunity to make a play happen pre-level 3. As soon as he gets access to that pillar, that's when you're looking to see the Trundle come alive. And with the Blitzcrank on your side as well, always the option to be able to find a play early on.
Let's see. Blitzcrank, of course, always with the prio as they have to heal and barrier very, very early on as a 1xN, having one summoner already invested. Not ideal. Still has the flash, that's the good news.
About this exit damage, how much can Feather and 1xN do while Niket can't apply that pressure? Now they know that he hadn't got hook level 1, they've got a chance. Level 2's going to ding and not really an opportunity to find a hook. Potions are popped, Biscuit's in Leave's back pocket as well, so he'll be able to sustain himself up a little bit, but the HP trade probably just about won by the bot side of Thundertalk.
But it's crazy that you have to, of course, respect that Blitzcrank hook at all times. As long as you're not sure if it's there or not, I feel like you gotta step back a little bit. Because they do have some decent early game damage with Leave on the Kaiser as well. So definitely should be in a more comfortable position in this game than he was in the last game. With the lethality virus, you know, the poke virus. Just, you know, not dealing quite as much damage.
Yeah, not as much as you might like necessarily. And I mean, Kai'Sa, we've seen again, as far as LPL Kai'Sas go, it's a long, long list of powerful ones. As Nayu early into the mid lane, Pillar hits the slow.
Yeah, coming through. Root comes through as well. And there goes the first blood over to Nayu. And that's absolutely worth it. Investing the flesh and everything. I think taking the first blood, putting yourself in that comfortable early position, especially on a Trundle, that's a good thing. That's a nice thing that you want to do.
And what did we say about the early game playmaking of these junglers? Nayu, in the interview before the series, I've added a lot more aggression, a lot more control to our early game. Yes, he's done exactly that. He's found an early gank mid lane, and he's got the Trundle. We talked about Trundle versus Nocturne. Who's going to be able to do what? Pre-level 6, Nocturne doesn't really gank too well, but Trundle, when he gets that pillar, can do exactly that. The combination of hard CC from Doinb and the damage from an early game Trundle gives over more than enough tools to NiP to find that first blood and to begin setting up Doinb for a very good snowball.
Yeah, I think snowball is exactly what you should fear on the side of NiP. But at the same time, I also want to point out a comment I saw in chat with, of course, that several champions on the enemy team on the side of NiP are able to just build Zhonya's and be okay, right?
This is
so,
true.
They need to find the right angles, and I always hear this voice in my head that says, if the first Nocturne ultimate doesn't result in a kill, it's over. So let's see how that's going to go. Oh, that was a beautiful pillar into hook play right there. The next route coming through. Doinby gets a kill of his own. That's the second kill going over to NiP. And this has been working wonders for them in this early game.
The game might be over before the first Nocturne ulti comes through. Nayu is running a muck on the Rift. He's got Niket able to pair up with him as well. And you know, this Trundle Blitzcrank Bash Bros duo, they've got enough CC, they've got enough damage, and this is just foreshadowing really for the rest of the game. You move into a side lane, if you're not sat under your turret, and honestly, even if you are, this duo are going to be able to move around. Whichever of the carries they go to, be it Kai'Sa, Ryze, or Gwen, are going to have enough damage to help you take them down. As Leaf gets caught.
For something here, but Leaf is fine. Has the cleanse. That's enough. Feather had to use the heal. But both of these bot lanes seem to be able to walk away from the situation. Maybe looking for something more. But it turns out to only be a ward in the tri-bush for the time being. Maybe now with Nayu moving in as well. Maybe they can go for another catch. But it doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah. So Dragon started up by Aki, doesn't really have anything to do on the map at this stage, has cleared the majority of his camps. Might look to try and recall after this and then start clearing top to bot side once again in lieu of that red buff, but the sooner this Nocturne, like we said, as soon as he can get level 6, the better. Sees that the crab is spawning on the bot side, so might try and stick around for that one, but with Satab, still no flash in the mid lane.
Uh-oh, here comes another hook. Oh!
Why?
Sidestep. Okay. Is that going to be enough though? Looks good. Aki also there in order to maybe shadow him if necessary, so set up for the moment.
Okay, rule of thumb for players of League of Legends around the world. If you are playing Blitzcrank and your mid laner has hard point and click CC, wait for them to use it. Niket rushed it, and it meant that they weren't able to find at least some really good chunk damage onto Satab. They are now looking, though. They want to punish the return to the lane from Hoya. They're going to catch him on this timer. Hello!
Oh, Hoya stepping forward.
Oh.
It's only getting slowed a little bit. Pillar now to buy some space as Niket has dropped down relatively low. Now, I'm not sure you're allowed to take that camp. Yeah, doesn't look like it. I thought so. Because you still gotta respect Hoya a little bit.
But Doinby had to go back to mid lane. Nayu, though, starts up this red buff. Aki, he's level 6.
Man,
Nocturne,
that's
ding,
pretty.
ding, ding. Let's go.
He's like, okay, if I can't get the Krugs, I will go for the buff. In the end, he realizes I can't play this, puts down the pillar, drags the buff away a little bit, which at least takes some tempo away from whatever Aki was planning to do. But no one ends up dying. I think that's good news for both teams, let's be real.
Yeah, that's pretty much that. As we look at, you know, the teams, and again, I want to remind people of what it is that this series means for both of these two teams beyond just the scorelines, and in particular, I want to sort of highlight Aki again, because he was a part of this NiP roster coming into Split number 2, and for the duration of Split 2 as well, was their jungler, but got dropped, has now found himself on a Thunder Talk team who have been scrambling, really, for a new player to replace Beichuan, who had done so well for them in Split 1, and since then they haven't really been able to find the same level of success. These two teams played each other just a couple of days ago, and we've so far followed the exact same trend of TT winning game 1 but not being able to convert on the series. And Aki in particular needs to show up in this series because there are a lot of critics, myself included, around his performance. And as we look at how well that maybe leverages into the mid lane, as Satab now fought with Flash.
Yep. Manages to make it out by shielding himself, so that's okay. Niket not quite there. I think if it was another 3v1 situation, that would have gone differently, but in this scenario, it's fine. We do see Aki, though, picking up all 3 of the Void Grubs and the first Drake, so I think that's a good sign, you know, just some proactive early game plays here, trying to secure some of the early objectives, giving your team a chance to, you know, scale into that. Scale with Dragon stacking, maybe scale with the Void Grubs, playing through side lanes. Definitely not a bad call from Aki to go for those. But we can see that Nayu is very active with these ganks, you know, always trying to find something across the map. Maybe that's something that Aki needs to do, especially with the ultimate being available. I'm just waiting for that first moment when the lights go out and they are looking for a catch.
Yeah, that's the point really, is to wait and see where they can find this play. You probably want to do it pairing up with the Orianna, you know, get a little bit of a litmus test in, see how we got this combo down and ready to go into these team fights, because that's the real tool to success. But 1xN here, he's caught a little bit too far forward. Niket, ready.
No, 1xN will end up going down. He tried to move out with the Valkyrie, but now he's... Oh my god, he's getting saved by the ultimate.
Alright, well, overall, not too bad for NiP, given how that could have gone and how it did go, because TT called the Avengers down to bot side. Feather comes in with Flash, Nocturne ulti comes and gets committed, Ori shows up as well. 1xN has to burn his barrier, Doinby burns his Flash, but I think that overall, a lot committed to that mid lane play, or to that bot lane play, excuse me, that really wasn't responded to as NiP. You know, they didn't really lose out on too much for the commit that they went for. A lot of time for Leaf to go in the mid lane, and now solo kill.
Between worlds coming through. Solo kill, of course, having used both the Ghost and the Needlework, should be just fine, running underneath his own turret. So no more crazy shenanigans up there, ult for ult trade. I think that's okay.
Yeah,
definitely do that.
Doesn't feel like the Needlework was used as an offensive tool there, and now Satab again still has Flash.
Yes, getting rooted. Here comes the hook. Very nicely done. Waited long enough. Tries to kind of do the work with the shockwave as the pillar comes through. Now, come on, pick up the kill. In the end, it is the Flash. And Zeta manages to stay alive. Now, GTP coming through. Maybe they can get something more as Hoya doesn't have the ultimate himself. Has, of course, just used that on the top side as Nayu is now, yeah.
He takes one melee creep. He's going to lose out on the dragon as well for this. So Thundertalk actually going to get 2 Drakes to 0 in. They're getting really aggressive using this Trundle Blitzcrank duo, but I want to give credit to Satab. They're holding his Flash for as long as possible, dodging away from the overloads and making sure that Doinby doesn't actually have the damage to take down the Ori. And then finally, only when it was absolutely necessary, did he end up flashing out to safety. Baiting in Nayo, and meaning that he ends up falling for the back half of this. The Drake falls as well, and it's off of some really good individual play by the TT mid laner, another player who has really fallen under a lot of criticism in recent weeks.
For sure. Second Drake, therefore also going over to the blue side to TT. They have now gained their 3 early game objectives. It's of course a nice stack here for the feats of strength. And it's also some beautiful dragon stacking as a start to the game. Buying them some time, so even if they would fall behind a little later on, these 2 first Drakes that they have been able to get could buy them 10 important minutes in the later stages, as we're maybe seeing some action happening as Zetab has been aware and won't be.
Nayu is like a personal vendetta against Orianna in particular. Like the rest of the series hasn't really felt like Satab has come under too much fire, but Satab locks in Ori and all of a sudden Nayu just sees red. Like immobile maid laner must punish as Doinby, you know, getting under a little bit of fire here. Hoya quietly, I will say, this game having a very solid performance. This Aurora B1, we weren't enthralled by it when we came into the draft, but Thundertalk knowing that they left Gwen open and that they actually had a decent answer to this Gwen. Taking the Aurora early, it's done very well in the laning phase. Question becomes, can it do as well in these team fights?
Oh, they're looking for a catch here. Lights are going out. Paranoia hits. They're going further forward. And that, of course, is a kill for Hoya. Nicely done. Quick pickings. Not the greatest timing with the I mean, the Herald is only in 1.5 minutes. There's no Drake, so yes, you get a catch, but it doesn't probably result in anything else. But it's still a catch, and it's still fine.
Yeah, and what it means is next time round, they can look for maybe a bit of a better fight. Trade of ultis again between our 2 top laners. Seems like Solo Kill is, you know, always going for the Needleworks, and Hoya's quite happy to just use his between worlds to get out to safety, and Solo Kill. Tier 2 boots means that you can dodge out on skill shots a little bit better, but when you dodge them quite so deftly as that, it does always look very good.
Solo Kill moving a little further forward underneath the turret here. Won't be able to pick up the plating. Just like that was very unlucky timing. I don't think he got the plating, and
No,
just
he
in the
didn't.
second when he could have gotten it, the platings fell off. That's of course a bit unlucky to look at, but yeah, looking at this, not that much turret gold traded here so far. Wasn't really the biggest interest that teams were having.
Again, this series for me about Aki and whether or not he can sort of show up his former team, and make them regret dropping him, saying this was the mistake that you made on your journey into Group Nirvana. In this game in particular, has given himself a lot of resources. If we take a look at the CS numbers between him and the jungle, he's up, 3, 4, 5 camps over his counterpart. Has that Hex Plate finished already, so he's going to be actually quite a bit of a nuisance when diving onto Doinby or Leave.
Ooh, Feather had to flash out, but should be fine. TT not quite able to pick up this turret in mid lane yet, but we can see that NiP of course picked up the first turret on the top side. Now Aki in a good position to still go forward with the Herald, because mid lane has been pushed out a little further. And that means another mutual objective going to the side of TT. Well, yeah, has to be a bit careful. People might be looking for a chase, but I think he can sort of smell it. Channels the TP, makes it out alive. And the Herald is going over.
I think he'd done the hard work anyway, but they're looking to take this tier 1 turret as well, and I think that the extra member of Hoya actually means that they can take down this turret and find a decent trade. Satab as well with a lot of free time on this top side, so Thunder Talk, just looking at their composition, we talked about it being very squishy in terms of its inability to take a front line and use it for a team fight, but worth highlighting that NiP's composition doesn't team fight particularly well. It's got good pieces, it's got really good pick, and their front line isn't particularly strong either. So the fact that TT are coming out ahead in these situations, and that in these side lanes, TT are finding more beneficial trades is pretty surprising to me, as we've got 30 seconds now on this Ocean Dragon. Reminder that TT are 2-0 up in that aspect, so it's on NiP to stop this Drake stacking. We look across the board at the items. Kai'Sa doesn't have her Ginsu's Rage Blade just yet. Same to be said for the Corki and the Manamune before that would be finished and completed. So neither side is really strong at this point. And in terms of item disparities, the only real thing to look at is that Solo Kill still doesn't have his first item picked up.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a big difference maker. Of course, the Gwen, such an important teamfight pick as well with the needlework. Can absolutely carry teamfights if necessary. We can see the TP coming through here into the back line. It's going to take some time for him to join the teamfight, as they are now looking to go forward. Setup had to flash over the wall if I'm not wrong, but Niket is down. And now they're going in. Lights have been turned out. Aki is still on the Drake, but we can see someone coming in straight to the back line. That solo kill, he's trying to dish out some damage. The Pop Blossom is doing some work. But in the end, the Drake is being stolen. NiP are actually picking it up. It's the double kill for Leave. He has to use all his subs. He has to use the killer instinct. And 1xN tries to trade something back. Ends up getting the double kill for himself. Not quite. But, wow.
And I don't know how, Mile, but NiP come out on top of that fight.
It looked so bad.
Niket walked forward, died, and I don't think threw a hook during that skirmish. There was a triple Pop Blossom from Feather, which just felt like it should seal the deal. But Satab also with a crate. I think he was expecting Niket to throw the hook, I guess. But look at Satab's flash here. He just... Oh, so he flashes away from the hook. So that's what Niket hooks, but he's then left in Narnia. And then a shockwave that gets flashed away from you, thinking, okay, well, TT, they've zoned away some carries now. Maybe NiP's flank looks good. Feather, though, triple knock-up, but where's the follow-up? A little bit of damage comes through from Satab. It's actually Solo Kill who's just doing all of the work on the backline. And this Gwen that had a really rough laning phase, had really struggled to get online during this game, finds the one flank angle and makes the team fight happen.
Yeah, a little unlucky that Leaf stepped back up. I think he wanted to try and get the kill onto 1xN. In the end, had to pay it with his own life. But, yeah, messy. Very, very messy. In the end, NiP end up stealing the Drake. They do get the kills. And they put themselves in a bit of a lead here for the moment. But TT is still not to be counted out, I think, like, in my opinion, TT is still quite, like, they're still there. They still have this potential. And the lights are going out straight away again as they're looking to find something beautiful. Ultimates being thrown. And that, of course, means a quick pickup for the side of TT here.
Yeah, great knockwave combo from TT. Does end up taking down Nayu, and now is it Niket or Satab who are caught here?
I
It's
mean, that's
Satab.
definitely
Okay.
Satab dead.
Has
Which
to have
makes
been
it a
hook.
1-for-1. Well,
Yeah. Well, Midway's going to get picked up by Leave. I think that Doinby here in a pretty good spot to push an extra wave down on the bot side. But overall, you know, you'd be quite happy with that as Thunder Talk. They're able to find a quick pick. They don't lose out on really too much. And again, with the way that the game was going, it looked like NiP was starting to wrestle back control, but not necessarily going to be the case. The issue is, though, that Atacon has now spawned. NiP have got all 3 of their carries here and ready to go, but no Nocturne Orianna combo as it was just used, and Shockwave's up in 10 seconds. Maybe TT can get in time.
well, let's see. TP is coming through from setup now. They have to try and make it work as the Atacon is going down. It's going over to NiP as the Pop Blossom is coming through. Now we need the follow-up damage that we were missing in the fight before, and here it comes. They're splitting the team fight. Setup doing a decent job at trying to zone away both Leave and Solo Kill, but it's going to be just 1 kill. In the end, they pick up the turret. Maybe a bit of a consolation prize, but not ideal. Maybe with the Herald in the mid lane, can they get a little bit more? They're getting into the taxi. They are Ubering towards the turret, and it ends up going down. 3 Void Grubs, of course, helping a little bit there. Second charge should come through as well. Not quite hitting the smite there, but it's okay. It's okay. The turret still stands. I think NiP, they can take a breath. It's okay.
Yeah, and I mean, that for TT is a very, very solid fight. You can see Satab, this is all the way back. The initial combo that they went for, and then Satab, I guess he's just recalling on a ward here. Yeah, he gets picked up by the Blitzcrank, and, you know, quite rightly, flashes ultis to interrupt, and didn't even throw the hook out, which is even more crazy as Niket finds a quick pick onto on for Solo Kill, rather. But the fight afterwards, they're on the Atacon, don't get to see it. It's a 1-for-0, and NiP were more than happy to sort of sacrifice their Blitzcrank in favour of securing that Atacon. I think importantly, to take stock of how this game was going, normally when you see the Atacon go down, it heavily skews those Blood Roses, those petals into one team's favour, but 14-21 isn't a massive advantage either way. And it does speak to the fact that TT were doing very well before the Atacon has gone down. So not really in a bad spot for TT despite them losing the Atacon. They will struggle a little bit more in these longer drawn out fights. But around the Dragon in 13 seconds, Solo Kill once again TPing in to be a part of it. He's a little bit low. He's taking a small chunk of damage as Hoya is on a very weird flank angle. He's not going to get to reveal. He's going to have to reveal and they're going to know that he's here. But they need to wait for Leave to have committed, for NiP to have committed into this pit.
He's TPing. Hoya's actually TPing from bot lane into the jungle. I mean, it's still interesting. They still don't quite know. Maybe he has been spotted yet as they're going forward, but that was a little too far forward possibly, but Aki actually stays alive. Beautiful ultimate in the backline by Feather. Wow, that was another 3 to 4 member knockup. Maybe they can find something more as Solo Kill gets a kill on the sidelines here. But Leave and Neyu have to be extremely careful. Leave dropping relatively low, gets chunked out here a little bit, uses the killer instinct. Maybe he can try to buy some space. Maybe he can try to get behind Solo Kill. Beautifully done on the side. Actually, Neyu picks up the kill versus setup. Now Solo Kill has to be, you know, fighting for something. 1xN gets the kill.
And it's Feather once again. I mean, TT doing a really good job at finding these fights, and it's all coming off at the back of this Nico. Right, this was a pick that dominated split number 2 and that we thought was, you know, destined almost to dominate the rest of the year. But it's kind of left by the wayside. But Feather here has looked incredible on it, has been finding pick after pick, engage after engage for his team. And the fact that these fights are so close is a testament to how well NiP are able to fight back. Let's see though, looks like once again, just as they're trying to set this up, the Knockwave combo, you know, the hook starts it, stops it in their tracks, and Feather once again, is this 3 people, double backline access to the carries. Yes, he ends up falling, but it allows for the rest of the team to follow up. We'll say that Solo Kill does a great job at going into the backline and picking off those final couple of members that are lurking, so the Nocturne goes down, the Nico falls as well. And then as soon as Solo Kill comes to rejoin the fight, you're thinking maybe the Gwen can have that impact, but the needlework, unfortunately, just a little bit too much. And Hoya, on this Aurora, I think that both of these top laners having stellar performances so far.
What a roughie. It's, yeah, it's exactly as messy as I expected. We're in 25 minutes. The gold is almost dead even. There is a soul point on the side of TT, but for some reason that doesn't result in a giant gold lead because in one way or another, NiP always find a way to fight back. So no one is actually in a strong lead here.
Early on in the game, I highlighted that Aki had a decent advantage over Nayu and that he'd given himself some decent resources to claw his way back into the game, and that for Aki in particular, this was really important. This was an organization he was a part of for 2 splits that they dropped him from. But now Satab tries to TP.
Oh no! Yeah, there is not much to play-by-play from that. It was a cast. It was a catch, rather.
And now with Baron just spawning, Satab getting picked at just the wrong time and attempting to TP out to safety, he's going to have no TP to get back into this fight if TT can stall it. There's no knockwave combo, there's no disruption from the Orianna, but looks like TT have forced them to turn.
Let's see, the lights are going out.
I'm so confused. NiP peeled for no reason.
They are starting it again. Let's see.
But now there's no Nocturne ulti.
Feather. Maybe they can get something done as the Pop Blossom. He flashes it in. It's another beautiful 4-member knockup. But they can try and turn the fight around. Actually, the front line going down. That solo kill being deleted from the map. Maybe they have something left in their backs. 1xN trying to move forward. They have to catch Doinby here. Doinby dropping extremely low. He's dropping down further. But it's not going to be enough just yet. Hoya moving over the wall. Aki flashing forward. Gets the kill in the end. Now they're kicking up Nayu in the Tribush here.
And now TT are going to take the Baron. They've got insane. 4 members live. They only lost Feather, and once again, a massive ulti from Feather that is just buying all the time in the world. We were talking about solo kill having a really solid game. Unfortunately, he can't contest with the 1v3, 1v4 situation that he found himself in. And Feather throws his life for the cause as he creates all of that space, chunking 4 members as well. But look at the difference in what our backline access is able to accomplish. Feather gets a 4-man knockup, solo kill, gets a fear and dies. It's a complete dichotomy of what these 2 teams are, or what the 2 divers were able to accomplish, and one of them's playing on a support's income.
Look, I'm casting Prime League 5 out of 7 days a week, and I thought I've seen the worst. But holy damn. What is going on? It's been a while since I cast an LPL game, and yeah, the LPL
They're
is
welcoming you back with action. They're welcoming you back with some good action. Lots of great fights, and you know, with NiP, you can never really count them out. And I think that with Rise for Doinby, you know, it's something that you're always going to have to factor in. But you know, I will call out that Hoya 3-0-8 on this Nico, or not this Nico, excuse me, the Aurora, having a very, very stellar game. You know, normally this is a pick that we've seen piloted by the Shy and by IG.
Yeah.
And it sometimes has this level of impact. Sometimes it has a complete opposite one where it just dies instantly. But Hoya is becoming a primary carry for this team, and you know, he's really picking up the slack where Satab has, you know, quite unfortunately been faltering.
And I think it's amazing how they are working the ultimates together, because I remember in drafts I mentioned that I, for example, really like the Between Worlds paired with the Cyclone. In this case, it's Feather going in with the Pop Blossom and then the Between Worlds going on top of that. And Hoya is almost always in the position to go in, get 1 kill straight away, and then go back out. And that is incredible. That's exactly how you're supposed to do it.
If they can link up all of those ultis, like a Shockwave in the middle of all of that, plus the Aurora, they could just wipe NiP before they even have a chance to take a fight.
Well, they still need room to improve. As the Shockwave comes through, Nicket is down once again. Ultimate being used doesn't bring Doinby too far away, but at least to a bit more of safety. As the clone is now walking forward and they are setting up to go for the next Drake. It would be the soul for TT. They definitely want to, you know, play for that, not give it up. They've put themselves in a good position here. As Leaf on the side, trying to against versus Hoya here. Setup also extremely low, and Hoya and Setup are both going down. The question is, can the rest of the team actually still play this with the needlework coming through? Aki's not able to do anything. Now 1xN and Feather are left to die. They are getting some kills back, but in the end, it is sadly the ace for TT. They've put themselves in a great position, but they just threw it away. They threw it over the whatever. They threw it away.
A 4 versus 5 that NiP win. It's so counterintuitive, and unfortunately it's Hoya who throws it away. I've been singing his praises the entire game.
I cannot believe it.
Are they going to end here? There's 10 seconds on Saytab, 10 seconds on Feather, then they've got Trundle Kaiser. It's just over.
They have the damage. I think it's over. The Nexus turrets are falling. Nexus is the last thing in their way, and they will just hit it. They don't even care about getting any kills on the board here, and they end up winning the series, even though they were in a bad position the entire game. I don't understand. I don't understand.
Yeah, NiP, they come out on top, and that feels really bad for ThunderTalk because they were in such a strong spot. Right up until they lost the game. It's like, it's literally one of those games where they were winning and they were winning and they were winning and then they lost. And, you know, you try and put your finger on what happened. For TT, it's, you know, one really clear instance of I missed my skill shots, so we lost the game. Which is, you know, it's rewarding in one aspect because VOD review's 2 seconds long. It's demeaning in another aspect because you think, damn, if I'd have just hit this and I'd have one-shot leave, you know, that we win the game instead. You know, we find ourselves with the dragon. It does really well, but NiP, they will take their victory. They'll go to 5-1. ThunderTalk will repeat history. They will lose another series up against NiP and cement themselves as the lower of the two teams to descend from Group Ascend.
Yeah, I mean, again, you gotta feel bad for ThunderTalk after seeing them actually playing such a decent game, you know, putting themselves in a good position. We've mentioned Aki, how important it was for him to show up, and I think he did that for a good chunk of the game. He did actually do a decent job. Maybe not every Orianna Shockwave delivery worked exactly how they planned it, but in my opinion, Aki was not the problem in this game at all. And then it's really just one fight, but from the perspective of NiP, that's amazing. You waited for the right moment, you got the fight you needed, you turned it around, and you won the series. That's incredible and puts them at 5-1.
And from NiP's perspective as well, right? Like, they are a team that in this situation are down 5 versus 4, and they still have the heads-up knowledge to say, actually, I'm going to go forward here. We're going to look to dive the enemy and actually somehow come out on top of this situation. Like, Leave walking in, he should have got blown up by Hoya, but you know, just missing out on a couple of skill shots means that Leave can then turn that fight back around, and despite all the dancing and all the in-between worldsing, he's not able to actually have the impact that we might have seen in previous team fights. NiP fight their way through, they have a massive team fight engagement and manage to come out on top of it. They use solo kill, use Doinby, and are able to take down 1xN as well.
That's amazing. Honestly, I don't even want to look at the recap graphics. You know, I'm worried. I'm worried of what we're going to see when we look at that, because
an LPL gold graph. That's what we're gonna see.
Exactly. It's going to be a roller coaster. But apart from that, it's just very anticlimactic. Like that ending. You know, as a play-by-play caster, you're there. You're like, I want to have that big finishing call. But that was just a well, they end.
And then they won. Yeah. They had a good team fight, and then they won the game. And again, so underwhelming for ThunderTalk that's how they lose. So, you know, quite exciting for the Ninjas in Pajamas, as they were probably shaking a little bit. Down 2k gold, running against the momentum of the game, and find themselves in a position where actually they're barely able to eke out a victory, and, you know, good looks to them for doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for ThunderTalk, I think we saw some decent, you know, points to take away from this. I think we saw some better early game, a little bit of a better coordination here and there. For Ninjas in Pajamas, we also saw some of the similar issues we've seen in the past, you know, few match days, even when they met the last time around, where they have the tendency to throw it away a little bit here and there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Neither one of these teams giving us compelling arguments for their potential chances moving into the play-in stage, but I mean, NiP, their scoreline reads 5-1, but the majority of their series are, you know, getting quite close and a little bit shaky. Let's say that when we look and see them up against a team from Group Ascend, again, it's all about thinking about what the off-season looks like for these teams. If you know, you look into the post-season rather of the regular season.
Oh my god!
You're just not expecting to see great things from NiP in one of those series.
That is the worst gold graph I've seen in a while. Like,
yeah,
just
it's
all
like a kid
those
on a
little...
swing.
Oh god.
You know, push harder, higher, and then it keeps on going up and up and up, and then all of a sudden it's just a massive drop off and a plummet. And in a situation that NiP will be somewhat favourable and quite happy about.
Yeah, I mean, we can see it. TT have done a decent job. Also, if we look at the kill participation and all that, you know, people were there, people were hyped, but in the end, only one team was able to win, and that was NiP. And, well, in a sense, they did deserve it because they found the fight they were looking for. But it's a roughie. Still.
Exactly. That they will have a lot to look at from this, and I think that, you know, the thing is that one of the old adages about League of Legends is that a good team will win games and win series when they play badly. You know, NiP unfortunately didn't play too well today, and they still won this series. You know, certain players playing better than others. I think that Leave honestly having some really disastrous moments throughout the entire series. We've got Solo Kill actually having a really solid performance in the back half of game number 3 here. But Doinby remains that consistent factor for NiP, and I think that him from the mid lane, not really too many criticisms that we can throw his way.
I gotta say though, if I look at NiP and if we think about what's to come, you know, if they actually make it into those play-in spots, I think they need to improve massively to have a shot, because winning a game like this against a team that is, of course, on paper worse than you, or like not as good as you, is in some extent it's also very lucky, right? Because I think as soon as you play against better teams, you will not get through with this. You will have to play cleaner in order to make it.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to get these same grace periods, let's say. Like you're not going to be given the same advantages and the same respect almost when you're playing up against one of these Ascend teams. If you make these mistakes up against a Weibo, an AL, whoever it is that we end up seeing in that 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th positioning, they're going to punish you for it. And that's the important factor. That NiP, they can make these mistakes now, but they need to be fine-tuned by play-ins.
Yeah, 100%. I now just having seen that other Nico ultimate, it just makes you feel so bad, because the Nico ultimates were actually so nice. I really think they were such great fight starters, and it's too bad that it didn't end up winning them the game. Now, if we're talking about player of the game, player of the series, I think it's a little hard to say, since Thundertalk was of course in the driver's seat for most of it.
I think, you know, the areas and times when NiP looked good, actually Nayu might get a look in this time round. I mean, Solo Kill also, Doinby also, like there were a lot of really good team fights from that top side. Niket didn't really have the best Blitzcrank performance. He found a couple of good hooks, but also got caught out a couple of times. I'm actually a little bit curious as to who the LPL will look to and who they're going to give this to. I think the Solo Kill's got a really good chance here at it, but Nayu as well. They're probably my top 2 for it.
Well, let's see. I'm very interested to see, because I honestly couldn't decide. I think it's a bit of a hard decision to make, especially with how the game ended. It's just, you don't quite know where to look for that. So let's see who they come up with.
They're still choosing. They don't know.
Yeah, I mean, same. Let's see. It's a bit of a surprise. Let's see. Who's it gonna be? It's Leave.
Huh.
I don't mind it. But I'm also not convinced.
Hey man, I mind it. This somebody's been robbed. Somebody's been robbed is all I'll say. Congrats to Leave for earning his MVP. Sure.
Hey, you know, at least that's something here in today, because we had a bit of a roughie, okay? Let's give him that. Let's give him that so he can have something to smile about. I don't know, guys. I don't know what to tell you. It's really just let's look at the standings and get rid of that thought in our head. Come on, let's look at the updated standings. As you can see, Group Nirvana hasn't changed too much. We have, of course, seen LNG pick up their first win, but that still means they're in 6th place, so no big changes there. And then TT still stuck in that 4th spot with LGD losing. They weren't able to make it to that 3-3 themselves, so nothing crazy.
This is now becoming a pretty important part of the split, where that loss for Thundertalk gives Ultra Prime and LNG a little bit of hope that they can push them out and that they can push into 4th place. LGD also losing. Does this create a bottom 4 in the standings, or a bottom 3? LGD need to reset, need to bounce back pretty quickly, and try and give themselves a little bit of a buffer from the rest of the pack that are chasing them and trying to knock them out of Split 3.
Yeah, 100%. Well, it's going to stay interesting, that's for sure. But that's about it from us. But before we go, we of course have to thank you guys for your support, especially our Elite Coffee supporters. Aaron Soup, Meng, Forest Without, owners of Asimiri. I hope I said that right. I'm just not good at reading names. They pledge financial contributions to help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast, crew, and to everyone here who strives to give you an LPL English product every single day, and I think you guys are doing a great job at that. So shout outs to you guys for helping out, shout outs to the production for rocking the broadcast with us today, and of course thank you so much Ruth for you know, being my partner in crime today. It was a lot of fun, and I hope you guys have some good shows coming up. Anything in particular you're excited about for the next few match days?
A reminder to everybody that LPL is on every single day. We are going to be back tomorrow. Come watch even more action. If you enjoyed Nirvana games, well, guess what? There's going to be plenty of those still to come. We've got the other half of the round robin to start and to get concluded with. And then we've got a lot of Group Ascend games still to go as well. Ascend are a little bit further behind in terms of the schedule, but they've got lots of games still to come as well. BLG are on a winning spree. Top Esports look like they could be slightly back. Like, there's a lot of good stories to follow on both ends of the scale.
Yeah, 100%. So definitely make sure to check that out. Follow the LPL English on social media if you want to stay up to date. Maybe you're missing a day here and there. The highlights will be on there, so I'm definitely checking out those highlights all the time. So make sure to follow them, join the Discord, support the stream. I know everyone here appreciates it a lot. And that's it from us for the day. See you guys tomorrow. Well, not me, but everyone else will see you tomorrow. And enjoy some more LPL action in the days coming up. Goodbye.